It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount uh, technologies, processes without really understanding them. We have here at GreenTech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health yet are found frequently in the indoor environment, and been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days, that even when we inoculate the space with compounds that, when they get broken down, create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment. And that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like all of the morning was fine. The afternoon was like, I smell a fire. And by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization. But not 100%, and especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky, and my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard, and by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers that obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well. is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters. And so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also, the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used Odor Guard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden, one day, they appeared on the skyline. Pollution used to be, and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions. They have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource Board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California, from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. Ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low-level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors, and that's one of the things I loved about it. And not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask and think they're protected.
So true. I mean, one of the things that I say about technology is you know, nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. Use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but you know, there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information, and I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Balzano, group publisher at BMP Media with R&R and the Experience Events, and welcome to episode 2 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience, our weekly venture into the great event that we're running right now, and we're so proud to be here. Joining me is my partner in crime, the editor-in-chief of R&R, the lovely Mildred Ingram, as always. And I'm so proud. Our guest today, he's an educator, a business owner, a speaker, a leader, a husband, a father. He's a microbial warrior. He is a gymnast, I just found out.
What? And a
Let's
writer.
get started. Hold on. He's a 50-year industry veteran. He's been to more experiences than I ever will, and he's just a good guy. Please welcome Barry Costa.
All right.
Woo!
Hey!
I know.
Well, gymnast, that's in my a long time ago. Now rounds in official shape, not found on a Wheaties box, and that's me now.
Hey, once you have it in you, you can still do it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the joke, right? What do you mean? I am in shape. I'm round, right?
Yeah, there you go. There we go. And Mildred, you will
Shape.
visit me in the hospital if I try to do it again.
Oh no.
Barry, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. You know what? I want to we don't get to talk about the experience in depth, I promise. But I was looking back at your career for the three people who don't know. It's amazing. You've really done so much. When did you get started with the Costa Group?
With a cost group. Well, actually, I had a cost group in Peterborough, New Hampshire, when Carol and I lived out on the East Coast. And then about 11 years ago, we moved to Arizona. And so it's been in existence for quite a few years. Prior to that, I had the Carpet and Cleaning Craftsman, carpet cleaning, restoration, carpet installation company that I was doing right along as well. And prior to that, it was my dad's company, Cost Group. Let's see, no, Costa Carpet Company Incorporated. You got to have your C's in order, right? And learn how to walk, keep back on my knees again. And that's how it all started when I was 12 years old.
That's amazing. Then you were a public school teacher as well for 10 years.
Yeah. 10 years. I taught at the elementary school in Peterborough, New Hampshire, and very proud to say I was a teacher of the year with the New Hampshire Physical Education Association. So it's kind of nice. I really enjoyed it. The kids were great, and the parents were awesome.
That's wonderful. And then eventually you joined like you said, your dad's company.
Yeah.
And here we are. It's 2023, just like that, right? It seems
it was amazing. We smashed the atoms together. I was a school teacher, but I had been doing this my whole life. And in fact, I talked to my sister this past week. She came to Thanksgiving with us here in Arizona. And she said, Mom was so upset. We spent all that money to put you through Springfield College to be a school teacher. Then you started a carpet cleaning company again. I said, but look what I did to it. I smashed the atoms together. Now I'm teaching in the industry that I love. And absolutely, it's not even work, it's play, as Nick Palella used to say. So
we've talked to a couple people on this interview. Yeah, indeed. We've talked to a few people on this interview and off the interview for sure. And they always seem to have the same. I said, well, gosh, you had a different background. What led you to restoration and all this? And they said, it's just the industry. We're helping people and we love doing it. And you can just see from your facial expression how passionate.
Well, yeah, helping people, that's what it's all about. I look at society today and I'm going, this is not the society I want for my son. Why aren't people really coming together and helping? Even Lincoln said a house divided will fall. And look at how much further we could be if everybody just helped a little bit and supported each other rather than step on each other. But so I'm not going to be a victim. I want to try to lead and hopefully get a lot of people along with me and others that are already doing it and make a difference.
That's what, I'm not surprised to hear that. It's wonderful. And that's the kind of guy. I've known you for a year. And honestly, you're one of the best people I know already.
Then you don't know very many people, do you, Michael? I mean,
I feel people. You're in the top 5 for sure.
No, very great.
Now, how many experience events have you been
to? All of them except the very first, which was the Luxor, way back in 1999. And that was actually when it was Connections, and 4 associations came together to create that first meeting of connecting people together. And but every experience I've been to.
That's amazing. And your role it's probably changed quite a bit throughout the years, I would think.
Oh gosh, it really has. And working with Larry Cooper all those years, Larry and I have been best friends for so long, and I'm really happy to see him move now in another direction. He's going to build some new things. He wants the baby that they grew, obviously, to grow, and it's in great hands with you guys. That's why I said when you asked, hey Barry, would you mind helping us? Absolutely. I mean, it's all about the event. And part of that event was being with your friends and doing things with your friends. But yeah, I've been involved in every one of them, the experiences, and each one is its own unique energy. It's hard to describe. And it's so funny how themes begin to grow out of them with each one.
Almost naturally. And I've only been to two, like absolutely. They do
Yeah,
naturally grow. Yeah. It's the
yeah.
people. It's the people.
It really is, and it's the energy that develops within the event all in itself. And seeing people you haven't seen for at least 6 months or a year, and some of the best education happens literally when people get together and they start sharing, "Hey, this is happening. Have you ever had that happen? And what do you do?" And it isn't just the events that are organized by the organizers of the event. It's the
Yep.
side events that go on that really make it worthwhile as well.
Yep.
This year, as everybody knows, there are two experience events each year. The first next one coming up April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. Registration is open now. Get sign up to be an attendee and be at this event. Early bird rates go until the 31st of January. rnrmagonline.com, our website. That's where you can find all the event information and sign up yourself. So let's talk about some memories, Barry. I know we talked a little bit off camera. Any
Oh yeah.
things you want to discuss or point out that we should know to the people?
Oh gosh. Well, let's see. I'm going to look at it. I put some trivia questions here and stuff. In fact, like I said, in 1999, the first show that happened was well, let's step back even further than that. Prior to the connections and or the experience being developed, associations used to have their own mini conventions. I remember John Masuri, who was Ohio Steamway, Dick Hook out of Michigan. These gentlemen were the pioneers of doing schools in our industry, and the various associations would put on their own convention. Well, think as a vendor now. You've spent an awful lot of money to support the association, their convention, but you only have an audience of about 50 people for traffic. Well, when you look at the ROI on that, it's not very nice, but yet the vendors were always there to support the associations. And I was so impressed. So four associations, some history here, four associations came together. They met, and that birthed the first connections in 1999 at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas. From that, it grew into a bigger amoeba with lots more pseudopodia sticking out there. And then there was a change in guard. Larry Cooper came in. He was managing the Connections events, but then they switched and it became the Experience with Meetings and Events running it. And from there, history's in its wake here. But I think some of the greatest memories, well, there were times when sadly people passed away. And during that event, people celebrated the life of those people. Some real icons of our industry, Cy Gant, for instance, from the carpet industry itself. He was on the board of the IICRC as well. And Tom Hill once told me, when Cy speaks, be quiet and listen. This is a man of great knowledge. We also had celebrations of Bill Yaden and Colleen's anniversary at one of them. But then we also had retirements when Jeff Bishop retired, Tom Hill, his wife Carol Lee, Lindsay Barlow, they all retired. We also had a celebration during the event for these people. So if you didn't know the people in the background that actually ran our industry, you had a chance to meet them up front, personal. And some of the events, oh my God, the first Flood House, and we always made it a show. We had this one time. A set of stairs. We had a toilet up at the top and two 55-gallon buckets of water waiting that nobody could see behind the curtain. You know, it's like the Wizard of Oz here. And we hired a person who went up the stairs in a bathrobe and he's singing. He was all mic'd up. He's singing. This is how we allowed people into the trade show. They walk over, they're watching this guy just hamming it up like crazy. He sat down on the toilet broke. He fell down the stairs because he was a professional. All the water's coming with him, and that's how we introduced the Flood House. So we've always tried to have a great time with people and set the tone of it isn't just education, guys. You know, we work our tails off. Let's get together. Let's have a great time. Let's have a party. And yeah, let's learn too while we're at it.
Mhm.
When was that? When was the first Flood House?
Where was the first flood house? You would ask me that. I think it was. I think it was at the Hilton. Okay,
Mhm.
because we in the order we went from the Luxor to the Riviera. The
Mhm.
Riviera was always known as being smoky. We didn't really like that
It's a
place.
lot.
Vouch for
So
that.
we were there
Yeah.
once. Then the Hilton, Las Vegas Hilton. Then we went to the Mirage, Paris, and now we're at Caesar's Forum, as we will
Mhm.
be in September.
Yeah.
I think it's what are the dates, Mike, for September? Is it
September 4th through the 6th, the day
yeah,
after
4 to 6,
Labor Day.
yeah. And it's going to be at the same location as we were last year. But there's been a flood house at every one of those events in Vegas, starting with the Hilton, at least, and we've had it ever since. And then even the pavilions have increased in size. We've
Mhm.
had vendors like Phoenix and Normie building their things. Clean Right in the center field of the trade show would do some hands-on. So, everyone wants hands-on. Well, come to the show.
Yeah.
You're going to get plenty.
That's
Well,
the
that's-
experience. That's the
Yeah, that's-
experience.
Well,
That
you
has
know what?
been-
I'm going to step back. I hope you don't mind me dominating here for a second.
No, please
You
do.
you asked about a memorable time that it all of a sudden clicked. It was really interesting. In fact, I sent you a few files of the history of the event. At the Hilton, up on the 28th floor, there were three, huge rooms. They were the best rooms in the hotel. And we didn't I interviewed the Hilton staff to find out if they had some problems with their carpets that could be fixed.
Mhm.
So they sent me a bunch, and we actually took a crew of people during the event, went up and did live repairs on their carpet. And I had people who have never touched the tools before doing these repairs, sweating bullets. But I told them, no matter what you do, I can undo it and fix it. So I'm not worried about that. But the Hilton got a couple $1,000s worth of free repairs by allowing us to use their facility live. And we did that also in Clearwater Beach and a bunch of places where they were getting free repairs, free carpet cleaning and things, getting people to actually do their trade in the building, surrounded by experts in the field to kind of give them some hints or tricks of the trade to solve some problems. So that was
is
really fun.
amazing.
That was
It
really
is
fun.
amazing.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Off camera, before we started, you were telling me a story about Clearwater also about, and we were discussing how it's just everybody loved going there, but we just got too big. And
Yeah.
but you said something about when the flood was going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Oh, Clearwater Beach, Florida. Everybody loved the white sand and the camaraderie ship. And isn't it great that a show outgrows the venue? But every single year, we knew that at some time during the event, we were going to have a water damage in the trade show because Florida, obviously, towels required 24/7, but you always had rain in the early afternoon, late afternoon, and we would have a crew every year have to dry out a portion of the trade show, which was in the garage below the hotel, and it would flood out annually. So we already, by the second time it happened, we already lined up, okay, you're going to supply the air movers, you're bringing the truck. But we had a crew ready to go.
Yeah, if only there were people that knew how to dry and clean and restore here. Oh wait, everybody.
You might think there'd be a few,
Perfect.
but go figure. We're going to teach about this, and we got live activity with it.
Yeah.
But the sign of a good show is when things go on in the background that aren't planned for, but the participants never know about it. So you're hearing about it now because we never let people know that the place got water damage. You had a crew down there drying it up overnight and things like this, but because that happens in shows. And R&R, you guys are going to do awesome. Look, little tidbits of things are going to come up and you just deal with them. You move on and you always have a smile on your face.
We appreciate that, Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. We went into this whole situation. It's been about a year now since we've been working with the Coopers and now our own. And with our team, we instructed everybody. We don't even know close to everything. In fact, let's learn everything we can as long as we can and keep learning. And that's not just an experience thing. That's in life, right? You
Yeah,
got
you know what? You never stop learning. The moment you do,
Right.
you should be 6 feet under.
Yeah.
And what
Exactly.
you know what's exciting about this, Mike and Mildred, is that Larry, Trina, Jennifer, Jill, the whole staff, they were a phenomenal group, a phenomenal team, fun friends. They're more my family than sometimes my family,
Yeah.
and we absolutely enjoyed working together. But Ralph Bloss said, "Change is inevitable, growth is optional." And I
Mhm.
think Walt Disney was quoted as saying the same thing. Of course, I'll give Ralph credit,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
bottom line, folks, now that R&R has the show, I can't wait to see what's going to come now. I mean, new ideas, expansion of what R&R brings to the show. The sky's like the limit of how this can evolve into something that, like every year, kept evolving to get better and better and better. I think the Coopers simply handed the baton to you and said, keep it going, baby, because we worked hard to bring it to here, and no one wants to see their baby fall apart,
Fail.
even in business. When you sell your company, you don't want to see it to go in the hole. You want to see it grow. And that's why I'm here helping. Sean's helping. A lot of the people that have helped the Coopers are here helping because it's about the show.
Yep.
We loved working with our friends, but it's about the show. It's about giving back to the industry, which is the first statement you said about giving back.
Mhm.
So let's keep this puppy rolling, and I can't wait to see the ideas you guys come up with.
We're doing our best. It's definitely, we're walking a tightrope on. We want some new ideas. We definitely want to continue with the great traditions that were given to
That's
us
right.
too.
That's right.
And then that's okay. Then that's why, as you mentioned, every year was new ideas coming from the Coopers and whatnot. We're going to try things like that as well. But
Yeah.
you'll see floods. You'll see cleaning areas. We'll see the whole. Trust me. Like I remember talking to Normie last year on the floor, and people are like,
Yep.
"Oh, they're going to change the name." They're like, no, come on, we're not going to do any of that.
No,
we're just
no.
going to take what's working and go. Let me ask you something, Barry.
Yeah.
It's been ingrained into me for last year that hands-on is the key to this, and that's the one thing that differentiates the experience from everything else. What are other reasons that you would know people would be, in addition to that people need to get to experience events, either of them?
Well, you know what? It's actually great that you asked that, because when you look back at the days of the Riviera, the first shows, it was mainly about cleaning. And then restoration, especially water, with the writing of S500. In fact, we had a session where we had the consensus body members at the show, and a good 3-hour program reviewing the new standard. And people in the audience could ask questions to the actual writers of why it says what it says, blah, 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 blah. And the doors were wide open. Well, at that point, the show then expanded from cleaning to add a lot of restoration. And then it kept adding more and more and more until Larry came up with the tracks of management, cleaning, restoration, remediation. Jeff Jones comes in. Abra came in before Jeff many years ago to do a biohazard situation, but Jeff came in and just wowed everyone with a microbial warrior presentation. And then we tried the cage. And it sounds like the cage.
Yeah, not familiar.
Well,
we need to hear about this.
In this cage, we had like a 3-ring circus, a center area, like a circus, outside areas, and there were multiple activities going on at the same time. Then we added contests to it. So yeah, the continual evolution, but hands-on is what everyone wants to have. And what R&R is going to be able to bring, I believe, is you're connected with many more industries outside of cleaning, restoration. You're connected with the installation community. You're connected in so many venues that, and a lot of us, like I said, I grew up installing carpet, not cleaning it. We started cleaning in 1970. So what I think R&R is going to be able to do, like Larry and Trina were doing, and Jennifer, expanding the tracks, is you're going to theoretically be able to continue to expand the tracks as to what is hot in the industry right now. Case in point, World Floor Covering Association and CFI. their number one challenge is getting people to become carpet installers,
Mhm.
flooring installers. You can make all the greatest materials in the world, but if you don't have a workforce to install it, what good is making it? So CFI, I just noticed again, they've got for 100 people, they're putting out they're giving people tuition to training for the first 100 people. So that's an example. And you guys with your magazine, you're so connected with so many groups and people. Larry's big thing was he always wanted to keep expanding the science, expanding the knowledge, and look at the opportunities R&R has right now with the connections you have with people that have never been to the experience. So
Yep.
it's always nice to have new speakers, new concepts, new thoughts. And that's why I'm so excited about the baton being handed to you guys, that it's going to be successful. It can't fail. With that positive energy and the outreach you have, let's make it happen.
Yeah.
That's
We
great.
won't let it.
You know, it's all year long. Mildred and I have been talking, and we've been talking to our coworkers and the industry about, you know, we got to find a way to usher in the next generation. And every time I start talking about that, I feel like some of our veteran people give me, "What do you mean?" I go, and I have to pull out my AARP card. I go, "No, I don't need to." That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to be the mentor to the next generation. Bring them in.
Sure.
And I talked to Jeff Jones and some other people who speak almost every time about our experiences, and said maybe we'll wait till Las Vegas. Let's get a couple new people, and there's new ideas and new things in here, and I want to make sure they're not offended, and they get it completely. We need them around, like you and me and Jeff and all those people.
So, well, like you said, the constant expansion. Normie brought in a Spanish track for those that Espanol is their primary language. And you're absolutely correct, Michael. We have new people come in that aren't seasoned veterans in the industry. This show to them is one huge, I'm lost. It's kind of like surface. I'm lost. There's so many things going on. So some guidance for them to say, hey, welcome into the industry. We recommend you do this. If you've never done this work, we've got from the basics to the most seasoned veterans activities going on. Mm-hmm. And where do you fit? And maybe a mentor program where you have people that'll tag along with these people to get them introduced to other people out there. I mean, it goes with the name, connections initially, and what an experience. And we want that to always be a positive, formidable experience for people.
That's wonderful. Mildred, any questions?
No, definitely not.
On the spot?
No questions. No questions. I've already asked a couple of questions that I had.
April 3rd.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
No,
April 3rd to the 5th. April 3rd to the 5th, Chattanooga Convention Center, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Spell out rmagonline.com. That's our website. I wish I could change that, but that's okay. That's our URL.
That's it.
That's okay. We'll have links and we'll go to it. So early bird rates until the 1st of January. This is great. Barry will be there. Mildred will be there. I'll be there. We're all going to be there. Why don't you? What's keeping you from coming? We're going to have a good time. I think that we're doing as a... Go ahead.
Yeah, no, listen, Barry. I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it at all. It should be a great time. And for everyone listening to this podcast, unless you've been involved at this level of organizing an event like this, you have no clue the energy and work that goes in. So it's exciting to work with this new family that I'm with right now. The Coopers, I want to be a Cooper because they brought all their grandkids to Annie, and that had to cost an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
But you know what? I love Larry and Trina, and Larry's like my brother, and it's so nice because look, we're not getting younger, we're getting older. His focus right now is on his kids, his grandkids, where it should be. And they're still active. They've got a new venture they're opening up with wellness and health. And it's only going to succeed for them as well, just like this baton is going to succeed with R&R. So thanks for allowing me to play with you guys in the event. Hopefully I bring a little seasoning of experience that I can, hey, that's a great idea. No, we already did that. Yep. Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah,
But you
no,
know
we
what?
need
It
you.
might
Yeah, we
work
need your.
this time.
I've told you 100 times we need your brain very badly.
Oh,
So
oh
it's like
God.
a scarecrow occasionally over here. But I got a trick question I'll leave you with. This is a hard one for somebody of your stature, but do you have a favorite experience moment that you can think of? What that was quite funny or whatever. I'll never forget that.
Wow.
I know
Um,
I should have warned you about that
well, you
one.
know what? Yeah, I have to be selfish for once in my life, okay? Because um, 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 Clean Facts did an article and asked 4 questions, and it was all about giving. But I'm going to take the moment to receive at this moment. I think the biggest moment for me, we had just lost our daughter to cancer, Kim, back in the year 2000. And in the background, there was so much activity going on with not only the staff, uh, but the convention itself, the vendors, friends, colleagues. We raised $28,000 for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society during that event. And my heart was so touched. And I put together a PowerPoint presentation for my daughter's funeral, and they allowed me to actually present it at the experience. And I started crying. I just told everybody, "You're my family. You're my family." And so with Chattanooga and Vegas, hey, I want to see my family because none of us know when it's going to be our turn next. So wouldn't it be a shame that we missed that opportunity to be together again and tell people I love you, tell people let's support each other, let's make a difference in the world. And as my daughter would say, her fifth life lesson, touch as many lives as you can. And when she said those words, she was staring at her dad. So she basically told me what my purpose of being on the earth is. And I appreciate you allowing me to share this because this is how open I try to be with everyone. And if it's positive, I hope it rubs off. If it's negative, then I'm so sorry because it is what it is. I am who I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. And, but I really, really want things to go so positive for everybody. And together we have so much more power. So I'll see you all in Tennessee and Vegas. Let's party hard and let's work hard.
Yeah, you have my word. That's what we're going to do. And thank you for sharing that with all of us, Barry. Really, just being around you, you exude positivity and optimism, and so I'm glad you took the time to join us today and be a part of the show, being part of the events in general. It's just a huge, really, really thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think that's it. I think that's episode 2 is in the can, as they say in the industry. Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. I'm Mike Balzano, Mildred Ingram, and our guest, Barry Costa. We'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Take care.
On today's program, this GBAC TV Industry Alert, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, the Division of ISSA. Gavin, you look healthy. How are you today?
Oh, Jeff, couldn't be better. It's spring and we're doing great.
Yes. Now, Gavin, I wonder if you're so healthy because you know how to use cleaning products appropriately.
Well, Jeff, what if I told you that I knew that 90% of the cleaning workers that we trained through our Cleaning for Health workshops last year could not recall one cleaning ingredient that was in the cleaning product they used?
I would say that's not too surprising, but here's the thing, Gavin. I think our cleaning professionals, they do their work, they know what they're doing. They might not think about those products, they trust the manufacturer, or they know the products work and they want simple. Tell us, I know you have an article coming up in a publication ISSA produces about this topic. Why is this important?
Because I think, Jeff, in the industry, the cleaning industry, when we learn something, when we have real data, real information, we just can't ignore it. We've got to act on it. And, you know, Dyke Hoffman, Dave Mora, Jim Manus, and myself, we ran 54 in-person Cleaning for Health workshops in 2023. We trained 893 essential cleaning professionals and 90% or 804 workers could tell us the cleaning product they use. That's where that's really important. But they could not tell us, Jeff, the ingredients, the chemicals in those products. And that's a real big health and safety issue, but also an efficacy issue. What products and due to their ingredients work on what surfaces.
I agree with that. I'm looking at your article now that people will be soon reading. You talk about surfactants, solvents, builders, enzymes, biological additives. Sounds like a science class to me. So tell us what the cleaner should know about the products they're using and where to get that information.
That's a great question, Jeff, because, the use of cleaning products, not just by the industry, the cleaning professionals, but by everyone, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Cleaning products work because they contain certain chemical ingredients. And the challenge we have is that we need to formalize our training, our programs, our education programs to at least ensure, and this is where we really want cleaning professionals to really understand why that we're calling them professionals is because they know how the products work, they know what the ingredients do, and it's not just by looking at the label, the safety data sheet, it's by understanding that little bit. You're right, it's a little bit of chemistry, Jeff, but understanding how a solvent works, a surfactant, a builder, an enzyme, a chelate, or a preservative, why are they in the products that we use, why they're important, and how to use them safely and, again, clean for health.
So thinking about that, what actions do you want our viewers to take moving forward? What should they do? Wrap it up for us.
Well, really important, Jeff. We went through in our Clean for Health workshops, the 54 that we ran. We talked to people about the labels. We talked about the safety data sheets. We said, if I said to you, Jeff, this chemical is considered hazardous, what do you do? This product causes burns to eyes, skin, and mucous membranes. This product has to be used and you need to ensure adequate ventilation. Or you need to use personal protective equipment, and it always says as required. Or maybe, for example, it's very toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. All that needs to be understood. What are the actions we take when we know a little bit more knowledge than what we've got now on the cleaning ingredients we have in cleaning products? And then more importantly, Jeff, that critical next step, how to make informed choices. And that's where the ISSA has partnered with Penn State College of Medicine, with Dr. Rebecca Bascom, with the City of New York School of Medicine, Dr. Omrana Pashat-Razak, on a 2-year project on making safer choices, where we're going to develop a practical toolkit to ensure that we can increase the knowledge, the demand, and use of cleaning products, and so that people understand how the ingredients work, how to use them safely, how to use them effectively, but also how to talk about the ingredients we use in cleaning products as professionals.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, But the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Okay, we have reached the last interview of the day. I think. I never know. Somebody else may walk up and we'll be doing another interview, but this is the last scheduled interview. Let's go with that. So I want to introduce Vlad, and I'm going to let you completely introduce and tell everybody about yourself because you have kind of a unique business model. So go for it.
Thank you, Lance. Yeah, my company is called Restoration Inbound. We started working with mold remediation companies years ago, like 5 years ago, actually. It's when I got my first mold client, and I didn't know nothing about the industry. And then basically after a while, I discovered actually there's a bigger industry than just mold, and it's restoration. And there's something I call the big four, which is mold, water, fire, and bio are kind of the main four people do. And there's all sorts. And I've just been learning as much as I could. And we've tried all sorts of different models, everything from pay per lead to, monthly agency models in terms of marketing. And we're just here to help people grow. I like to say I want to be a scientist of helping restoration companies grow. And so I'm always looking to learn.
So you more of a marketing company?
Yes, sir. Yep. Marketing. We like to consult people on the sales side. We like to connect people to estimators, et cetera. But marketing is where we specialize in, especially
you're
Google.
like facilitating the whole process.
Mhm.
But on the marketing side, are you actually taking over the marketing and doing it for individual companies so they would become your clients?
Correct. Yep. We go in and we optimize the website. We've actually built some AI to help optimize the websites even now, which is exciting. We can get to that. And then, we run the ads, we, write the content, social media, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we talked just before we went on here about right now we're broadcasting live over 11 different platforms, several social media platforms, and the rest of streaming TV. And we found that works, putting it out all over the place so people can get it in the flavor they want it. And I'm assuming that's kind of what you're doing.
That's exactly it, actually. What I've noticed, Lance, and I'm sure you've experienced this as well, right? There's different audiences, and also state to state, depending on the restoration remediation business, different marketing channels will have different levels of success. So, even in some regions, some people like to use Angie's more. In other regions, they like to use more Google, Service Direct, et cetera. So we actually like to look at the whole gamut of options and then find what's best for the company in the region and the market as well.
Do you work with reviews also?
Yes. Reviews are so what's interesting is, right, you'll hear a lot of people talk about how they're a marketing company and how you should be marketing, et cetera. The biggest thing I think a lot of people don't talk about is how you got to position yourself to be marketable first. You gave, Lance, you gave a great presentation on how you've got to think about marketing outside the box, right? One thing you got to think about is differentiation. And I think reviews are one of the best ways you can do that by getting as many reviews as you can. A lot of people don't talk about reviews enough, in my opinion. They just start the campaign and they don't have the groundwork set.
Right. Well, the presentation I did the other day, I think you were in there for that. Yeah. I talked about you can market to a population and you're going to get all kinds of clicks, but if you're not getting anything beyond the click, you're marketing to the wrong group. These aren't the buyers or the people really interested in your service. Something just caught their eye and they're going there. That costs you money.
Yes, exactly. Right. And a lot of times people don't do the groundwork well enough to actually get ready to convert the buyer. They don't know where those clicks are going. They don't know how to retain the clicks. And then most of all, actually, the thing also we find is that people who don't have a lot of reviews, that also means they probably don't have a process after when they get the client actually and following up. That's a whole different thing. We found that some clients that are great at sales, we can even do a worse marketing job and they'll still make even more money because they're just better at the sales side. Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. And truthfully, the marketing piece of it is what I think we are the weakest at in this industry. because we have people that are very passionate about the cleaning side of it, the restoration side of it. But when it comes to that concept of marketing, it's not a face-to-face marketing. It's face to region, face to area. And you need to know how to do that and navigate it. And it keeps changing.
Yeah.
As soon as you figure out, Google's changed the analytics again.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Google has changed it. They just rolled out Google Analytics 4 this year, right? So Google is constantly changing, and Google now is obviously with AI, right? They're scared that things are going to change. People actually found us through AI now, so people are searching through AI, and I imagine in a couple of years, people are going to be finding mold and remediation and restoration projects through AI as well, without a doubt. Now that it can give you even more customized answers.
Well, I knew we were in trouble a few years ago and I think I mentioned this to somebody earlier. In my office, I have an Alexa device.
Yeah.
Next to Alexa, I also have one of the Google devices.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how I phrase it, I can get them to talk to each other.
Oh, man.
Google, say hello to Alexa. Hello,
Yeah.
Alexa. How are you? I'm fine.
Yeah.
And they start conversing. I'm like, I got two robots talking in my office. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But that's AI, and it's becoming more and more entwined in everything that we do now.
Yeah, one of my favorite sayings about AI is if the internet was about information, AI is about action. And that's the one thing AI is going to get better and better at every year, is making everything more actionable when it comes to writing content, when it comes to people searching in a much more specified way, right? And it's scary for people like me who know Google so well and have mastered, getting, 10x, 20x returns on Google, because, the CEO, Sam Altman of OpenAI, he says, who wants to look at 10 blue links with advertising everywhere, right? People would rather have much more personalized searches. But that's part of the industry. It's part of the game. And it's actually what makes it exciting for me, believe it or not, is that things are changing and you can always get a more competitive advantage.
So as far as the software and computer side, where do you see yourself? Are you like a front end guy? Are you a developer? Where are you in there?
Yeah, when it comes to marketing, we're definitely more back end, right? So we're definitely more lead generation. We're definitely more building things out, right? So we actually use some of these AI softwares and we integrated it. In fact, I can show you after this podcast what we're working on. Pretty cool stuff. We're actually starting to use AI vision right now to go through a website and actually tell you, simple updates that you should be making, such as the phone number, is too small. There's no clear call to action. Maybe the copyright is out of date. Maybe that there's bad texts, right? So like I said, AI is getting better and better at spotting areas of improvement, right? Eventually it's going to make, improvements for us. And eventually it's probably going to do everything for everybody, which is,
the latest thing now in NVIDIA, the leading AI chip manufacturers out there are cards. They're now talking about having AI. I'm trying to think of the wording that they use. I just saw a special on this where the AI itself is going to be enhancing itself. Up until recently, ChatGPT that was out there was only brought up to date of, I think it was 2022. That's where they stopped the educational process of it. Well, now it's going beyond that. The new chips are going to allow the cell phones and smart devices to run without the internet. That's the scary part, to have that much information localized on your device.
They're going to be self-learning. And so, we just went from ChatGPT 3.5 to ChatGPT 4. Once we get to 5, so it's not official yet, but from some of the interviews I've watched, one thing that the CEO hinted at was actually having it memorize your previous prompts to customize it even further to what you're doing. So it's going to be self-learning both from everybody else, was what it's doing today, and then also on your past history. And it's going to be even more powerful. So it's these are exciting times, and also a little scary.
It's exciting. I can see telling my phone to call my daughter, and it says, "No, I'm not going to do that now. She was angry with you at your last call." I said, "No. I really want to tell you, no. I think you should wait. I don't want to argue with my phone because AI is telling me things I should and shouldn't do." And we're not quite there yet, but that may not be such a leap from here.
No, 100%. You can, even today, you can use ChatGPT to talk to it, and it will talk back to you. You can use it for all sorts of advice, right? And that's just 4.0. And if you guys haven't checked out 4.0 and paid for it, I recommend you check it out. It's only $20 a month. I'm not paid to say that, right? So, but it's a great version, and 3.5 is free.
I'm using 4.0, so
Yeah, it's phenomenal. And then, so your listeners should check it out as well. And you can talk to it, and you can even start, you can give it a prompts, right? So you can give it a prompt of, hey, I'm thinking about X, right? Keep responding until I say that I think we've covered the topic well. So you can say something like, I'm thinking about giving a speech at, the Experience conference. I'm thinking about giving a speech on water remediation, right? What do you think the topic should be about? And then you just go back and forth with it. So there's all sorts of great stuff today where you can work with it. What we're talking about is, years later when it gets even more powerful, and who knows, right? It's gonna go from software to hardware, and that's when things really become
well, it's already happening.
Yeah.
There's I just saw it on I was watching something on TV, and they were showing a new AI robot that was actually built by one of the car manufacturers, not Honda. It's a foreign one.
Not Tesla?
No, wasn't Tesla. I can't remember the name, but it's one of the European car manufacturers. And this thing was terrifying. It had the look and movement of a person, but it was making its own decisions. Like if something was in its way, it would move it out of its way. It would recognize what was happening, what the person talking to it wanted. And this was in real time.
Yeah.
And, no, we're not at the Arnold Schwarzenegger style.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Everybody's talking about it.
Of course they are. But, it's something that we can't hide from either. We need to embrace it. We need to understand it. And we need to make sure it doesn't get out of control.
Yeah, 100%. I think embracing it is the first move, because once you embrace it, then you can understand it. And once you understand it, then you can make sure it doesn't get out of control. And I would recommend everybody out there you could use, first of all, you can use AI to write content for you, right? If you have different ideas, one of my favorite things is you write down the top 10 questions you wish your clients already had the answer to, right? You can have AI write all the answers, right? And then you edit it, right? But basically, once you get past those basics, right, we're talking about the next level, and it's just speeding up ahead. It's ChatGPT, by the way, officially is only 1 year old, right? So that's the crazy part. The good news is today, still sources like people are still Googling, right? So Google is still a very powerful source, right? And so this stuff is still fairly predictable, and you still can get great returns. I think what's going to happen is the competition level is going to start getting smaller and smaller, and it's just going to be a lot higher stakes, so to speak, as time goes on, because I don't think people want 10 different solutions, right?
Right.
People probably want maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3 companies max, right?
Well, I know I've talked with a lot of people, and even some of the people here from my presentation on marketing, and they're like, oh, I'm not dealing with AI. It doesn't get involved with what I do. They're so wrong.
Yeah, 100%.
A simple example is, again, an Alexa device. You ask it a question about snowblowers, and 10 minutes later, you pick up your phone and all you see is ads about snowblowers and shovels.
Yep. We're targeting.
Now, that's not a coincidence.
No,
That's happening because someplace out there in the mist, Alexa knew that information. It was translated or transferred someplace, and now you're being given that information based on what you were requesting. So it's all connected.
Yeah, 100%. And you're talking about retargeting, right? And so most likely, right, you've been tagged on a pixel, and basically, as time goes on, right, what's going to end up happening is hopefully these answers are going to get better and better and better. And that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping for the side of good, right? As these things become more customized for our preference, right? Not more customized for these AI companies, which have, insane amounts of power. But what's even cooler also now that I've just seen, because I go to some of these, I'm from Seattle, right? And ChatGPT, OpenAI actually is Microsoft's, from Seattle. So basically they have some AI conferences and tech events over there. They've even got smart devices now that will use AI to talk, like toys even, right? And they can talk to children, right? Forget about, having a little, Toys R Us Woody doll where you pull on a string and it says something. It just goes back and forth all day. So this stuff you can integrate with whatever you want. You can have little marketing materials out there about your company, and it can educate people, right? So I'm excited for these types of things that are really on the cutting edge.
Are you familiar with SoundHound?
Tell me more.
SoundHound is a company that is running all AI. but they just contracted with, I believe it was White Castle, Chick-fil-A, and
Oh, yes, yes, I have heard of them. Yes.
and they are doing all of the now online, not online, on-site ordering at the drive-ups.
Yes, yes, for
You're talking
drive-throughs.
to AI,
Yes.
and they're processing your orders.
Yes.
And that's just the latest thing that's out there. You don't have a choice. You're now
Yeah.
going to interact with artificial intelligence just to order a chicken sandwich.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes. And there's another company called Donuts that's on the rise that does something similar to that.
Mhm.
That's going to democratize it. They're also working on AI for just your front desk, just an admin, right? You call, right? They'll reroute different calls. So this stuff, I think, a year from now is going to be closer than ever. I think maybe even a couple of years we'll start seeing it more and more and more.
So
Yeah.
now that you educated and terrified people watching this, how can they get in touch with you if they want to go to your website?
Yeah, restorationinbound.com. You can see our clients' testimonial videos. You've got contact information on there, or you can find me, Vlad McCutcheon on LinkedIn. I'm happy to help. The first thing I like to do is I really like to mastermind with other people and connect them to different resources. I don't think, we don't like a cookie cutter approach. So I really think that based on different people's goals, geographies of where they're located, that's how we like to tailor campaigns. Even Google ads are not for everybody, right? Et cetera. So yeah, that's how you can get in touch with me. Just go to restorationinbound.com.
I appreciate you taking the time.
Always an honor. Thank you
Take
so
care.
much.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Normie Recertification Training. Today is October 8th, 2024. I want to welcome everybody to the room. For those of you that are here with us, just about every training that we do, you'll notice we did a little bit of a different start today. We didn't have a countdown clock. We just brought our guests right into the room so we could get started right on time. So I want to welcome Gavin. You all know Dr. Gavin, and Mason. And I'm going to let these guys talk about themselves in a moment, but a little bit of housekeeping I want to take care of here first. And Doug, I don't know if you had any announcements you wanted to start off with?
Well, I suspect that Tim will probably announce the classes that are coming up, but we did get Best Living Systems moved into its new location. We're shipping out, which is really great, and the new affiliate program is up and running. So if you're interested in air purification, air filtration, testing, remediation products, we're rocking, ready to go.
Thank you, Doug. And I wanted to start off with these announcements first to get this all out of the way, because it's a very serious situation going on, which we're going to be talking about. And I don't want to go to announcements after all of that. So we're just going to get that out of the way now. So Tim, you want to let us know what's going on with some classes?
Yeah, we've got several classes coming up here for the fourth quarter, beginning in a couple of weeks in Covington, Louisiana. We've got the NCRSI NCMP class on the 23rd through the 25th. This is an advanced remediation class, specifically for those who are dealing with sensitized individuals. Really, really important class because, as we know, that the population is growing. And somebody who's probably sensitized. So if you're looking to expand your business, looking to be able to help those who have difficulty finding help, this is the class for you. Also, if you are looking to become a Normie Pro, if you want the Normie Pro designation, this is a class you want to take. The 23rd through the 25th in Covington, Louisiana. We've got a couple of CMA, CMR classes coming up here in the near future, the 6th through the 8th of November in Covington, Louisiana, CMA, CMR basic certification class and basic licensing class for the state of Florida, state of Louisiana, Washington, D.C., covers most of the states except New York and Texas, and certainly a nationwide certification for those states that don't offer licensing. That's in Covington, the 6th through the 8th of November, and then we have one in Florida in the Tampa area. We were going to have it at the Bilmar Beach Resort, but of course, because of Hurricane Helene, they are experiencing some pretty incredible difficulties. I haven't heard back from them yet as to whether they plan on being ready by then. But if not, we will have another location announced when that is up. And that is in December the 10th through the 12th, December 10th through 12th. So look for those classes on your calendar, training.normie.org or besttrainingschool.com.
Lance, could I make a comment about that if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think one of the things that people have always asked is about these hurricanes The state of Florida does not and has not traditionally suspended their licensing law, which means those guys that are in the field that are doing assessments and remediation projects, water mitigation projects, need to be licensed by the state. And that's one of the reasons why we're having this class here at Covington, and then another one in Florida the first week in December. So if you guys have any interest at all in working in the state of Florida, disaster recovery in terms of dealing with mold remediation or water mitigation, you need to be licensed. We can show you how to do that in 3 days. And one of the cool things about this is that once you make application to the state, you're considered licensed. So even if it takes them 3 to 6 weeks to actually get you a license, they know that's on them, and their delay is not your issue, and it's not the client's issue. So it's really important if you plan on doing any work in the Florida area as a result of the hurricane that you get licensed.
Doug, so when you run a course December 10th and 12th, that must include a Normie mandatory Christmas party. Is that correct?
It does. How did you get?
I might come to that training.
And someplace great to eat. Maybe even char-grilled oysters there.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to be at the hotel on the beach. It's one of my favorite places to be. Unfortunately, they took a lot of damage and they're right in the line of fire again. So let's hope that they fare this pretty well. We've been at that hotel through a hurricane, and it was, I think, a Cat 1 when we were there.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, we were surrounded by water. It was, it was intense to go through that at a Cat 1. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. Hopefully,
we had a very nice room.
Yes, I'm still not sure why we were up on the top floor in a room surrounded by glass during a Cat 1 hurricane, but yes,
it worked out.
Yeah, it was a good place to be. All right, I want to get going with this. We're making a little light of this, but it's a really serious situation that we're dealing with right now. Helene just went through tremendous amount of damage. The cleanup effort alone from Helene with piling all the debris out in the streets to be cleaned up is creating another hazard that really wasn't foreseen with a hurricane coming in right behind it. We're talking about projectiles of refrigerators, if you want to call it that, TVs, whatever else is thrown out there. So if you're in any of these areas, keep that in mind, that, all the stuff piled out in front of your house now could become something that causes a lot of damage. If you think about it, when a storm's coming, you're out there bringing your chairs in and trying to secure everything in your yards, and now you've piled all this debris, sharp edges, lumber, and everything else. So be cautious of that. All right, we have two guests in the room, two completely different, I guess, verticals that they work in. And Mason, I want to start with you because I've met you at the experience. I've talked with your daughter quite a bit. We actually taught some classes together, but I've never really talked a lot in detail with you. So could you tell us a little bit about you, who you are, what you do? Because the way that Becky was describing it to me is very interesting, the model that you follow.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. So I've been in the business a long time. Barry Costa was my first instructor in '94. It was March. So I've been in the industry a long time. My IICOC number is 22,000 or something. So you kind of go back with that. But long story short, I'm excited to be here today. And what you brought up a second ago with all the debris in the street and all that happening, that also brings another one for us first responders to go in there and extract and do work. It's going to be really ugly. I just got back from the Carolinas and I had 2 nails in my tires and everything. And I'm leaving tonight to go to Tampa. So I totally get what you're talking about. And I agree with you. I'm glad you brought that up. My background's kind of interesting. I was known. I was a very successful carpet cleaning business that I got into restoration. I worked at a church, and guy came to do a flood, and he made more money than I did in 2 weeks. So I'm like, hey, I'm going to start restoration. And we had El Nino that year. And during that year, I was sucking up a rescue boat in the house and the rescue boat. And I was on Channel 7 ABC News, and I'm waving. And my wife called me on my brick cell phone and said, hey, don't be so happy. But there is different sides. It's really sad. Those storm drains weren't ready in California. They weren't ready, and all the debris was there. So a lot of streets and houses flooded. So what I kind of went into is after I started doing the carpet cleaning and the restoration, I got into a Ramsco and John Don, and I ended up being their #1 truck mount salesman, selling hundreds of truck mounts every year. And I built a network called Mason's Network, and now there's 9,000 members, and it's so big that I found a way to get everyone work. So when anyone, the Norming Pro members need 20, 40 truck mounts out there, I can be there. We've had up to 87 truck mounts I just did in Dallas. And we extracted 340,000 square feet in 7 hours. So I think it was 82 truck mounts. But so I'm really unique because I bring everyone together, and we're able to really learn and get more. Like the aspects, and we are completely different, Dr. Gavin and I. Dr. Gavin's more of the details and the fine and all that, which I love. I really learn from him every time I talk to him. But my side's more of the boots on the ground. Let's get the water out. Dr. Gavin's the long term. What are the microbials and the mold and all that? What can we do? Because that's a big problem. People think, hey, the water's out, the problem's gone, which it's not. But we're the first ones on the ground to clean out stuff and do stuff like that.
In the past, I've done interviews with David DeGroff, who I understand that you know. And from my understanding of what you've described to what you do, you're kind of like the next level above that technology-wise, where he provides manpower as just manpower. You're bringing in manpower, I guess, including him too, and the technology side.
Yeah, I'm more on the technology side because he's actually one of the labor companies we use. So I'm more on the techno. I do more. I have a map, and I can tell where everyone is and how much equipment there is. And in Alaska, I was at a restoration job after a tsunami came up there in 20 minutes. So I could cover I've covered everywhere but Hawaii so far. But I get a pretty good span because there's just a huge network of good guys, and they're able to do better and start learning about how to get certified and stuff. Like I just was watching your show last night, and I'm excited about you guys open up that education center in California, Anaheim, right? Yeah, yes. I can't wait. I want to be one of the first students. So unless you've already had students, so I'll be the third. But anyway, so yes, so I'm more on the technical. So we've gone to QVC, Amazon, all these big buildings, and we could be there. We've done 1.1 million square feet extraction, and there were 72 truck mounts there. And I think it was like 54 different companies.
Well, when I talked to Becky, your daughter, earlier, I kind of got a vision in my head because I had an idea what you do, but I wanted to hear you explain it. And we were talking about the Environmental Task Force. And we work with David DeGrom and his manpower also. If we need to pull manpower any place in the country, he can do that. It sounds like you would be the next piece that would be a perfect fit to work with us. And that's what we need to talk about after this. But I just wanted to put that out there so it's in both of our minds.
Yeah.
I want to get to Gavin in a minute, but I do want to hear a little bit about what you've seen working on the ground because of the previous hurricane that just went through.
Yeah, so I'm really unique. I'm normally on the ground. Like right now, I'm heading out right after this call, and my laundry's done. I just got back. I drove 17 hours from Asheville and North Carolina, Boone, North Carolina, Augusta. No one's talking about Augusta, but Augusta got hit really bad. They're going to lose power until the 12th. Half the city has power now. But so what I've seen boots on the ground, this is what I've seen when I go out there. Of course, you have roads you can't get there. There's people stranded. There's so many cars on the side of the road because all the debris and the nails. Then you also see cities and cities without lights. So that means those cities don't have pumps. If they do have pumps, you have to pay cash. There's just a whole different world that we live in that wasn't the same, right? Like I'm a door knocking fool. Well, you don't door knock anymore. Now you have pay-per-clicks, internet, Google, Zoom meetings. I remember when they came out with a fax machine, I was like, that's amazing, I guess
that's also assuming you have internet and power, which you don't.
You nailed it. So I went up to Asheville, and for 3-hour drive in, I had no internet, no power. Even my map on my phone did not work. Then when I came back 3 hours later, my phone started going nuts, like when you get off a plane. Ding, 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 ding. You bring up great one. That's where Starlink would help. I try to buy a Starlink and couldn't even get one right now. Local stores, you could probably get it on Amazon, but where was I going to be? Another issue is hotels. All the hotels are taken. So you have to drive 2.5, 3 hours to get a hotel. And if you're lucky, it's not $1,000 a night, you know? It goes on, and people don't think about the basics. Here's people are stranded in the hills without food and water. I tell you, Asheville is a great example. We boarded up some buildings. The only looting that I saw was a Dollar General store, and they looted for food. They didn't loot for TV. They didn't loot for anything else. They were stranded in the hill. No one could get in or out. And your heart breaks for those people, you know? I mean, materialistic means nothing to me. I mean, I've been married for 34 years. I have 3 wonderful kids. I have chickens and ducks and a goat. I've been very blessed there, but there's no value on them. I can rebuild. I want them. So the missing people up there are so sad, and the devastation. In Clearwater, we had crews trying to go over the bridge, and my crew was turned away because the police officer said, you can't come in until we get a body count. So we couldn't even get over the bridge to start extracting the hotels and all that and I couldn't believe the police officer said those words. But yeah, it was, and you think about, there's more than just what we're thinking. We have internet, right? We have phones. There's homeless people that don't know what's going on. And even if they did, they might mentally not. That's probably why they're homeless, right? There's so much going on in the world. You're homeless for many reasons, right? Addictions and mental and financial, everything. But maybe there was a homeless count. It's just, your heart breaks for all these people and their family members. It's devastation.
You know, back in May, just before hurricane season, we do a training just before June 1st. And now actually I hear they're thinking of moving hurricane season back to May 15th, but that's another decision they have to make.
Lance.
But we talk about things like this coming up. And we've gone through this several times throughout the summer, warning about people going into these areas becoming more of a burden on the area than help, because they don't know what they're doing. Doug, you had a comment? I think I cut you off.
I did. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what Mason said was really, really powerful to me, because I think what he said about these outlying areas that you don't even think about much, Augusta, for instance. I remember when Katrina hit, and we were here in New Orleans at the time that it hit. It took us 2.5 hours to drive north the day after the storm just to be able to find a gas station that was operating. And that was Vicksburg. And I think we forget all of these little towns around where the media has been in the big towns, basically, but all these small towns that nobody knows about, just devastated by this kind of storm. And so I appreciate so much what these guys do, and they realize the magnitude of it.
And you're right, Doug. When I went to New Orleans in 2005 for Hurricane Katrina response, it wasn't until day 11 that I got to Biloxi, and no one had told me about Biloxi.
Right, that's right.
We're all flat out overwhelmed in New Orleans with the floods and the wards and the bank that broke and the medical center we had to deal with, and also the shelter at the arena. And then suddenly said, oh no, tomorrow you got to go to Biloxi. What's Biloxi? I couldn't even spell it. We got down to Biloxi and I had no idea the destruction down there and the isolation of the people. And as Mason correctly said, right now, when we start to see these storms, these big events, connectivity is an issue. If we can't connect, we don't have the skills to get out a paper map and read a paper map anymore. We don't have the skills to communicate without connection. And as Mason said, I'm in an area where I had nothing, had to go back to first principles. And then when I left the area, my phone went crazy. And that's what we're going to find in Florida within about 36 hours.
Well, and truthfully, a map is very difficult if you don't have GPS. I know when we left here, if it had not been for the locals using their chainsaws, I'm not sure we could have found the roads.
Yeah, Doug, when you came up here after Hurricane Sandy came through and we toured the coast, I mean, it was just devastation all over the place. We hit certain areas where they had state police cordoning off the areas that if you didn't have a local address, you weren't going beyond that point. Right. So any contractors coming in, they just couldn't do any work. But the point I was trying to get to before was we keep telling our people, we know you want to go do work. We know you want to help. But if you're not invited in, don't go. The resources in those areas cannot support more people coming in just to be there. If you're there, you need to be there working. You know,
I was talking to someone just yesterday about going. They were heading from California on their way to Florida, and I said, "Where are you going to stay?" And he said, "I don't know. Probably in my car." I said, "Probably if you're lucky." So,
well, yeah, we've been doing this for 10 plus years. We bring a generator and get an Airbnb and power it up. But you're right. I think you said don't come and not invited. That's like looky-loos. Guys, if you come down, come for a mission, a purpose, like a business plan, you know, I mean, there's so much more in everything. But they're coming down just looking, taking up the gas stations, the food, the hotels, the hard workers. In Lake Charles, it was 3 years ago, I believe. In Lake Charles, a hurricane hit the same town 3 times. We had to drive 2.5 hours each time to hotels because all the hotels were torn apart. The first hurricane, I believe, was a category 4, and it did damage to roofs, but no rain followed. Then right after that, the rainstorm came and no one covered up the roofs in time. So, and we flat tires. I can't tell you how many. I just got, like I told you, 2 nails in my tire right now, driving over branches. Javier was driving in the Carolinas and power lines were down and they were trying to get around power lines. So there's a lot more chainsaws like you're talking about. Don't just come on that. But being a professional, I believe I'm a professional. I rate myself that. We always stay on the weak side of the storm. Well, guess what? That storm moves. And a couple years ago, it was 2 years ago in Baton Rouge, a storm turned and it went right over our hotel. No power, no food. And I never booked the first floor. A few years ago, before that, around 3-4 years ago, I was in Kenner by the airport, and they said they had a generator. Well, the generator only powered up the lights, the emergency lights. So everyone's in their car trying to charge their phones and no food. So that's when the AT&T cell phone towers went down, and we had to go to Lafayette to get Verizon and T-Mobile. The only guy with us, he had like a Cricket or a T-Mobile phone worked. All of us had AT&T and Verizon, and nothing worked, but his did. But yeah, you're right. I think you bring up a great point. If you're going to come for a mission, find groups. There's plenty up there. What do you say? Normie Pro. Find people out there and come with a purpose and help. And, and don't gouge. Gas stations, they get in trouble if they gouge. Come here and really help. I mean, really help. And there's nothing wrong with making a living. But, you've got to open up your heart too.
Gavin talks about that a lot with getting paid and stuff, working on these disaster sites, and that comes afterwards. And there's a way to do that, and you have to do it the right way. However, that shouldn't be the focus up front. And you don't want to go into those areas, and I use the term uninvited, and maybe that's not correct, but without the proper training, equipment, and everything else, because then you fall into 2 categories, a victim or a survivor. And they don't need any more of those in those areas. They need helpers. Not more to the problem. So, Gavin, what do you got on this as far as some of the stuff that happens from the exposure as we go forward a day or 2 or 6 out?
Well, I think you and I have had a couple of phone calls already today, Lance. I had a bad day in the office. And I had probably 3 meetings here in Washington, D.C. with different government agencies and entities trying to promote our profession as professionals. And I went downtown today, my first meeting over at Homeland Security with the IRCRC standards all in my little backpack, ready to go. And I showed them at the first meeting and they went, "What's that?" And I said, "These are the standards that the people I represent, they cling to. They cling to a standard. They know their work. They're so professional. They can tell you exactly what they do based on science, based on measurements." And Homeland Security went, "Who's IRCRC? Never heard of them. And what's those documents you got? Standards? You guys have standards?" "Yes, we have standards, and we professionally train these people to those standards." And I was like, "Gavin, you just failed." I walked away from that meeting feeling so demoralized. It was like, really? I couldn't get through to the government. So then went to my next meeting talking about the same thing, because we were talking about the response in the effect of Hurricane Helene, how long that's going to take. It's going to be not months, but years. The role that all of these all of our professionals, everyone that's on this call, the role you're going to play in recovery. Gave a great speech there. Didn't end too well. Again, who are you again, and what do you represent? And the last meeting was exactly the same. So going back to what Doug said, okay, Florida has licensing in place for what we do. We have to be better at explaining what licensing means, and the fact that the way that we protect, and I'm talking buildings here, and the talk that I gave today, Lance, was about critical infrastructure protection, CIP. Those buildings in a community that are essential for everyday, life in those communities. So we're talking about the banks, we're talking about the schools, we're talking about the airports, we're talking about the government offices, we're talking about the hotels, all that stuff that falls under critical infrastructure protection. We're not even talking yet about people's homes and private residences. We're talking about when you get a storm surge or an event like this where there's a lot of flooding, a lot of water damage, how do you then protect and then recover critical infrastructure? And that's where I thought I thought that was going to be the big golden ticket for us to get a better seat at the table going, yep, we need you guys here. And they're going, wow, you got standards, you do training. What's all this about? Licensing? What's that about? So it means I've got to come back now and talk to Doug, Lance, and Mason, go, guys, I need the elevator pitch. I need another way to get out there and promote what we do. Because if you look at historically, Lance, we've all, I teach at Penn State. I teach 3 graduate courses in emergency management and disaster response. And I've been doing that for about 14 years. We've gone to many big events, big disasters. And it's so important that we now use this event to focus on developing that network, like Mason said, that network of connections to actually say, I know where Mason is today. I know where someone else is today. I know where else, and I know that they're working and they're going to need resupply of critical supplies pretty soon. They're going to run out of PPE. Oh, I wonder, did they get any water and food last night? How far are they driving to the nearest shelter? Are they part of the disaster recovery team? That's where we want to go with this. And I think, what we've been talking amongst you and Doug and many others now is how do we form that collaboration? But more importantly, how do we get that network going to say, we are professional. We're the guys that know how to do this. We're the people that know how to do this because we're trained to do that. And those standards are meaningful. Because at the moment, I walked away today and went, those IRCRC standards had no meaning, no value whatsoever in the meeting I was at right now on October the 8th. And I think that's something we've got to fix.
That's a very valuable point, Gavin. I think we forget sometimes how much we know compared to what even the first responders know. I remember when the Baton Rouge flood happened here, and I went to Baton Rouge. I was doing a free seminar, and I talked about Cat 3 water. And I remember the FEMA rep coming up to me and saying, "You said Cat 3, what is that?" And I said, "Well, we're not concerned about mold because the water came and the water left. What I'm concerned about is the microbials, and that's Cat 3 water." And he said, "Really, what is that?" And I said, "Well, remember those caskets floating down Main Street and Denham Springs? Yeah, that's Cat 3. We're talking about microbials. That's what we're talking about." And I think it's just amazing that we forget sometimes how much we know about this, and we need the opportunity to be able to share it.
Gavin, that's actually the piece that's missing. You have the government entity that has the power for decision-making, spending, things like that. And then you have the people that actually know the industry, but the communications between them doesn't exist. Whether it's political reasons, monetary, whatever it is, that's the barrier we need to break through. And truthfully, reason is really the only way that we can approach that. I was curious though, the meetings that you were at, were they the main players or were they like the typical, well, the main players were busy, so they sent somebody else to sit in the chair and they wouldn't have any idea? Because I've experienced that numerous times.
It's not often, Lance, I get to rub shoulders with a couple of generals I've never met and a couple of congressmen and senators that are there probably when they should be off campaigning for the election. They are all back in town. Yeah, the first meeting was a high-level meeting, which, again, I appreciate the opportunity to, again, represent our industry, talk about the skills, the knowledge, the skills, the abilities, and the professionalism, and even just talking about the science of drying. That's what I was really talking about, and the need to do that in critical infrastructure. I was really focused on critical infrastructure. So I got my piece in, but then from the questions I received, and then the coffee break, and of course you have the discussion after, I went, oh, I'm not there, am I? I haven't got you convinced. And I can understand, I know, Doug, probably one of the kindest guys I've ever met. We do this because we love what we do, but it's still a business. And in the end, I've got to feed my family, as well as Mason's got to feed his, and Doug's got to support all those grandkids that he's got. But it's important that we want to, in an ideal world, if I could go and do what I do for, without worrying about the money, I'd do that, but I can't. And when I use consumables, when I move people, when I use gas in the cars, when I have to pay for hotels, when I've got a team in the field that I've got to look after their health and safety, that costs money. And that's where we have to then justify that we do have a seat at the table. We are part of recovery, and we do it the right way. And the discussion I had with Doug just recently was, what would be our response if a certain state said, we aren't going to require licensing? And that made my blood boil. And I thought, hang on, wait a minute, I've got to come back with a better response than that. What would be the professional way to say you're doing it the wrong way?
Well, again, somebody has to, quote, be in charge. Unfortunately, the people that are in charge aren't the ones that are educated in what needs to be done. So that's where we have to team up with them. I want to go back to a quick point that Mason said earlier, though, about not having cell phones and having to use regular maps. If you can find a map, there's not many places that you can actually get maps any longer. But we actually activated something today that you're going back old school. Ham radio. I was running and monitoring a ham channel down in Naples for about 5 hours today. Now Naples still had internet service. They're outside of where the problem was, but their reach wirelessly is big into these disaster areas. There is communications that is possible. So thinking outside the box, there's other things that we can do. And I think that's what we have to do outside the box, to talk to these officials and say, hey, let's do it, but do it the right way.
Well, and I think what Dr. Gavin was saying about, there are very few of us that are literally following the science. And when we talk about trained professionals who are certified by a state that actually requires it, that's a huge amount of credibility that we need to be able to share with those guys that are in decision-making positions.
Yeah, and Sohan and Mo have made those comments in the chat here too, Doug, and I totally agree with them that there was representatives, a CEO and a vice president of operations from an airport. You can guess which one it was. And they've had some water events before. There's some water damage. And the VP of the operation went, and we always go with the cheapest bid. And I went, what? Good, because I'm coming into your airport. I'm going to bring in my tools. I'm going to take measurements over the next couple of weeks and the next couple of months. And I'm going to show you how unsafe and unhealthy it is based on the measurements that I can measure. Where I can measure air, I can measure surfaces, I can measure water. And I can give you real metrics based on science. Well, why would you want to do that? Because I want to make sure the job's done properly. And what I mean by that, it's done focused on health and safety. Oh, well, no one's ever told us that before. And I went, you're in Florida. You've got to be kidding me.
Hey, Gavin, I'm sure you've seen it, the movie Space Cowboys.
Yes.
Well, there's a line in that movie about what are our chances, and I don't remember the exact line, but the idea was, he says, well, we have a rocket with 100,000 different parts made by people all over the world, lowest bid sitting on top of 1 million pounds of liquid oxygen. What could go wrong?
I love that. Hey, so I got a question for you, Dr. Gavin, and everyone. So we think of the disaster and the people that are stranded, the animals and everything, right? It's terrible. Well, one came across to me yesterday, and I can't stop thinking about it. The assisted living, they can't move all the people out. I mean, think about that. I mean, what's the procedures to dry out that place and keep it safe, and let alone if the storm hits the building, we didn't move them. And honestly, how do you move them? How do you move 900 patients or 500 patients? Dr. Gavin, have you guys ever thought of that?
Yeah, I've been involved in that, Mason, and I want to be really clear with everyone. what I do and what I teach and what I train and how I operationalize, it's based on equity. Everyone is equal. And I've had some real challenges. I know when Sandy hit New York City, and I was involved in the evacuation or the moving patients from hospitals, those 7 hospitals that we moved patients from, and some of the barometric or the much larger patients, we didn't have means of doing that. And then we talked about, oh gosh, there's equipment in London, in the UK. If we get that special barometric bed that can lift that 300-pound person, then we can evacuate them. And I said, why are we even having this discussion? Just get the bed. Because that person is not, with no electricity in that hospital, we've got to get them out. Now, when you go back to the community, and especially Florida, with the demographics of the age, the assisted living, but more importantly, the retirees down there, there's a lot of people that are not capable of doing things that we expect them to do on the TV, and that assistance is lacking. Now, if they're staying in place, what are they doing on Friday? And as you've probably seen yourself, Mason, areas in North Carolina, Tennessee, and even Georgia now, you've got to take your own water. The water is not safe to drink. You can't flush the toilet because the waste management system's not functioning. The sanitation's not functioning. You've got to focus on if you're deploying right now, and I'm talking to everyone on this call, if you're deploying right now, you have to be trained for deployment. You have to be responsible for health and hygiene. You've got to go in there and say, how much food have I got? How much water have I got? And how long can I stay before I need help? Because I've been involved, Mason, in a number of disasters where we've all deployed and then suddenly the responders, I've had to go rescue them.
Yeah. One of the things I was going to say, Mason, is I think you really nailed something that we forget about. Nobody's talked about Sun City, southeast of Tampa, and you're talking about a whole community of elderly people basically on the water, Ruskin, right there, 2 miles from the water. How are they going to fare, and who's taking care of them?
One of the things that we're skipping over here with, and you mentioned the elderly like that. I was involved with evacuating a nursing home during a major flood with Hurricane Floyd. And we were taking elderly people out that really had no understanding of what was going on. So we were dealing with panic. We were dealing with people that we were making their health conditions worse just by trying to move them out of the water. And, you need training for that. You can't just send people in to grab and run. It's another level of training. And then you need a place to go. That was one of the things that we ran into, Gavin. Where do you put the patients, after you take them out of the environment that's keeping them safe and healthier?
Really, really good question, Lance. In the medical world, the hospital world, we practice, we train, we drill. Right. And so we have exercises. What I'd like to suggest to our community, our network, is that we start, again, replicating, copying what there's. Let's start exercising. Let's start practicing. Let's start drilling. Let's start doing real world scenarios where we either as a tabletop exercise or as a functional, as a full scale drill, we can even do that. But let's get the right people within our within our network, within our industry together and actually train, rehearse, practice so that we understand how to address some of these needs. Because you're absolutely right, Lance. On Friday, they are going to be real world issues. And I would feel much better if I could say, well, 3 months ago, we as an industry did a tabletop exercise, and here are the challenges. These are the things that we thought we were going to face, and here are some of the solutions, and then apply them on Friday after Hurricane Milton's gone.
Mason, when you just got back from, you were in North Carolina, I believe you said. What are some of the estimates out there on power outages? How long are these people looking at? And you mentioned like 4 or 5 days from now for one area, but the more rural areas.
They have no, and it's amazing on the power. Let me first touch on Dr. Gavin. I love what you said. Practice before the tabletop. I can't believe this thing means really powerful for me. My son plays baseball. My son plays tennis. We've all done sports and stuff, and you practice, right? I mean, a baseball player will hit off the tee. So I love to talk about that. I think that's incredible. On your power thing, there is no timeline in the hills. There's towns with nothing, and they're not going to get power anytime soon. In Augusta, they said October 12th. They started getting power in half the city 2 days ago. But there is in the hills, there is no timeline. And everyone has tailgate meetings and all those things. So all the hotels I go, I see lines and lines of trucks, and it's a jigsaw puzzle to get all those line trucks out, right? And they have meetings and they have to do them, you know, OSHA and meet their standards and keep safe, because we don't want them to get hurt either. So no, there is no timeline up in the hills. They didn't give us any. I was there for 4 or 5 days before I saw the first military truck go up there.
I was going to ask you about that. What did you see as far as security and protection for the workers?
And none.
That's something that you need to consider when you're going into those areas.
Yeah, there was none up in the hills in the Carolinas. Up there, there was nothing. Typically in Lake Charles, when the hurricane happened, any place that had guns, Dick's Sporting Good or anything like that, the National Guards came in, and we were sucking up a building. And all of a sudden, I saw these Humvees and military with guns coming out. I was like, hey, I'm not breaking in this building. I'm sucking it out. And they're like, no, we're here because there's guns in the pawn shop or in the sporting goods store, you know, in the Walmart or whatever store sell guns. Yeah, so you're right. There was no security. And honestly, no one could get up there. And then they have a curfew line. So it takes you 2-3 hours to get in the hill. And then it takes you 2-3 hours to get down with no lights and no power and bad roads around trees. And then they curfew 6 or 7. So it is devastation. In New Orleans, we had a lot of court buildings we did right on the water down there. And we had to be out by 5-6 o'clock, you know, so curfew, everything. I like how you said that. And I don't know if invite or that is the right word, like you said, but you need to come with a purpose and understand that there's so much I'm still learning. You know, I just got some new mock boots and stuff like that. There's so much. Most of these buildings have sand and debris, and it's more than just sucking up water. So you kind of have to understand that, you know, like the hotels, the food, the lights, 2.5 hours. So someone might work 8 hours and be on empty and they're not getting out. We had one guy in Orange Beach 2 years ago during that hurricane came up. One of the buildings we went on, they put a pretty roof with river rocks. Well, the hurricane took the river rocks and built up all the penthouses. So there's just stuff you're always learning. Yeah, I think people really need to touch base. I really love what you guys are doing here at Normie. You know, and Dr. Gavin, you guys talking about moving the seniors. You know, when they have dementia and all that, they don't know what's going on. That's another panic. There's my big thing I saw in Louisiana broke my heart is how many people lost power, their fridge with no food. And they also had no air and oxygen, right? I saw other people bring in their oxygen tanks to help the neighbor. And it was just, you know, Louisiana really touches your heart, you know, that what they did down there. And trucks coming in to Houston not long ago, Harvey. And I saw people with boats and everything just bringing waters down the road. So there is a lot of great people and they want to help, but they kind of need to know a system, pair up with a church or something out there.
Doug, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't there a situation with Katrina where the local police department took over, I believe it was the Walmart, and actually staged out of there?
Yeah,
they were able to function.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Of course, what was interesting here, I live on the North Shore away from New Orleans, so I'm considered kind of in the country. And of course, we didn't get power here for 3 weeks, and I think internet for 5. But what was interesting to me was how many people were there to help immediately, providing water, places to sleep, food, and so forth. And then, as you suggested, there were several areas that they actually took over as their staging area on the North Shore and in New Orleans area, where they could actually take care of the people who needed it. So, yeah, there was a great response in Katrina. And I think what's interesting is that it wasn't nearly as organized as I think it's been today. I think Mason would say that and Dr. Gavin would say that, is that we've learned so much since 2005 about coordinating these efforts, even just the simple things like being able to communicate to one another. Back then, it wasn't quite so easy.
You know, there's a comment in the chat from Mo. There's a multitude of software with maps that can be utilized with no connectivity. He's absolutely right. But who has thought of that prior to these events? And that's the whole tabletop concept. You know, if there's no reason to be without your internet and all your fancy tools, why are you going to look for, you know, the paper and pencil? But you need to know how to use it.
I love
You know,
what you said. I went to Love's Truck Stop to get a Garmin. You know how hard it was for me to buy a $500 to $700 Garmin when it's on my phone for free? But when you're driving up the hills and it tells you to turn here and it's a cliff, let me tell you, it's the best investment I ever spent. Yeah. It was hard.
yeah. Well, as far as going forward, I mean, I know we have a lot of people. I've gotten some calls, you know, they're saying, hey, what can we do? You know, can we go to these areas? I don't have an answer for you for that because, first of all, the hurricane hasn't hit yet. The previous one does, but we don't know what the conditions are going to be where the previous hurricane went through after this one passes through. It's not going to make it better. Let's start with that. It's going to be worse. And this hurricane is also strengthened today. It weakened earlier, but it's strengthened again. It's moving further south. So all of their predictions and people getting ready that we're going to ride it out are now closer to being in, you know, direct hit. So, you know, people have to prepare for this. And the old mentality is, I've been through hurricanes before. I was listening to some of the news stations and they all said the same thing. Nobody's been through one like this. This is something that hasn't happened in over 100 years in this area. There's no one really alive that's experienced this to say, I've been through hurricanes, I'm okay. So, you know, no matter how much you know and you think you know, there's always a lot of the unknowns. So,
Hey, so I got a question for you, and I've heard this, and tell me if I'm right, that if the swell comes up to like 12 feet, that could go in like 18 miles, right? Because Florida's pretty flat out there.
yeah, well, they were talking about Tampa and they were talking about a 10 to 15 foot swell. And then they said 90% of the Tampa Bay area is only 9 to 10 feet above sea level or less. You know, it's like we talk about with mold and microbes. They don't stop at the door, you know, because you remediated one room. They just keep rolling. When Hurricane Sandy came through in New Jersey, that was one of the big things that they made a very large mistake with. They had all the floodplain maps and everything else that were drawn out. But 20 years later, after the maps were made, there's all kinds of buildings and roads and all kinds of changes that they didn't account for. You know, so it was completely different from all their planning. So there's things like that. You can't just rely on somebody saying, well, you're not in a floodplain, you're good. You know, down there, somebody, my brother-in-law was down there. He checked. I think he said he was about 30 feet above sea level. He's inland, probably about 20, 30 miles from the coast. And that's pretty high up for Florida. You know, for me, yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm 49 meters above sea level. You know, if water gets to me, there's a whole lot of other problems.
Yeah.
But those are things that change. And a lot of times the government, people were relying on, they're not keeping up with this for cost, for apathy, for whatever.
So one thing, I have a question for you guys. A lot of my friends that do travel and do storm chasing and all this, well, they come from different areas. Maybe Dr. Gavin could touch on this too. When in Arizona, the humidity and the drying and the mold and the microbial is going to be different than Florida, right? And New Orleans, just like Alaska is going to be different than Australia. I mean, is there ways for these guys to start learning that? Because it's
yeah, absolutely. I'll let Dr. Gavin answer your question for sure. But one of the things, being raised in the South, which I was, and living in a wet, humid environment, you can't just open the windows and expect to dry the house with 70% humidity outside. And usually it's higher than that. I think right after Katrina, it was like 85% humidity for weeks. And so, yeah, the drying process and just what we said earlier about following the science in terms of the drying process is so, so important.
Mason, to your point, before Gavin answers the question, when Hurricane Sandy came through, a lot of contractors from the South came up to help out the New York, New Jersey metro area. And they're rebuilding roofs and things like that. And the question came up about, are you using ice shielding? They're looking at us like, what are you talking about? What is that? You know, ice shielding is something you put on the roofs 3, 4, 6 feet up from the gutters to prevent the ice damming. And there's a whole bunch of stuff. But they're rebuilding houses not knowing about the science required for different climates, to your point. And that's a problem with people not being trained and going into these different areas. Gavin, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, this is important, Lance. There are areas that we have to focus on as a profession. There's areas that we have to focus on the science of drying and what we do in remediation and restoration. We have to get that message out there. My experience today in Washington, D.C., I've got some big gaps to fill, but I know we can do that. I'm pretty confident. But there's the other thing that both Mason's raised and Mo has raised in the chat as well, is that being ready for deployment. Are you up to date on your vaccinations? Now, when I ask people in the profession, did you have your vaccinations? They're going, yeah, we got tetanus. I went, what else? Well, what else is there? Well, did you get diphtheria? Did you get cholera? Did you get typhoid, hepatitis B, meningitis? There's other vaccines I'd like to see you have before you deploy to an environment that has very limited resources or has such disruption like Mason just talked about. Everyone who deploys, do you have two tourniquets on you? Because you're going to be dealing with a lot of sharp edges. You're going to be dealing with damaged buildings. The likelihood of getting cut, it's going to happen. Now,
and there's no 911.
No, you need to know how to put a tourniquet on. Now, if I'm in the field, I've got my stitch kit and I'll throw in a few stitches in there. I'm not the best at doing that, but it's not going to make you look pretty, but I'm going to save your life. You don't need to go as far as that, but I can do that for you. But more importantly, have a few bandages, have a couple of tourniquets. Have you done a course on how to apply the tourniquet, how to use the tourniquet? Yeah, these are critical. And the other thing, Lance, is have a means of boiling water. If you want to make friends and influence people when you go on deployment, you boil water. Because if you boil water, you can make coffee. If you boil water, you can throw ramen noodles in there and make a meal. If you boil water, there's so many things you can do. The other guy, so when we lose power here in Washington, D.C. in a storm, I'm out there in the front yard, sitting here. I've got some of the smartest people in the world in my street. I'm boiling water. What are they doing? I'm making coffee because you guys can't. And so it's really important you have some of those life skills there that are ready for deployment. And I think that's the area that Doug and I have been talking about, trying to help everyone. We'll put some ideas into some courses, a quick training course and a deployment checklist together so people can do that. But simple things will make you look like a superstar.
Absolutely. And again, that comes down to, we talked about tabletop. You and I have talked about that a lot. Like, especially when we did the course on the ICS or the NIMS 700, getting people familiar with how FEMA and emergency management operates. You need to know the rules, basically, if you're going to function there.
And learn to speak their language.
Yes.
Learn to be able to go into the emergency operations center and talk to the incident commander or talk to operations and talk in a way that they go, oh, that's what you do. I get it. All your stuff's over there. Call in at 5 o'clock and let us know what's going on and be part of that team.
The funny part is that we talk about that with our industry. We have our own language or terminology, initials for everything. It means something to us. You deal with a government entity or somebody from a different vertical, they don't know what you're talking about. And you think you do. And that's when people get hurt.
Another side of this too, guys, we haven't really talked a lot about, but I think is really important with our mission from Normie is to educate the public. We have a couple of documents on our ETF that helps them know how to deal with the issues and help the residents and the volunteers. But I was talking with someone yesterday in the Tampa Bay area that they decided they're not going to evacuate. And I said, well, do you have a gas grill in case you need something to cook? No. Do you have a generator? No. You know that there is the possibility that you'll lose power for weeks. Have you filled up the tub with water? I mean, there's so many basic things that I think we could help even the public understand that would make life easier for them.
It's a good point. Yeah. Mel's just raised this question here. Mel's been a professional firefighter for the last 22 years. Yep, I get it, Mel. At the local level, things can be loosely coordinated. But if I'm the incident commander, and I have been an incident commander on a number of disasters, and I say, who can do swift water rescue? You can. I'm not going to check their. If they say they can, off you go. Go and rescue people. who the mayor's office has just had 3 feet of water through it. The mayor wants to get back in the office as soon as possible. Who can go and dry that space? That might be the loose coordination talking about. But if I'm the incident commander at a local level, like after a hurricane, Helene or Milton, I'm looking for those people. What I think Doug, Lance, and I are trying to discuss here is how do we get you onto that list? How do we tell the story very precisely and succinctly of how you do it based on science? And how do we get that message out to key decision makers? And again, going back to my bad day in the office today, I found that the guys here in DC had not received that message. So now I've got to put my thoughts together going, how can I do better? And what Doug just said is exactly right. We need to be able to show our story, tell our story, whether that be through video or case studies or whatever. We're still working on that, but it's something that we desperately need to do.
One of the things that we just started is something we call Project Safe, which is on the Environmental Task Force page. And what that really is we're going to be sending out a text notification to people after the storms have gone through. And it's a way for them to check in and say that they're okay. I think the term that we use is IMOC, I-M-O-K. I'm okay. That's the response basically that you would text back. We can get that. And the reason for us knowing is somebody may call, Mesa may say, hey, I need, 6 people or a crew that works in this area. I look, say, hey, these guys are reported in. They're okay. We can get them to you, or we can put you in touch with them. So it's really a coordination of information that we're trying to do. I would recommend everybody, I'm going to put an address in the room here real quick. It's normiepro.org/safe. It takes you right to the page. You can get on our text notification list for that. There's some other cool information there about how it functions. And it's just another layer that we're trying to keep in play as communications and coordination.
That's really critical, Lance, because I wanted to offer to everyone on this call today here and anyone who watches this video, if you're getting involved in recovery efforts, and there's a lot going on, as Mason's just clearly outlined, there's a lot going on. If you get involved and you need a credibility check, you need someone to vouch for you, then I'll share you my cell phone number. Call me and I'll beef it up and I'll say, yeah, based on your credentials, you can do that job. I'm sure Doug and Lance, yourself, we'll help you out. But that's the Band-Aid short-term fix. We have a bigger goal on getting everyone on a list and making them credible. We're not there yet, but if right now, if you find yourself in a situation where local authorities are not believing you can do what you do, then reach out to us and we will jump on the phone or whatever it takes to vouch for you and to say you're credible and you're trained and you're certified.
Hey, Mason, you have any kind of last words? We're getting near the top of the hour. We don't have to go, but I don't want to hold anybody longer than they need to be here. So anything you want to get out and let people know?
No, I just think, I'm 54 now. And when I was 20, I would, 16, I got my license. I was so excited. I ran to the store and got milk, came home, ran to the store and got the dry cleaning, right? Ran and went to Blockbuster or something. And now what you guys really talk about is putting systems in place, keeping people safe and analyze it. Like I talked about those linemen and they had those safety tailgate meetings. It's so important to be patient. If you see someone drowning, don't just jump in and drown too. Maybe find a rope or find someone to help you. I think what you guys are doing is credible. I'm learning a lot more. And like I said, I've been in the business since 94, so 30 plus years, actually 30 plus because it was March. And it's just amazing what's out there. And technology has helped us and hinder us, and people have changed. But I've never really thought about moving the assisted living until today, because it's not just moving people in an ambulance. It's also their medical and their care and where are they going to sleep and what do they need. So I'm with you guys. I'm blown away. I'm really, really worried about this one. I'm telling you, this one's worried for me.
Just a quick correction, Lance. I know you meant well, but I think that website is normieproetf.org.
Oh, did I type it wrong? Yeah, it could be. I was talking while I was typing. Sorry about that.
I just put it in there. normieproetf.org.
And if I can just add one last thing, Lance, too, that Sohan has mentioned in the chat kindness and empathy. Tom Martin has talked about children. If in all the disasters, all the emergencies that I've gone to, as well as the training I do now, if there's one big gap in everything we do, it's how to deal with children. And if you're in that situation, whether it be in Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and you're dealing with children, the best advice I can give you is be kind. They are confused, they are traumatized, they don't understand the situation. When you are trying to do the work you're doing, or you're dealing with a community or a situation, kindness is the answer for children, because we lack training on how to deal with kids in emergencies and disasters. We really
their medical needs are completely different also, even more so than the elderly, because their bodies haven't developed the defenses they need, especially with Cat 3 water and things like that. The blood-brain barrier, I think, is 7-year-old. Anybody younger doesn't have the protection. I mean, there's all kinds of things like that people don't know about or think about. And you can't just treat a kid like you treat an adult. Completely different.
And trying to explain, Lance, that the building is unsafe after it suffered significant water damage is really hard for a kid to understand.
So, Dr. Gavin, I got one for you. Fires in California. We had a really bad fire, and Becky was a little girl at the time. And the fires were right up to our house, and the smoke and all that, and no one could go up the hill. And she called me, and she's like, "Hey, Dad, I put all the stuff that I wanted on my bed, and no one could get up the hill." So you have to do the right thing and explain to them that, they're young, 6 years old, 5 years old, and you have to explain to them, hey, that can be replaced. But I have a friend that's in Tampa, and he said, "Hey, Mason, should I stay or should I go?" And I go, "You're a grown adult, but you're the protector. Your wife and kids, you should let them go. What are you out? A few days of work, a hotel? If you need something, I'll Venmo you." I go, "That's minor." So when it comes to kids, I think you get them out of harm ways, right? And we're protectors.
And it's a really good point, Mason. So much emphasis, or we see on TV, the internet, the media at the moment, is on this category, which is based on the wind speed. That's not our business. Is water damage. And there is, we saw this significant surge, rainfall. That's the emphasis that should be made now. You're going to get a significant storm surge. It's going to be above my head. We're going to see significant rainfall. That's why you get out. We've got it all backwards. We focus on this wind. If your house is built to code, what was it? But since 2006 or thereabouts, Doug, I think all those buildings had.
Yeah, that's right.
Hurricane Ian showed us. Hurricane Ian demonstrated those houses were still standing at the end of the day. The houses that were built before 2006 did not be up to code. They're gone. And so it's so critical now that we focus on what are the real risks, and what are the risk. We use risk as defined by likelihood and consequence. Likelihood, this is going to be a significant water event. And that water is going to lead to drowning, water damage to buildings. It's going to lead to toxic water, contaminated water. And that's the key here right now. And I was saying this to Lance today. I think we were both watching the same television this afternoon for an update. And we went, the message is not coming across.
What's interesting about that, Dr. Gavin, is the big issue after Katrina was what? It was the levees breaking. A lot of the big issues that they're dealing with in North Carolina was what? The dams breaking. So, there's a tremendous, I think you're exactly right. It's not only the storm surge, but the just tremendous amount of water. And of course, I was raised in Tampa, so I know that the water goes away quickly with the sand. But when you're overwhelmed, I also remember how quickly the roads filled up with water. And so, yeah, you're exactly right. It's not just about the wind.
When I went down to Fort Myers and Naples after Hurricane Ian, it was a couple of weeks afterwards, Doug, the number of skin infections. People had skin infections. Well, we've always seen skin infections after hurricanes. It's a known. This is a known thing. This happens. You get that water there is contaminated. It's toxic. You're going to get skin infections. And we go, "Oh, I didn't know we were going to get all these skin infections." Yeah, yes, you did. And then we had no way of treating those skin infections. So therefore, people trying to do recovery work were now being, affected, impacted by skin infections. You're going to get that, guys. And so when you deploy, you need to take something in your kit that addresses those skin infections.
Well, we are at the top of the hour. I know Mason has some serious traveling ahead of him in his very near future. I think glutton for punishment is a term, right? You just got home and you're heading back out again, so I applaud you for that. Just take care of you.
Right. Well, thank
you. You don't become part of the problem.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, I'll stay on the weak side. I'm gonna go in after the storm hits, but I'm gonna get over to Pensacola area, Tallahassee, and then go down there.
No, very, very proud of what you do, Mason. And again, we're all about building a team and building many more Masons so we can actually do this more professionally. But very, very proud of what you do, mate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mason. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. And I want to thank everybody that's been here tonight. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us. Any of you that are in, I'll say, harm's way, please be careful. Please listen to, the evacuation orders if you still can evacuate. And those of you on the East Coast of Florida, you're not out of the woods because you're on the East Coast. This is still going to be a hurricane coming across. So please be careful and don't get complacent.
I would say too, Lance, anyone on here that is going to deploy like Mason is just drop us a line so we know where you are. It always helps to let us know that you've deployed, and then we can keep tabs to make sure you're safe.
I'm going to bring that website up real quick just to show everybody where they can get on the text list. So give me 1 second to share my screen.
Dr. Gavin?
Yep.
Hey, I had a weird one. One of my friends' kids play football, and they all share that big old water thing in the thing, and they're all getting strep throat. They have a water fill station out there, so they all get drinks. Is that crazy?
No, it happens.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
And Mason, it's preventable.
Yes.
Just want to point out real quick, if you go to the Environmental Task Force page, and I'll start with the homepage here, normieproetf.com or .org, either one will get you there. There's a lot of information on this site for you, but what I'm talking about is under Project Safe up here in the upper right corner. Again, more information here explains what we're doing. But to join the text notification list, this is our main number at Normie, 877-251-2296. Just send a text to that number, and in the message, just type in join space safe, and you'll be immediately added to the list. You get a text notification that you've been involved, and it's all about staying in contact.
Yeah, well done, Lance. That's a fantastic initiative. I'm really, really impressed by that.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. We're going to stop the recording on this now. If anybody wants to hang out and still chat, you're more than welcome to. I don't want to chase anybody away, but I'm trying to respect Mason's time here because he's got a long way to go. So just remind everybody that in 2 weeks, or about 2 weeks, the 4th Tuesday of the month, we'll be doing another training here, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, for Normie recertification credits. And don't forget to log your CEUs for tonight. Stand by, everybody.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
I want to welcome Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, which is the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, to our episode today. And for those of you that have been following us, we've been doing interviews with influential people in the indoor air quality, outdoor air quality, and firefighting arena, all dealing with the wildfires coming out of Canada. So Doug, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good to be here.
I'm glad to have you. You know, you have an extensive background in building science. And one of the things that came up with some of the interviews that we've been going through since the wildfires in Canada started affecting the central and middle part of the US is, what do people do? You know, you can't stop breathing. You know, that's just not an option. You know, people can go, we've talked about this earlier, 20 to 40 days without food. They can go 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. So no option there. So you have to be able to continue to breathe. So we normally have people that complain about indoor air quality without smoke, without all these other external things going on. What can people do to try to help themselves when they're in conditions like this, where you can't go outside, where the air is normally better than inside?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Lance, because it's funny because it seems as though sometimes when these kinds of things happen, all of a sudden something that we actually should face and should deal with every single day, all of a sudden now becomes a real problem. We don't think a lot about the air that we're breathing inside because, frankly, we can't see it. And because we can't see it, because there's not a cloud or a haze in our indoor environment, we don't think much about what it is that we're actually breathing. I've talked about that sometimes with the bottled water. Do you know what's in the bottled water you drink? Well, if you can't see it, you're not terribly concerned. And so one of the things that then piques our interest is when we do identify something, either by an odor or by something that we see that's floating around in the air. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an issue. In our classes, we talk a lot about this shaft of light that you see in the morning. You don't typically see all that stuff floating around, and so you don't think about it. But in the shaft of light, when the light's beaming in and you see all these little submicron particles flying around, you're thinking, okay, what is this stuff that I'm actually breathing? And so now we're in a situation where all of a sudden I'm smelling inside of my house something that I shouldn't be smelling inside of my house, a forest fire. Where is that coming from? And why is it that I'm smelling it inside of my house? And I think it's interesting when you think about the way houses are constructed today, or buildings, even commercial buildings are constructed today. It really isn't surprising that we are beginning to smell inside the contaminants that we're seeing outside. And some people live close to paper mills, for instance, and they're going to notice that there's something going on outside. Now, all of a sudden, they smell it inside. Now it's an issue. Now, how do I deal with it?
Well, to put it into context that everybody's going to understand, you gave the example of a bottle of water. Well, that water is filtered and processed. The indoor air quality isn't. And because of that, you're running into issues with people having to visualize a problem. If that bottled water was brown or cloudy, nobody would drink it. If the air is cloudy or brown, they don't have a choice. You still have to breathe. So what do you do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Well, of course, I think the main thing is trying to figure out where that's coming from inside of the house. How is it getting into the house? And are there things I can do that can actually mitigate that? And one of the big differences in the way I look at building construction from, I know some builders do, is they talk about a house being able to breathe. I'm not altogether sure that they know exactly what they're saying when they say that. Does a house need to breathe? Well, it certainly needs to have balanced pressure of some sort, but if the house is pulling in things from the outside, say it's under negative pressure, you're creating a vacuum inside the house. What is it that you're pulling in from the outside, and where are those contaminants coming from? The smoke that we smell is not just a problem because we're smelling it. I'm sure you've already addressed through some of the people that you've talked with, there are some pretty strong contaminants in that smoke that we're breathing. And how do you mitigate that? How do you keep that from coming inside of your house? So I have a couple of suggestions that might help when you start thinking about things like air infiltration issues, the idea of fresh air makeup. Fresh air makeup, of course, is a great idea to bring air in from the outside through your air conditioning system. But the question is there a way to reduce that or to mitigate that? So I have some ideas that I might be able to share here that people could do pretty quickly to begin to seal off what's going on the outside. That's at least one step, and that's to begin to seal up that environment so that you're not bringing stuff in from the outside.
That was one of the questions and concerns that came up when I actually did an episode with Michael Pinto over sensitized individuals, that normally indoor air quality is up to 10 times worse than the outside air. So people that are sensitized, which is like 20% of the population, they go outside to feel better. When the outside is, so choked with smoke from forest fires, thousands of miles away, what do? Now you got to retreat back to the area that's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So for sensitized individuals, one of the methods that we use to determine how are those things getting inside the house is by doing what's called a blower door test. And essentially what they do is they take off the front door and they'll install a door that has a gigantic fan on it. And then they'll turn that fan on and put the house under negative pressure. Essentially what you're doing is you're creating a vacuum inside of the home. And guess what happens when you do that? Now, all of a sudden, you're pulling air in through the cracks and crevices around the windows, cracks and crevices around the doors, places that you don't really even think about. A lot of people don't realize that wall cavities, exterior wall cavities, actually breathe. And what I mean by that is that moisture and vapor will actually move through those walls. And so now all of a sudden, when that house is set up under negative pressure, and you run a blower door test, created that vacuum, now what you're doing is you're even pulling it through the electrical outlets. And whatever is in that wall cavity is now coming into the air that you breathe. And that may sound really like, that's a little too detailed for me. Do I really need to be that concerned? But that's the answer as to where are those things coming from. They're coming from the outside. Even if you kept your doors and windows closed, you're still going to smell that smoke that's from the outside. And whatever that smoke is carrying, you're actually going to be breathing.
I'm in New Jersey, and we were directly affected by the smoke coming out of Canada from the fires. And 4:00 in the afternoon, the sun's high in the sky. We went through 3 days of not a cloud in the sky, and it looked like sunset. I have some incredible pictures of that. But because of that, trying to close up your house and make it airtight doesn't seem to work either. There's got to be a balance. There's got to be some way that you can survive inside and out other than just running away from the entire part of the country.
Well, I wish there was an easier answer, but there really isn't. I think that you do have to do the best you can to seal up those cracks and crevices with weather stripping, with caulking. They make a little product called a door saddle that fits on the bottom of the door, where you can slide that down and tighten up the threshold so that there's not air coming in from underneath the door. I think once you do that, of course, as we've always said, it's got to be a holistic solution. That's at least part of the problem. But if you can take the time to seal off some of those entry points where the smoke is coming in from the outside, then you can address the indoor air quality with good filtration, good purification, those kinds of things that are more proactive in terms of oxidizing those contaminants that are in the air. So it definitely can be done. I think it's just maybe a little more effort than most people are willing to take. I think they'd almost rather go to the mall.
During those 4 days that we had the really bad smoke conditions here, I have monitors all over the place. I have outside monitors, inside monitors for my air quality and conditions. And I have one unit called a Fubot, which I know you're familiar with, in my office. I intentionally in my office did not run air purification, and I had a door open. I was keeping it open to the outside. The thing was glowing so bright orange. You probably saw it from Louisiana. You know, it was just the air quality was absolutely awful. In the house, where I kept doors, windows closed, and ran a lot of purification technologies, very proactive stuff, it was really fine. There was no odor inside the house. Whether I think we went a little bit on the positive pressure side, which would have helped with that also, you know, keeping everything out. But there was a tremendous difference with that. I have graphical readings that I actually show in an interview with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner that shows in the morning before the smoke hit the first day, everything was very low, almost not detectable on outdoor air quality. And as it hit, it spiked really high and stayed there for almost 4.5, 5 days. Slowly started to go away. But, you know, it went away. And again, people go back to the out of sight, out of mind philosophy. I don't see this going away. There's a film all over everything that's out there, from the smoke, the ash that was out. What kind of concerns are there for long-lasting effects from the stuff that people have breathed in and what's still out there?
Well, I think I think that's a really good point. Of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that people who are breathing poor quality air over a long period of time typically are going to have some pretty negative health effects. I mean, you think about all the people that have suffered from their efforts to solve the problems during 9/11, all of the people that suffered after Hurricane Katrina, and they were in these contaminated environments working and they weren't protecting themselves at all. You know that there's got to be some long range concerns about those contaminants that are still hanging out. So I think the key is, for me, would be to do the best I can while it's going on right now, but do the best I can to keep the surfaces clean, to keep the air clean, to keep the air purified and filtered, to do the best I can now so that I can offset the potential for what might be a buildup of contamination over a long period of time. I remember reading several years ago in Reader's Digest about a single cigarette producing over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And the article went on to say, interestingly enough, that secondhand smoke that a person would be breathing who's not smoking was in some cases more dangerous than the person who was smoking, that it was affecting the person who was breathing that smoke worse than it was affecting the person who was actually doing the smoking. So I think there's a lot for us to learn long term, but at least to begin with, I think the answer is, what can I do right now to make sure that I'm creating the cleanest environment that I possibly can? Because one of the things that I do have control over, may not have any control over what's going on outside, but I certainly have control over what's going on inside. And you know as well as I do that there are ways that we can do that will make sure that we're breathing the best air that we can breathe in spite of what's going on outside.
I just want to change directions real quick, because I did another episode with Dan Reese. He's let me get his title. He is a wildfire strategist and an aviation advisor dealing with wildfires. And we spoke at length about some of the things that are going on out there, the lack of education, what people don't understand and know. And I said, what are you concerned about? And he talked about the two different types of wildfires. One is where it's burning a forest, putting smoke in the air from the trees, the brush, and stuff like that. The other type is when it's burning a forest and starts burning homes and businesses and factories and putting all of these other unknown chemistries in the air.
Right.
You know, it takes it to a whole nother level. Now, in my area, they were talking about every news channel wearing your N95 mask or your N100 mask. Well, that's fine for larger particulates, but it's not going to do anything for the gases or the chemicals that are in the air. They go right through it like you're not wearing a mask whatsoever. You know, where's the concern on that?
Yeah, I think we know that, don't we? I mean, we all went through COVID where we were wearing masks, and yet we could still smell a lot of what was going on around us, and the heavy perfume that somebody was wearing. So I think we got a pretty good education on the ineffectiveness of masking for smallest particles, the smaller submicron particles, and for the gases that are in the air. So again, I don't know that there's an actual solution. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to walk around outside in a hazmat outfit, you know. But the truth is that I think the recommendation that they made about staying inside is really not a bad one. If you can stay inside and you can control the air that you're breathing inside, if you don't have to go outside, then there's not a reason to, because you're exactly right. I think the thing that concerns me about these kinds of fires are all of the other contaminants that are in the air besides just the wood burning particulate.
Absolutely. And, you know, one final comment on the masks. Wearing a mask is going to help, but you can't get that full sense of security saying, oh, I'm wearing a mask, I'm protected, because you're only protected from some of the larger particulate, not the gases, the chemicals, and everything else, just like viruses would go right through a mask. So that's a definite concern. So without rebuilding your house, preparing for the next time the wind shifts and blows the fire smoke this way, which it's going to happen again, I mean, just because of weather conditions and everything else, what can people do?
Well, so several years ago, you probably remember the Colorado fires, and we had a lot of contact with some folks that actually lived there. In fact, one of our real good friends lost their family cabin from the Colorado fires. They lived in Colorado, but they also had a separate place, which was their cabin, and it just burned to the ground. And as soon as those fires started, we sent them some proactive air purification technologies. And I don't know how much you want to talk about that, or if you've got other people you want to talk about those technologies. But I'll tell you that I'm convinced that that's one of the first things that somebody could do to deal with the particulates and the chemicals and the odors, something holistically, proactively that could be put in the environment to actually purify the air. So I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. One is do the best you can to seal up the environment with, again, weather stripping, caulking, saddles on the doors, exterior doors to close up the thresholds and keep those tighter. Put on insulators on the electrical outlets to make sure you're not pulling air in from the wall cavities. Those kinds of things to me is absolutely a first step. And then the second step would be make sure that I've got really, really good air purification technology, something that's got a good HEPA filter, got a good PCO technology or ionization technology that's going to get rid of those chemicals and those odors and those particulates. Something holistically, proactively dealing with the air quality. That's where I would be.
I agree with you completely. Actually, I did an interview for one of the segments with Michael Pinto. I think I may have mentioned that. And besides just talking about the sensitized individuals, we talked about, and I don't want to talk too much about the episode, but a safe room. You know, just like you would have for a tornado or a hurricane or a severe event going on, one smaller area that you can protect even more than the other areas. And that's something else you can do depending on your situation.
You know, the interesting thing about this is just from every kind of, like I said, I'm not a health professional, but I do know that one of the reasons why we do so well when we sleep well is because when we sleep well, it builds up our immune system. It strengthens us when we get a really good night's sleep. And I feel the same way about our indoor environments. If I can create a safe environment in which I can breathe good quality, clean air, at least as good as I can, compared to what might be going on outside, or just like drinking purified water over a long period of time, when I'm exposed to that bad water at the restaurant or somewhere else, one time, it's not going to affect me because my immune system is strong enough to be able to deal with those periodic times that I'm having to deal with contamination. So I think in the long run, it's creating a lifestyle in which I'm creating the cleanest, healthiest, safest indoor environment I can for myself in every way that I can, so that when those times come where I can't control the environment, at least my defenses are up to a point and my immune system is strong enough that I can deal with those issues. And I think that's the idea of the safe room. I'm big on creating a safe house.
And I agree. It's like layers of an onion. You just keep putting more layers of protection out there to help and keep you in the best possible situation that you can be in.
That's right.
So Mayor, I believe it was Adams from New York City, talked about good filters or putting a filter in their house. Again, it's a step, it's a layer, but does it really deal with all of it?
No, and I think that's sometimes the wrong impression is left. I remember back during COVID, you probably remember too, Dr. Fauci talked about going and getting a filter. Nothing wrong with getting a filter. I mean, a HEPA filter is a HEPA grade filter is a great product to use to take larger particulate out of the air. In some cases, smaller particulate, depending on how effective it is. But in terms of indoor air quality, there's got to be something in addition to that will actually oxidize a lot of the smaller chemicals and viruses and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to take it to the next level, and that's the idea of having more holistic solution than just having a filter. I kind of laughed the other day, Lance. I was looking at somebody that had actually built an air purifier. This was their concept of an air purifier. They took 4 filters and taped them together, large filters like you would have in your air conditioning system. They took 4 of them, taped them together in a box, like a cube, and then put a box fan on top of it. And they said, see, we're sucking the air through the filters and now everything's great.
It's that dual track or partial logic that people fall into. The people that were wearing the paper towel masks when COVID came out. See, I have a mask on.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Is it doing anything for you? No. And that's kind of where we're at with this. People have to be very cautious as to their information sources. I mean, the internet's out there for everybody, but somebody says, here's a widget that'll take care of this for you. Well, it takes care of a part of it, but is that enough? Is that enough for you to now say, I'm wearing my paper mask and I'm going to go out into the smoke-filled environment because I'm wearing my mask?
Yeah.
It does nothing for your eyes or even filter anything. So it's a concern that, people look for reliable sources of information, and think through the process. Again, the dirty glass of water, the cloudy water, you're not going to drink that, but if I filter it, the chemicals are still going to be in there. You're just not going to see the sediment that makes it look bad. Same thing with the smoke. The statistics as of now on the fires in the United States and in Canada separately, they both burn between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres of forest a year. It's a massive amount. To date, not even 6 full months through the year, Canada's burned almost 9.5 million acres. So it's 1.5 times in 6 months instead of 12 what they've burned so far. California right now has had a shift in weather. I was just talking, like I said, with Dan from California, and he says that the weather out there is gorgeous. It's cooler, it's not that hot, but that's going to change. And this is just what's happening. In the Northeast, we haven't had rain here in 3.5, almost 4 weeks. It is bone dry out. A small brush fire right now could become a very large concern. And again, the air quality, the ash that's already out there, the film on the cars, the film that people keep stirring up when they walk out there, we're still breathing that, even though it looks nice out. So keep that in mind.
Well, I wish people would talk more about indoor air quality and as much as they talk about outdoor air quality, because again, indoor air quality is something that you can control. Outdoor air quality, a little more difficult.
Well, what the biggest problem that we've always talked about with indoor air quality is people become nose blind. 5 minutes in your environment, you don't smell the odor that somebody coming over would say, oh, what is that smell? You go, what smell? What are you talking about? And outdoors is completely different because it's so large. It's not where you feel closed in and you're breathing, which is fine. The only time people complain is when they see the yellow forming on their cars from the pollen, when those pollen seasons hit. But other than that, people take it for granted that it's always going to be there for them.
Yeah.
That's the false sense of security of the paper mask, or it's always going to be good until it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I think we've got an opportunity to address this in a very positive way. And the truth is that if people would take the time to create cleaner, safer, healthier indoor environments, that's going to be long lasting. And that's going to help them in a lot of different ways when the next issue comes our way.
Absolutely. Doug, I appreciate you spending the time with us here today. And
Great to talk to you.
And we will chat again in the future.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, everybody, we're back here live again at the Expedition. I have another interview to do, and we're going to be talking with Mark from Respiratory Labs, correct? I get that?
That is correct.
All right. What was your last name?
Rataco.
Yeah, I knew what it was. I was going to try to say it, so bear with me on that. So tell us about the company.
So I always think it's helpful to give a little background information about myself. I had a mold remediation business up in Portland, Oregon. Started that in 2011. Very fortunate enough to sell that in 2022. And at the time, we were doing about 4,000 mold remediation and assessment jobs a year. And one of the frustrating parts for me was, as an owner, we had individuals that no matter what we did, there's something in that space that was making them sick. And we couldn't determine what that was. It didn't matter whether we did, indoor air quality, VOC canisters, brought in industrial hygienists. There is something they can go back in. Looking back at it now, there's probably mycotoxins left behind after the remediation.
And that's something new to this industry, at least mainstream.
It absolutely is. I mean, a lot of individuals, especially with remediators, don't even know what mycotoxins are. We haven't been really trained on it. We don't know how to assess for it, and we certainly don't know how to remediate it. And that's where this lab comes in. Now we can verify whether they're in the indoor air, and then verify if the remediation protocols for these mycotoxins are actually removing them.
Okay, and I've heard that some of these mycotoxins almost act like tar balls. They're sticky. They're hard to get off of surfaces.
Yeah, they're very sticky. And, one of the things, because now that we're able to test the indoor air, we were able to determine actually how they're becoming airborne. And a couple of ways that we saw was, one, through the evaporation process, we're drying down these structures. Most of the mycotoxins are hydrophobic. They're going to sit on the water molecule, and they're being released into the air through that evaporation process. We also tested a lot of, HEPA scrubbers. Most of the ones that we tested, we didn't find one that were actually removing the mycotoxins. They're actually increasing it. I'm sure there's something out there that actually works. We just haven't been able to find that and verify it. And then the interesting thing is, in order to get them out of the indoor air, what we did find that works was actually dehumidification. So dehumidifying the environment, actually removes it from the indoor air. So there are methods to actually, test if it's there, and then also see if it can be removed, down to acceptable levels.
Well, that seems like an entirely new path for training, because that's contra to, I guess, everybody air scrubbing.
Like I said, there may be some air scrubbers out there that actually work. We just haven't been able to validate them yet. And I'm hopeful that there are. The more methods we have to remediate these mycotoxins, the better the industry is going to be. I really think the industry has to start looking at mold and mycotoxin remediation, not only on the testing side, but also on the remediation side. Otherwise, we're potentially opening up ourselves to liability.
So do you still do remediation work now?
No, thank goodness I no longer have to do remediation.
No more. Just consulting at this point? Or are you trying to avoid that too?
No, trying to avoid that too. Our goal is just to be a lab, but because we're a lab and we're actually the only lab here that is actually testing using our system for airborne mycotoxins, I get a lot of questions on how to remove them from protocols, things of that nature, products. We don't want to be in that position. That's why we're excited about our partnership. We're working with Normie to help get protocols down that everybody can have some success.
Well, it's an exciting new field, the way I look at it. I mean, I've been doing remediation for about 20 years, or assessment and remediation work. And this is something new that's come up, and it's become part of the vocabulary that even the customers are using.
It certainly is. I mean, right now we're getting a lot of people who are actually, going to functional medicine doctors. They're doing a urine or blood sample, and they're coming back with elevated levels of mycotoxins. And they really need to determine whether it's the environment that's causing the issue, whether it's something they're ingesting, or maybe it's at their workplace. And this test allows them to help make those determinations.
Well, that's exciting stuff. I mean, it's something that's needed. We know that even the sensitized individual population has grown 5-fold from what it was, just 10 years ago. So it's the way we build, the way we live, the things that we do. And this is all stuff that's needed, and it's exciting. We're right on the edge of this new stuff.
Absolutely.
So, Mark, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
We hear about it in the news. It's an issue that we all want to be aware of. We need to be aware of it, especially in the cleaning industry. What are we talking about? Meth contamination in facilities. We know what happens. Today's episode is going to spotlight what we need to know right now in the cleaning industry. With me today is Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, and also Scott Vogel, the Chief Operations Officer with EmergiClean in New Jersey. And I'll say this before I let them talk. They have a lot of initials after their names. I don't have any, so I'll just ask the questions. So, Gavin, Scott, welcome.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get right into this because we want to help the industry. Gavin, let's start with you. Why is meth contamination cleanup in facilities, that topic, so important for us?
It's back in the media, Jeff. Drug use in public spaces is everywhere. It happens. We know that. But more importantly, exposure to drug residues is a known risk for every cleaning professional. And I just wanted to highlight, Jeff, what's happened in the news this week. And again, I'm going to start off by saying this is not a problem in public libraries. It's a problem everywhere, in every space that we in the built environment. So in the news this week, the Englewood Public Library in Colorado was temporarily closed due to meth contamination after tests showed exhaust vents were contaminated with meth. Now, this is important, above the Colorado state threshold levels. So you might think, why was this library tested? Well, because another library in Boulder a few weeks ago, about 35 miles from Englewood, was recently closed due to meth contamination. Now, the tests that were done on January the 6th at Englewood Library were done as a proactive measure. The results showed the restrooms exceeded state thresholds for methamphetamine contamination, but there are other spaces in the library that reflected lower levels of contamination, but they were still contaminated with meth. And I just wanted to highlight for everyone, Jeff, but in 2021 and now 2022, in 2021 specifically, more people died in the US from drug-induced deaths. Most were overdoses from meth and fentanyl. And if you look closely at this data, yes, you see meth increased and there were more deaths in other cases where it's always been used, but it also appeared in other parts of the country where it was previously unheard of. So again, I want to emphasize, Jeff, it's not a problem just for libraries. It's a drug use is in public spaces everywhere. And this is a known hazard for every cleaning professional in the cleaning industry.
When someone goes to a library, you would think it's safe. Who would have thought that they would find this there? Other facilities as well. Scott, let's go to you. Those watching this might wonder, well, I can clean it up. You know, I can go in and I'm a cleaning company. Do you need to be certified to clean this type of issue, meth contamination or other issues like this?
Well, the answer is kind of complicated. It's a yes and no. In the United States, there's currently no federal regulations regarding the cleanup. There's only instructions like support that the government has given us. So in 2007, the Meth Remediation Act was passed by Congress, and that empowered the EPA to put volunteer guidelines in place. Since that, a lot of states have adapted standards or some type of certification, but there's a lot of states lacking. And like what Gavin was mentioning before, it's become such a widespread event that the states that haven't created standards or certifications are really left behind. And in that document from the EPA that was released in 2013, what it says is if you don't have that state guideline or certification, then you have to resort back to the occupational health and safety for the 40-hour HAZWOPER, which is a hazardous waste and emergency preparedness and response. So we have to look at that as a whole. The certification is a lot more complicated because you have how you clean it up, and you also have the safety and health of your employees. So they come together, and really we've as an industry and well as the federal government, we have lacked on that standard completely.
Okay. I want to touch on processes here in a minute, but first, Gavin, set us up. Is this meth contamination issue a health risk for the cleaning industry?
I would state, in my personal belief, my expertise, Jeff, yes, it is. And I want to just highlight, again, it's a very highly addictive stimulant. If for those who don't know and don't want to know, but, meth can be ingested by smoking, snorting. Now you could swallow a pill or injection. But more importantly, for the cleaning industry, smoking meth releases several contaminants into the surrounding environment. Again, the most concerning one that we have for cleaning professionals is the meth vapor itself. Now, the National Institute on Drug Abuse states that when people are exposed to secondhand smoke, can test positive for meth afterward. But there's no specific number, Jeff, that identifies what is that unhealthy level of secondary meth exposure. We're talking about third-hand exposure. And that third-hand exposure comes from that meth vapor, that meth smoke that settles in, that's in the air, but also settles on surfaces. And so it's not a debate today about whether workers will have serious risk of health problems. It's the debate that what we're talking about right now is that smoking meth can contaminate the surfaces and air, and we know that it can persist for months to years. Now, we do know that research on the health impacts from touching a surface that has meth residue on it is lacking. We know that. But when that research is lacking, Jeff, we go to worker health reports. So people that have got sick at work have gone to the doctor or the hospital, and we know from review of those worker health reports that we've seen skin and eye irritations. We know there's been cough or asthma-like symptoms. We know that those people get increased respiratory infections, sleep issues, changes in mood, they get headaches, and then they also have memory difficulties. So even though the research is lacking about whether the third hand actually happens, we believe it does, based on the health reports, the clinical reports. But more importantly, the National Institute on Drug Abuse also says that the health risks are more significant after prolonged or long time exposure to meth contamination. So regardless, Jeff, of how unclear the science and policy is right now, that risk of meth exposure, that drug contamination in areas where cleaning professionals work every day is a known hazard. And really, we firmly believe that no one should be going to work without receiving education and training on a known hazard.
Okay, good information. Scott, in your previous comment, you talked about training and maybe some certification. So can we assume there are standards, procedures for cleaning spaces that are contaminated with drugs?
Well, as I mentioned before, the EPA has come out with that EPA volunteer guidelines for meth and fentanyl laboratory cleanups as well. And that was actually revised in 2021 because of the increase of fentanyl. Now, you do have some standards that are coming out. The IRCRC is coming out with the S900. So there is some sort of industry-related standards that are coming out. Most of your standards are related back into the cleanup and the results and the levels which are allowed, which are based on the state guidelines, which every state is completely different. And we have to look at that. There's no universal number. It is, one could be 0.1 micrograms compared to 1.5. So it really differs. And that's why there's been no universal standard that came up, because everybody is indecisive on what that true number is and how to go about it.
Okay. Why don't you take a moment and just walk us through the process for cleaning meth contamination and validating cleanliness? I know you can't get into all the details, but big picture, before people jump into this, what should they know?
Well, like you said, I could be here for 48 hours just talking about how to clean it up. When we look at the processing and validation, I always recommend right off the bat a third-party laboratory for validation. Any type of testing and cleaning should be done on a third party. Just help your liability and anything, just to make sure, especially when we're dealing with meth or fentanyl and any illicit drug cleanup that we're dealing with. Now, when we go a little bit, people have to understand, when you look at the test results, take a sweet and low package, 1 gram of that. By the amounts of trace that some states require, spread that over 25 acres. And if one of that hits, then technically it's a positive. And we don't look at it that way. We think about it as just a small little area, but the results in some states require so detailed cleaning. If the process starts with HEPA vacuuming, ventilation, risk assessment, all of these are from start to finish. And each job will kind of decide a different way on how to attack it, as I would look at it. Are you dealing with the library? Are you dealing with a drug laboratory? Are you dealing with a school, a healthcare setting? Every type of situation will kind of lead you down its own path on the processes. And that's why I could be here for 48 hours. It's just a mere fact of starting off, it's essential that we really do that risk assessment. And then following, for example, the EPA guidelines. It's a really good package. They talk about HEPA clean, vacuuming, wipe down. They talk about all of that. And there are some third-party schools out there as well, like I said, the EPA volunteer guidelines that will give you guidance. But when it comes to the processing, really start and understand the beginning needs a risk assessment, and you need to know what you're going into. And then on back end, when it comes to validation, because what I talked about and how such a small level could make you fail, you have to have that validation from third party. And separating the cleaning from validation is essential when we deal with illicit drug cleanup from meth or any type of fentanyl, any other type of opioids.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to cancel my plans to get into the industry and do that kind of work. I'll leave that to you experts, Scott. Thank you for the details. Gavin, let's have you wrap up this episode and just talk about the big issues for the cleaning industry and what we need to know moving forward.
Yeah, totally agree with what Scott just said, Jeff. Again, let's focus back. Cleaning is about removing contaminants. Cleaning is based on science. Again, you and I have talked about this a lot, Jeff. What you can't see can hurt you. So it's not a matter of waiting for the document to be written or the policies there. It's the fact that this is a known risk right now. And when it's a known risk, again, I totally agree with what Scott said. We need standards for testing. We need standards for cleaning, and we need standards for validating. We need to ensure that everything that needs to be done, the processes, procedures, the equipment, the products in cleaning for health and safety when it comes to drug contamination is known. It's widely taught. It's widely educated. It should not be a secret, Jeff. So much of what we do in the cleaning industry remains hidden. We've got to be more transparent. Everyone in the industry right now should be trained, educated on how to clean up for drug contamination. And I thoroughly believe that, because from the data that we've seen across the country, that risk is just about everywhere.
want to welcome my guest today, Michael Pinto, who is the CEO of Wonder Makers. Now, I've known Mike for quite a few years, and we've done quite a few trainings together over the years and been at many conventions. And he is a wealth of knowledge when it deals with indoor environments as far as sensitized individuals. And that's the purpose of having him here today. The recent outbreak of forest fires in Canada has really changed what's been going on, at least in the central to the eastern part of the United States. Now, I know California has its own issues with wildfires, but that hasn't reached us to this point. But this is a new situation with these fires, with the winds coming out of the north and northwest blowing straight down into the major population areas of the United States on the eastern coast. So I want to bring Mike in here and let him say a quick hello. And if there's anything I missed on the intro, Mike, please let me know, and whoever else is watching this know also. So Mike, say hello.
Well, thanks, Lance. I appreciate being here very much. What I would say, however, is that it's not just the eastern coast. That smoke plume from the Canadian forest fires is literally cutting across a good section of the Midwest, too. So here in Michigan, we're not quite as bad as you guys out there on the East Coast, but it's not good either.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, you're obviously further north and closer to the Canadian border than I am. I'm in New Jersey. Is it affecting you, and how is it affecting your area?
Well, yes, it is affecting us. And as I said just a moment ago, it's not good. Anytime you get outdoor air quality that's worse than what you typically get inside, that's a whole flip on the issue in terms of the things that we're used to thinking about and even teaching in a lot of our classes, because the standard line from the EPA is that the outside air can be up to 20 times cleaner than the inside air. And, people spend 90% of their time inside. And so bad indoor air can cause a real problem. And a lot of us in the industry are focused on that. And then when we are faced with a situation like this, where the outside air is dangerous to people, and that is the case, it is literally dangerous to people, then what do? Where do you go to hide, so to speak? So it is impacting us here in the Midwest. The way that it sets up, there's kind of like an arc of smoke that's coming down from Canada, and we're on what would be the left-hand edge of that arc here in Michigan. And Lake Michigan seems to be the borderline in terms of keeping the clean air, over to Chicago and to the west. But right down through Michigan and Indiana and Ohio, and then over Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, the entire East Coast is pretty well hit right now by the residue from the forest fires.
Yeah, we've seen, especially wintertime with Lake Michigan, it creates its own weather systems. So I could see how that would become a border, keeping the weather at bay or the smoke at bay in that part. But, what's really interesting is all the news stations, that's all they're talking about now, the unhealthy air conditioning outside and inside that we have to deal with. And, this is kind of like the dirty water glass scenario. We know what's in the outdoor air and the indoor air all the time, and you can't see it, so nobody pays attention to it. Well, not nobody, we do, the industry people do. But if you were to hand somebody a glass of water that had a brown tinge to it, it was discolored, people wouldn't drink it because they could see it and they would know there was things in there that they don't want to take in, even though it does contain, mercury and all kinds of other nasty contaminants regularly. And the same thing that's happening now with the air quality, people can see it. And that's really, I think, what's jumping out and causing people to really take notice to what's going on. You're absolutely right. Normally, the outside air is much better than the inside air. So when people are inside, they normally go outside and breathe better, and they can't in this case. They have to hide inside. So that brings us to the sensitized people that we were talking about. This is, something that's, very close and dear to you. We deal with it on a daily basis here at Normie with people that can't get help from regular assessors, remediators, people that are in the industry, which is why you have a class. You're the lead instructor, the NCRSI class, the class for sensitized individuals. Actually, it's teaching remediators how to deal with them. And also the certified mold professional, which is expanding even beyond that. So those are two of your specialties. And with that, maybe you can answer this question. How come the outside air right now, obviously beyond people being emotionally reacting to it, so troublesome for sensitized individuals, even more so than regular people?
Well, what I would start off with is saying that I think when you're dealing with outside air like we are today, it's everybody has to be concerned about it. The difference is that the sensitized individuals have to be concerned at a higher level than even the normal folks. So I'm sure you've heard over there on the East Coast, they're canceling certain sporting events and outdoor activities and things like that because the air just isn't healthy. And so you want to be, limiting your amount of exposure, just like we tell people in a, water damaged or mold damaged house. Sometimes they have to get out of that house to protect their health. The problem here, of course, as we've been talking about, where do you go if it's the whole outside that's contaminated by the forest fires? And so we're literally looking at it, flipping the whole script upside down, if you will. We now have to think about the houses and the air in the houses being a refuge for the people from what they're potentially going to be exposed to on the out of doors. And for the sensitized individual, it's even more significant for them because a lot of times we talk about mold sensitized individuals, and that's where it starts. But virtually every sensitized individual that I'm familiar with and have worked with over 20 plus years now, they develop cross sensitivities. So they start out with a mold exposure that causes a decrease in their health, and then they become sensitive to other things. They become sensitive to tobacco smoke that they weren't sensitive to before. They become sensitive to some of the chemicals like, low levels of formaldehyde in the home that perhaps they weren't sensitive before. Perfumes, all sorts of things. They develop these cross sensitivities. And when we're dealing with the outside air that's impacted by the wildfires, it's particulates, it's volatile organic compounds, and it's gases. So if they're cross-sensitive to anything, it's going to be in one of those categories, and then they're going to have problems with it. So that's really the issue.
I have a few calls into different contacts at different labs that we normally use, especially the ones that deal with VOCs, the volatile organic compounds. And I'm waiting on those callbacks that we just made recently. But I'm looking for what might be in this new smoke plume that we're getting that could be so offensive to people with and without sensitivities. I don't know if you know any of the chemistries that may be, involved with this, though I have noticed the burning odor, and it's different than normal. This isn't like a wood fireplace or a fire pit.
Right. And some of that is going to be dependent upon what sort of forest are burning, whether they're hardwoods or evergreens, things like that. The evergreen forest, which is a good share of what's burning up in Canada right now, because they're closer to the Arctic Circle and that sort of stuff. So those are going to have a lot more PAHs, aromatic hydrocarbons in them, and that's from the oils and everything that's burning in the pine trees and the spruce trees and that sort of stuff. So then you're also going to get a whole chemical stew, if you will, from that, because depending on the temperature and whether they're exposed to actual flame or just the heat from it, where it is, whether it's protected by the bark, all these other things, you just get this massive amount of organic compounds that get liberated into the air during these fires. And then the ash and the smoke, which is basically both of those are small particulates, those tend to sometimes be even more airborne than the VOCs because the chemicals can be a little sticky and a little heavy. but when they attach to these small ash particles, then they're, transported, as we're finding out, thousands of miles into the airstream. The heat of the forest fire pushes them up a mile or more, and then they're in the airstream and they're, heading downstream. But by the time that it gets to New York City or Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I am, or things like that, most of the gases, the carbon monoxide, the excess carbon dioxide, the nitrogen compounds and that sort of stuff, that's pretty well mixed and diluted. So the two things that are impacting the folks there on the East Coast and the sensitized individuals are mostly going to be those volatile organic compounds, which are those PAHs and particles. So,
on a small scale, I've been involved with emergency medical services for almost 50 years. And I've seen over the years people having severe reactions to being around a fire pit or a campfire. And when you start to look into it, you find out that it wasn't from the wood that they're burning. It was from the accidental dumping of poison ivy into the fire pit that was still around some of the logs. And as they burn the poison ivy, it's aerosolizing and getting encased in that smoke, and they're inhaling that and having severe reactions to it.
Well, and then think of everything else that's going on there. The PAHs I was talking about, the first word for the P is phenols. So there's all these different phenolic compounds that are getting burned up, and that's your oils, and that's your your irritants, like you were talking about with the poison ivy. But remember, forest fires don't stay forest fires. They run across roads, and they literally will melt the tar on an asphalt road, and sometimes the roads actually start to burn. So now you've got all of that oil product, anything that's a building in the way, or a vehicle that gets trapped in the fire, or a house. Of course, you're going to have all of the man-made products, artificial products that then burn. That all goes up in the air, and comparatively, that may be a small percentage of what's burning, but from the sensitized individual, that can actually be a bigger issue sometimes than just the individual smoke particles. Like you said, it's what attaches to the smoke particles. And then those smoke particles are so small, they get breathed in, they go deep into the lungs. And that whole combination, small particles going deep into the lungs and small particles carrying, pardon the expression, crap deep into the lungs. That's not a scientific term there, by the way, Lance. That's just a common term. But there's so much stuff that's on it. It's hard to know from breath to breath what's actually being taken in. And so, again, caution is the byword for anyone, but particularly for the sensitized individuals.
In the remediation industry, in the meteorological industry, they refer to things, especially with hurricanes, hide from the wind, run from the water, because of the amount of damage that can be done. You can hide from the wind, take shelter of that, but in water you can't. Water's going to seep into everything. But we're dealing with something that's unique here because we're 1,000 miles away from these fires, and we are severely being affected. So running isn't really a realistic situation. I think knowledge is something that would help. People understanding the risks, understanding, maybe today's not the day to go outside and, cut my grass, and spend a good 2 hours or 3 hours out there in this serious weather or this heavy fog of smoke. And understanding that will definitely help people. But forecasting this is also an issue. So where could people go to find out how bad their area is and what their risks are to being outside?
Well, I'm sure everybody has their own favorite sources, and there's, weather channels and local governments and state governments, and everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. The one that I use, and it's just, again, my favorite because it's going to be there anytime you have these wildfires and stuff, is a federal government website, and that is, let me make sure I've got it here so that everybody knows, fire.gov. airnow, as in AIRNOW.gov. Airnow.gov. And that one's really cool because you punch on that and it brings up a map of basically North America, and it shows where the plume is coming down with the smoke, where the air quality is being impacted, and then it rates it at each major city, and it's not even just major, it's each fairly significant size city has a dot on it that's either green, which means that it's good air quality, or yellow, which means it's questionable. And then most people think, well, then you get to red and that's bad. But this map actually goes 2 other levels. It goes to like purple and to black. And I looked yesterday, Lance, at it, and knowing where you are in New Jersey, I just kind of looked to see where you are, blew it up to look and see in your location. You guys were black. So you're in the heart of it right now.
Yeah, yesterday was really bad. This morning it wasn't too bad, but then we did get an alert that it was going to be going downhill as the day went on. And looking outside now, in June, not a cloud in the sky. It looks like sunset. So, it's that dark. I do have a question. If you were speaking to sensitized individuals as your customers or as a group, what would you tell them to do? I mean, normally, if they're inside their home and they're having reactions to that, they go outside. Now they have to stay inside. So what can they do now that they're in their environments that sometimes give them trouble anyways?
Well, I'm going to approach that from 2 different perspectives, if that's okay. The first one, and I don't mean to sound like I told you so, but you do have to understand, if you're a sensitized individual, it's important for you to take steps now to get your indoor environment clean, because we don't know when we're going to have situations like this where all of a sudden, from no fault of our own, like you said, 1,000 miles away, they got a forest fire and it's having a serious impact on us. And if for some reason our sensitized individuals are saying, well, it's not that bad, and if it does get real bad, or if it gets damper in the house, I can always go outside, or whatever it is. That deferred maintenance or that deferred decision-making really is going to have a serious negative impact on them in situations like this, because there may just be times where you can't get away, get away from the problems in your house by leaving your house. You outside, you may be actually facing greater problems than you have in your house. So the first item is just never defer, fixing things that you can fix now until some later date, just because it doesn't seem important to you.
Well, it's the clean glass of water. It's not a concern because you don't see a problem. As soon as it's, brownish or discolored, now it's on your mind. Same thing with the air.
Yep, exactly right. But it would be the same thing. That's why they have, on occasion, you'll have boil water orders as well, right? They don't know exactly what's wrong with the water system. And so they tell people to boil the water. That's why one of the things that they chat about, even in front of hurricanes and things, is get a few cases of bottled water so that you can survive, a couple of days if you have to, without having water coming out of your tap. Fix your house. If you know you've got things going on in your house that are contaminants or whatever, get rid of those, fix it, do the remediation properly so that you've got a good, safe place to be. And then you can, potentially survive a little bit better during these outdoor air quality incidents. But putting that aside, because at some point that's water under the dam. Either they have fixed it or they haven't fixed it, but now they're still facing what's going on outside. So the first thing, and the first couple here, I'm just repeating the standard safety precautions that you're going to get from just about any site. If you don't have to go outside, or you can limit your time outside, don't go outside and limit your time outside. If you do go outside, wear some sort of respiratory protection. I know that I'm seeing a lot of information where people are talking about, You can use your COVID mask and stuff like that. And the answer is, the face masks that were being sold as COVID protection, I won't get into that whole discussion all over again, but that is not going to be appropriate, particularly for the sensitized individuals. At a minimum, they're going to need like an N95, and we recommend N99 or N100 filtering face pieces. So that's going to protect a lot coming in. And remember too that a entry spot for some of this contamination into your body is not just the nose and mouth, but the eyes as well. And the fire residue is even worse because of the small particle. So when those get into your eyes and then get diluted by the tears and everything, it actually releases some of those chemicals that are on the particle itself. So the particle may wash out, and get it out of our eyes and everything. But what is left behind and what's being absorbed in through your eyes is some of the chemicals and stuff. So remembering to wash your face when you come in from the outside, wearing a mask to protect yourself, changing clothes if you've been outside for any length, you're not carrying a lot of this stuff in. A lot of similar things that we would talk about if you're coming in from a moldy environment or trying to protect yourself from a moldy environment.
You mentioned about masks, and again, I agree. I don't want to go down that path and let's talk about masks, good or bad, but just to remind people that just because you're wearing a mask, whether it's an N95, N99, N100, half face mask with cartridges, it doesn't protect you from the gases. You're getting filtration from particulates only. Now, that's a good and a bad thing, because especially if you are a sensitized individual, you may also have additional health issues and stuff. You're wearing a mask that's doing a good job filtering particulates. You're going to reduce the amount of air that you can actually breathe in without straining. And again, if you're not trained to wear a mask, if you're not trained to know when you need to take the mask off, when to replace the mask, it could be just as serious as not having a mask. So again, training, preparing, I guess, is kind of in the same thing that you were talking about.
Well, a little bit, although I would say in this particular case, as I mentioned earlier, by the time the contamination, goes 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever it is, the gaseous portions of that, we're not generally seeing high concentrations of carbon monoxide or even the elevated levels of the nitrogen oxides and stuff like that by the time it hits like New York City or something like that. So wearing the filtering protecting mask is actually a very good step, because as I said, even some of the phenols and the aromatic hydrocarbons, the volatile organic compounds, a lot of those are vapors. So that means that they're liquids that have been, the heat has evaporated and they're small droplets in the air. Then those droplets hang on to the particulates, and then the particulates get screened out by the mask. So that N95 is actually doing a fairly decent job stopping the vapors, which again have coalesced onto the particles and the particles. And then, as I said before, the gases have pretty much dissipated. So I'm rather optimistic that the filtering face pieces, at least the good ones, can be a real benefit to individuals and particularly to people who are sensitized.
Well, that's a good piece of info for people to deal with. And again, if I just want to follow up, if you are wearing a mask and don't feel well, you may need to take it off at least short term and stop whatever activities you're doing. I think that's the real message. Try to get to where you feel comfortable and safe and stay that way until this passes.
Yeah. So something else I'm going to throw in, not a lot of people know this or remember this, but if you're wearing a mask, you need to be intentional about improving your liquid uptake, meaning you need to drink more water, people. And part of that is because the mask not only does a good job screening these particles and stuff, but it does filter out some of the water vapor. And so therefore you're breathing drier air, and the drier air is going to allow whatever particles do get through to go deeper into your system. And by drinking more water, you're going to keep your mucous membranes, hydrated, and, a little bit more ability to collect some of those particles, and then even to flush them through your system. There's pretty good studies that show that people who are being exposed to wildfire smoke over a course of a few days will build up levels of different toxins in their body. And a lot of times that's just because they're not drinking enough water to flush them out. And I know several people, particularly in the naturopath and the integrated medicine field, who say green tea in particular, water and or green tea can be helpful in terms of just detoxing some of that stuff that's getting into your, first into your bloodstream and then into your internal organs and stuff, just because of the contaminants in the air.
Well, just kind of on a side note, going in a slightly different direction, and I agree with what you're saying, and I just wanted to mention that wildfires, forest fires, things like this are not the only thing that cause these types of contaminations in the air that affect people and sensitized individuals. If you remember back, we had some recent volcanoes that had erupted and put so much ash into the air. It was affecting people thousands of miles away. It grounded air traffic through Europe for around a week. So there's a lot of things that are in the air that are going to affect people, and the sensitized group, many times over, even more.
So I want to pick up on that as well. I mean, one of the reasons that they ground airliners in situations like this, either because of the wildfire or the volcanoes, is because of the aggressive nature of those small particles, particularly as they're compressed and put through a jet engine. They can score and damage the insides of those to the point where they can actually have engine failure. And if you think about that, if these particles are corrosive enough that they're damaging stainless steel parts, they can't be good for our lungs. So just lots of warnings to us. There's plenty of evidence around, even just common sense evidence, that would tell us that we shouldn't be exposed to a lot of this. And you were asking earlier, some of the other things people can do. Obviously, if you have whole house HVAC and if you've got filters on the HVAC, you can run the HVAC system even if you just run it on fan, because that pushes air into the house and through the system. And typically most home air systems and HVAC systems, unless they have a energy recovery ventilator or heat recovery ventilator or something like that, that's intentionally bringing air in, typically those are only bringing in 10% outside air. High efficiency furnaces, the ones that have the PVC pipes instead of like the chimneys and stuff, again, those are going to bring in minimal outside air unless they're on the heat cycle, where they bring in the air obviously to dilute the gases that are being created when they burn the gas or the oil for the furnace. So if you're on the air conditioning mode and you've got a high efficiency furnace and you've got decent filters on it, running that and just running it even on the fan on the on switch rather than on the auto switch should make a good difference. Now, I also want to point out the people who have portable air conditioners, window mount air conditioners, some of these other ones that have, pipes that go in and out and everything, what they call pack units, like you see on the wall of a hotel. That's tough because there's very little filtration on those. And that's a lot of times bringing in 10, 20, 30% outside air just automatically as you turn those on.
Well, most commercial buildings are spec'd that way. They have to bring in 15 to 20% fresh air. So they're dealing with those issues also.
And I'm not going to get into the whole discussion of the energy efficiency that may not be the energy efficiency, right. But they build the building so tight that they do have to bring in more of the outside air, And then in conditions like this, Lance, you know this as well as I do, they don't have the filtration on those big HVAC units like we have even on a smaller residential unit. So that's a tougher way to go on some of that. But at the same time, that brings up the last main point that I wanted to make, and that is that sometimes we can't rely, if you're a person or you're staying in a hotel because of, your job that took you there to New York City and all of this or whatever it is, sometimes you have to be a little bit more proactive, and particularly if you're sensitized. We talk about creating a refuge, even if you can't fix your whole house. Is there a bedroom? Is there a den? Is there a room in your house that you can turn into a refuge that's going to have better air quality and protect you? And this advance, I'm just blown away. The advance in the air purification systems, which we call proactive air purification, where you're not just relying on it to go through a filter to collect this stuff. You've got ionizers and one of the better ones I think is this multi-cluster ionization and things. These sorts of products can help create these reservoirs of clean air inside a building, so that even if you have to run the air conditioner and it's bringing in some of this contaminant and your filters aren't the greatest, at least you can protect yourself in a bedroom where you spend 8 hours a night when you're sleeping and things like that. That can be a big difference.
It's not a new concept. They teach and talk about that for hurricanes and tornadoes, to have a safe area in your home, a place that's protected from, from things coming through the exterior walls. Well, this is just taking it to another level where you're going to keep your breathable air as clean as possible.
Well, I like that analogy. You're in those cases, for a tornado. So here in the Midwest, we don't have the hurricanes as much, but it's a tornado. And that's exactly what they tell you. You need to have a secure location that in the case of a tornado, you can go into and be better protected from, the damaging effects of the wind. And in a situation like this, particularly the people who are already at risk because they're sensitized, they need to have, think about having that secure location from an air standpoint, just like we would think about having a secure location from a weather standpoint. And doing that with some of these proactive air purifiers. Heck, I was looking at the Best Living Systems website yesterday. They've got plug-in models. Literally just plug into an outlet and is enough to, have some air cleansing that's going on in a room size. They got ones that are the size of, like a sports bottle or a drinking glass that's designed to fit in a cup holder in a car to improve the air quality in a car. But you can plug those in and use those in a hotel room or in a bedroom or something like that. And these are not necessarily, super expensive items or anything like that. They're reasonably priced and they're worth it.
You know what? And everything you're talking about comes down to do something, improve your condition, be proactive yourself to try to take care of the environment you're in, stay in a healthier and a safer place during conditions like this. And it's going to happen more and more. We didn't really talk about statistics, but from the Weather Channel, they ran some stats yesterday saying that year to date, they have burned up in Canada and the US. Well, let me rephrase that. The yearly average for the US and Canada on forest fires is between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres. The fires so far to date in Canada are 9.3 million. So they're 50% over the yearly total of burned up forest and what it's putting into the air that we're all breathing and changing weather conditions around the world.
And we're in June.
And we're in June. And it's first going to get hot, and the fire season's going to first come on, and then we got California to deal with and the West Coast. Prepare yourselves, people. Be proactive and take care.
Well, that's what I said. Just if there's things that you can fix now, fix them. If there's things that you can do to prepare for, because this supposedly this one from Canada. Hopefully by the middle of next week, we'll have moved on with some shifting weather patterns. Don't just go back to normal and say, that one's over. I don't have to worry about it, because something's going to happen again. And those who are already suffering, those who are kind of on an edge health-wise, sometimes I talk to my clients about being literally almost like standing on a knife's edge. And we want to get you off of that edge so that you don't fall over into a worse scenario. And the way to do that is, it's pretty tough to, have the proactive air purifier when you're in the middle of a problem. So you may have to get one now. Let me just also finish with this. I know it's the fire issues and everything, but I'm a victim of my own thinking, so to speak. Neither my wife or I both of us are blessed that we don't have a lot of mold sensitivities or anything like that, even with all the crazy work I've done in the industry. And neither one of us really have expressed a lot of allergies over the years. And this summer, or actually this spring, over the last couple of months, I noticed that my wife was feeling less and less normal, so to speak. And finally, when we dug into it, it was turned out that she was having some respiratory issues and some stuff like that. And the initial doctor visit was, it's a really awful pollen season. We never followed the pollen ratings or anything because she was never, identified as being allergic. And once we got the idea that she was, being impacted by the outdoor pollen, not something that was going on in our house, ended up getting one of the Chaos air purifiers that Normie recommends. And within hours, she was telling me that she was feeling better running that in the house. And within 2 days, she had already given it to her sister and made me buy her another one. So that's just how it
Okay, then. Well, the stuff works. And, that's the whole thing. And we always talk about, even, tongue in cheek, about you either have a good filter or you are one. And it's all about protecting that you are one. You want to have as much protection around you as you can. But we are going to end this segment. I do want to thank you for your time. And I didn't mention it earlier, but this is one of the segments that we're doing in a multi-part presentation on the seriousness of the wildfires, how it's affecting the U.S. and people with sensitivities, without sensitivities, and what they can do. So hopefully you'll tune in and some of the other segments as we show them. And I want to thank you again for your time. It's always great talking to you, Mike.
Bless you, Lance. It was good. I hope it was helpful for people.
Thank you.
Everybody, this is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R, as well as the Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. This is episode 12, and good friend today. I say this every week, but I like this guy a lot. I met him about a year ago, and we bonded, and I'm happy he's such a big part of the experience. He's a teacher, a leader, a podcaster, an IAQ expert, a former policeman. I may have tipped it up right there who it is. A speaker, exhibitor. And he is currently and formerly was an EMT. We'll talk about all of that. Longtime friend of the experience. Please welcome from Normie, Mr. Lance Eisen. Welcome, Lance.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we have a lot going on in both our companies right now and fun. But I want to first off just talk about. I mean, this whole series was meant to really kind of look at the people who've made a big difference to the experience. And you and Doug and everybody at Normie are certainly one of them. Are you a New Jersey native by any chance?
Yes.
So you remain in New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes, I have. Well, my family is here, so it's kind of hard to move away from kids and grandkids.
They frown on that. I know. I know that we my wife and I came down to Florida a while ago, and I think that the grandkids is the thing that keeps people from snowbirding. The kids are one thing, but once those grandkids come around, now I'm not going anywhere, and I get it. So good for you.
You know, yeah, it just makes it easier and it's more sense. If they move away, well, then all bets are off. But
Exactly. Exactly. So, well, I tell you, we met, like I said, last year, and you've got a great background, one that I think is wonderful for this. You started in, well, and maybe you could talk about this a little. There's two things I want to talk about service-wise in general. People know you were a policeman. A lot of people know you were a policeman as such, but I didn't know you were an EMT. How long did you do that for?
Since 1975.
And you're still registered, correct?
Yeah, still involved with the volunteer organization.
What do you think? What drew you to that originally, starting out? So this is what I want to do.
You know what? As a kid, I had watched the ambulance come to my house quite a few times. My grandmother lived with us. I saw them helping people, and it just became kind of the norm, and it got my interest.
That's amazing. My grandma stayed with me till she passed away when she was 98. So I learned a lot of Italian like that. But you did that, and then you went right into being a police. Now that was 1975. You said you still do it, but in 1979 you decided to join the police force. Was it just the next logical step in your head, or no?
It was kind of strange. I mean, if you put yourself in the mindset of a 19-year-old. I was an EMT already. I was involved with emergency services. I was going to Rutgers University in a pre-medical program.
Mm-hmm.
And the opportunity came up where somebody said, "Hey, you want to drive a police car and carry a gun?" I was 19 years old. Sure. And, I had taken some tests. I got hired, and I started a career that, they talk about pensions and stuff. And at 19, 20 years old, you get pension. What's that all about? And that was a blur, that's gone. So. Yeah,
for sure. I remember when they started talking about 401ks and people like, what is that? Some kind of football signal? I don't know what that means. And now you look back and like, you're so stupid. Why don't you just start?
The pension is there, which is the reason I stayed. It's just, 25 years just blurred by.
Ah, yes.
And I'll tell you what, that makes it even scarier. I retired almost 20 years ago.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So.
From law enforcement.
You achieved your rank was sergeant at the end, correct?
Correct.
I can see that. I can see you being the boss, being the sergeant of a staff, but
it was convenient. It worked.
A lot of people, this is the 12th episode of this, and it's funny you said the magic words already, and that you started that because you wanted to help people, and I could, I could see a lot of pre-med. We've had people that want to be attorneys and this, and that, and say, no, you know what? I want to do something else. And especially then that led into our industry. I mean, so you retired from the police force, and what moved you to kind of get involved in the restoration industry?
My story is very similar to the people that we deal with that have problems. 2 years before I retired from the police department, I wound up with pneumonia 4 times. And I kept going to doctors, specialists that, take these antibiotics, take more medication. Wasn't fixing the problem. I kept getting pneumonia. I started doing some research, and I took some training online about my living conditions, and I found my problem. It was in my air conditioning system.
I'm not smiling because that's great news. Go ahead. I mean, I can see where you're going with this. Go on.
I fixed it. And, I started telling people, this is what I did. Their answer to me was, come check my house. Mm-hmm. That became a full-time business when I retired.
No kidding.
Yeah, I actually had to hire 4 inspectors to work with me because it was so busy. And there was radio advertising and a lot of other things involved with that, but it became an industry business for me. And that's how I got into it. And 2 years after that, I wound up with the Normie organization.
And you accidentally started a business. I love that. And the pneumonia problems went away when you got better air, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the pneumonia went away. It was caused by a fungal infection, fungal pneumonia. And it was because of the conditions of my indoor environment. which set the stage for everything else.
Gotcha. And then you went to the right place because Normie is doing so many great things with IAQ and IAQ radio and everything else. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But I remember we've talked about this offline. And I talked to Jeff Jones, Microbial Warrior, about this too, specifically about COVID. He likes to talk about it. And we found out it wasn't touching things or whatnot. It was everything, all the particles going through the air. And hopefully if we have another chance at this, I'm preaching to the choir, I know. Hopefully we won't have another chance at this. We probably will. And sadly, we'll do a better job of fighting that next time, right?
Absolutely. COVID was kind of a game changer for this industry. I've been in it since 2004 with Normie since 2006. And we have been talking about indoor air quality. We've been talking about surface contact, the things you breathe. And people are like, yeah, okay, no big deal. And then COVID hits. And everybody decides that, hey, breathing is a thing. It's important. And it changed the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and what I was going to mention earlier was that you said something when we first started about you want to help people. So you became an EMT and this and that. Everybody that does this show, that's what they say. And I think that really is a nice, you're sheepishly to accept this. We already tried once off the air, but you're a helper. You're a service-oriented people person, and you want to go, and I could see you doing those two things, then jumping into the restoration industry like you did. And I'm not surprised at all. It's a career of service, actually. And again, that's a statement, not really a question, but that's the way I see it.
Well, yesterday, actually, I had a conversation with the manager of a large gym franchise. And we were talking about different things that could help his business out.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept saying, well, what's in it for you? What's in it for you? I said, nothing. I'm not selling you anything. I'm not asking you to buy anything. I don't want you to spend any money. Just here's a suggestion. And he didn't know how to take that. He's so used to people trying to sell them something or take advantage of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what we do. Doug has a tagline that we use all the time. It's not about getting a license. It's about developing a successful business.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we teach. And, we don't do it for what we're getting out of it. We're helping people. Our benefit is helping people, and then the good things come from that.
That is the textbook. I've heard the phrase content marketing, but that's basically what that is, a new form of marketing about. Yeah, we're gonna help the audience. We're gonna send a case study, do this and that. Eventually, we sell this widget too, and maybe you might want to think about buying it. But that's like an afterthought. And after you gain their trust, as Normie does, then the money just comes in because you're quality and you've earned their trust. You're not just overtly asking for it, right? And I think that's great. That's the way all businesses should run these days. Some don't have the luxury, but
you mentioned the police department earlier, and a lot of what I learned from that was dealing with people, reading an audience.
Yeah.
And it's a skill that every one of us in the service industry needs. You need to know who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm.
And very often, for me, it's easier to put myself in the place of the person I'm dealing with. And that's how I can judge how I have to deal with this individual for their needs. I know personally that if somebody comes to my house and is very pushy and they're going to sell me something, and I don't want to deal with them, I'm immediately turned off to that. It's very hard to sometimes explain to individuals in this industry that you might be selling a service, you might be selling a product. You really need to sell yourself first. Once the customer is comfortable with you, then you have a relationship and it's much easier to work with.
Yeah. They trust you, and they have that mutual trust that you're really looking out for their best interest. I couldn't agree more, Lance. And you brought that and a lot more to Normie. Now, we've been talking a lot over the last year. Normie TV is exploding. Normie Connect. I mean, what do you want to talk about as far as so much has changed in the last 12 months or 18 months with Normie?
We actually started a little bit sooner than that, but it really went mainstream with what we're doing. Like you said, within the last 2 years. We've been running Normie TV since 2017, 2018. So, but like everything else, it's a new concept and it takes a while to get some traction and move. Well, from watching the industry and watching what happened with COVID, we started to see that people like to get media in all different flavors, all different ways of getting it, from Facebook to Instagram to Reddit to regular other social media platforms, ones that are popping up almost daily.
Yeah.
So to me, it made sense to, and here we come with the name Normie connect with the audience on their terms. You know, we can't say, hey, if you want to watch us, go to YouTube. And that's your option. You know, some people may not want to go to YouTube, it may confuse them. They may go to Instagram and want to watch, or Facebook or LinkedIn. So we broadcast our TV channel across all of those platforms at the same time. So right now we're broadcasting, I believe it's on 7 or 8 platforms. When we do other live broadcasts like specialized trainings, we'll go across, I think it's up to 15 platforms. At the same time, simulcast it. And people can react with us and chat and everything else at the same time. Well, we found that a lot of people like that, but people work. Can you believe that? They have to travel to and from work.
I hate that.
You can't watch video performances, video on demand while you're driving. So we looked into doing radio. We're now broadcasting, simulcast broadcasting over 6 radio platforms. So people have their favorites there too. You know, whatever you want to listen to your internet radio on. So now they can listen while they drive in the car. And for those that are even beyond that, we went to podcasts. We're on 13 podcast platforms. So wherever you want to find us, we're there.
And you're promoting it. And I've been fortunate enough to be a part of a couple of the episodes with you and Doug, and I was flattered to do that. I was taken back by when I first learned about what you were doing, that just how everything's scheduled. It's almost like a TV network in a way. This is scheduled then. You could promote, hey, you're going to be on, Jane Doe is going to be on at 4:00. Make sure. And I thought it was well done. And you clearly put a lot of effort into it, and for good reasons. A lot of times, you know, people put effort into things just to do effort, but this was targeted, and it's good. I think I love what you guys are doing. I've been outspoken about that the whole way. I really, really enjoy what you're up to. And I like the fact that the Experience is a sponsor this year. That we're very proud to do that. And this is where I have to mention that, don't forget, April 3rd to the 5th in Chattanooga, Tennessee, the Experience is coming back. Our next event, the Chattanooga Convention Center. When this airs, you still will have time to get some early bird rates as attendee. There's plenty of space on the booths available. Contact me or the sales team, and some great stuff. We put the agenda up about 2 weeks ago. Love it. I'm so thrilled with the speakers coming, including Lance Eisen. Now, you've been a big part, you and Doug and the Normie in general have been a huge part of the Experience for years. I mean, do you remember the first time you went to the Experience by any chance?
No, and you can't see it now, but hanging behind me, I have from the ceiling a hook with all the badges that I've gotten attending, and there's a lot of them up there. Actually, I put a second hook up now. It's over 10 years, I'd say, that I've been attending the Experience shows.
You've been a big sponsor of the Experience as well. You're going to be recording and doing things this time too. Is there any great Experience stories jump out that you want to share with everyone?
Well, we tried something new last year where we went live from the Experience show across all of our platforms at the same time. And we were doing live interviews right there at our booth of all the movers and shakers, if you want to call it, in the industry. And it was fun. You know, we had you there, you were talking with us, we did an interview, and again, we pushed that out over everything at the same time. And we had people all over the country watching what we were doing at the Experience while we were there.
Yeah, it was creative, and I had a blast. It was funny. I thought it was funny. Maybe we need this time to get bigger signs, say you're on air or something. Because it was just funny. Everybody just came from talking to Lance during our interview, and me, and so like, hey, give us just 5 minutes.
But that adds to it because it's real.
I know. It was funny. It was great.
You know, and that's kind of what we went for there. And everybody was well behaved. I mean, our booth was actually next to a bar, so it was really touchy, but no, it was good. We were very well behaved.
This is the first time I'm sorry, Lance. People want to be by the bar a lot in this industry. I've noticed a lot of my exhibitors have that same request, which is kind of funny. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Oh, no, I absolutely like that. It's a short walk. It's just, like you said, we had a lot of people that were there, a lot of activity. it was nice to have people come in and sit down and talk with us. And actually, that's the way our booth is designed. It's a large booth with seating area. And that's what we want. We don't want people coming to us, we can sell them something. We want people to come to us with questions, with concerns, with suggestions. And that's how we meet people at these events.
Your booth is going to be in the back of the hall, the major booth right between the cleaning pavilion and the restoration pavilion and where the lunch area is. So it's a perfect setting for everything. You're going to be in the belly of the beast. Go back and talk to Lance and have fun. What would people be surprised to know about Lance? That's a question that came up a couple of weeks ago, and I think it's a good one.
I mean, I'm pretty much an open book. I do these types of things all the time, these interviews. I run interviews and I do training several times a month online. So I do talk about my background because it's what helps me do what I do. And I try to encourage people to use your background as a tool to do what you do. But what would surprise people? It's like the story I told you before. It's the legitimacy of just wanting to help.
Yeah.
And people really are, I'm here to help you. And they're always like grabbing for their wallet to make sure it's still there. No, that's really what we do at Normie. It's about helping people in this industry.
Now, it's, you are an open book, and that's why I was always attracted to you, because you're a good guy, and you hated when I call you sir a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Things of that nature.
You do that because I'm older than you and you keep reminding me.
I think that one thing I want to remind everybody that may not be available at this point, but we're doing the tours of the Shaw flooring plant on April 2nd, the day before the event. As of today, I believe 15 of the 75 have been sold, and this will be out in 2 weeks. So it may not be, but if it's still available, I would highly recommend doing that. Get to our website, register for the event, then register for Shaw. It's $199. 3 tours all day, transportation, lunch, all that stuff. So, any last words you want for our people? Why do you think people should come and see us in Chattanooga, Lance?
Your show, the experience is different from any of the other shows that I've been to, whether it's your spring or your fall show. And it's not about going to be sold something. It's going to learn about things. And that is very different in the, if you want to call it the home show or the, convention show type market. Everybody's trying to sell their products. It's really about who you are and selling yourself and your services where people can touch them, try them right there. You're not shopping on an Amazon catalog to buy a $10,000 widget. You're touching them. I mean, I love walking around and watching the robots run around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Robot cleaners and stuff. People aren't there trying to sell them. They're just showing the technology that's there. And, we didn't mention this, but technology right now is exploding, and our industry is not exempt from that. It's really playing into the industry. And we have a lot of people in this industry that have been doing things the same way for 15, 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Several reasons. One, technology is changing so quickly, it's hard to keep up, but people fear technology, new stuff, and change.
Right.
And you can't in this industry. Don't fear the technology, embrace it. You have to.
So many
Your show
times.
highlights.
Go ahead.
Your show highlights. That's what I was saying.
Thank you, Lance. I think it's hands-on has been drummed into my head since I started a couple of years ago, and it's true. There's more hands-on experience at these events than anything I've ever seen. If you want to go and learn your craft, this is the place to be. And we're excited to have you. We're very excited to have you and Normie be a part of be a partner with us for this. I think that's a good place to end. I think that was beautiful. I learned a lot about Lance. That's what I wanted out of this. If people don't love you yet, they love you now, Lance. All right.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for the opportunity. Though I do have one question, because you did start off by saying we're good friends and everything else. I'm the 12th interview.
12th. Well, I'm building up to. We're building up to Chattanooga, man. It's a build.
Oh, okay. Good.
Don't tell Chuck Viola that, who was our first one. I'll tell him no. We start off with the best.
Yeah. Okay.
I told you, my big mouth talked me into doing 52 of these a year. So there's going to be a lot of people like the 40th that are going to be looking at me, shaking their head. But I thank you for being here. How's that? We'll leave with that. Hey, Thank you. Make plans to attend the experience April 3rd through the 5th in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. You could register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You can find this and all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. We'd love to hear from you. Also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Very special thank you to our guest, Lance Eisen of Normie. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
So at this time, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, a division of ISSA, and Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Hi, Jeff.
So we're going to talk about training. We're going to talk about issues in the industry. We're going to talk about the weather. We're going to talk about solutions. So to start it off, Gavin, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're thinking here? What is it that the industry needs to know right now?
That it takes a team to be successful, Jeff. And at the moment, we've got wonderful people doing very important activities when it comes to capacity building, certification, training. But when we go into action, when we have to go live with this, we go off full operational, we are all over the place. We're scattered. And so we're working with ISSA and Normie Now Alliance, with Doug and myself and many others involved. It's trying to bring some cohesion to all the islands of excellence that we have out there right now, especially when it comes to responding to disasters like we've just seen with the hurricane down south.
You're telling me, Gavin, that there's a collaboration here happening with ISSA and Normie?
Yeah, so through the ISSA Normie Alliance, Jeff, we've been working pretty diligently and being very focused on how to do better for the industry. And it's you just have to look what's out there in the media right now on all the discussions that emergency managements at the local level, the mayors have, and then go back to social media where it's going, hey, I need this humidifier delivered here. I've just run out of PPE. I don't have no more gloves. And you go, oh, hang on, guys, we should be more professional than that. We should be better organized than that.
That sounds like a good idea to serve people, to help. Doug, do you know anything about this?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what happened here in Louisiana when Katrina hit. We had been in business for about a year doing training. Of course, Louisiana had a licensing law, but the reality was that there was really not a focused central place where people could find the professionals that they needed. And as much as we appreciated, obviously, everybody from Tennessee and Georgia and Texas coming in to help, there was still that need. I think there was a vacuum for information. I remember doing several free seminars at a couple of libraries, people just hungering for information. And I think that's the idea here is how do we focus our energies into really helping these folks and helping them in a way that they're not going to pay the price years from now because maybe they had the work done incorrectly.
So Katrina, that was a devastating storm. We've seen others, and recently we've seen even more. This has been a busy year for storms. So what you two are cooking up together sounds like a nice solution to help the industry respond to needs. Doug, I see Gavin's in a nice home there, but you're in an office or something. Talk about that. Talk about the training centers and what they can do for this concept.
Well, thank you, Jeff. We're very excited about the fact that we're now being able to open up training centers around the country. Actually, we have one in Fort Lauderdale, which is our Normie Pro Academy South. We just opened this location, which is our Normie Pro Academy Central. And January 1, we're going to be opening Normie Pro Academy West, which is in Anaheim, California. So we're very excited about the possibility of being able to do training, not only from the initial training side of it, but also from the advanced training, which a lot of these guys need. Unfortunately, like so many things happen, somebody gets trained and they get a license and then you don't ever see them again. So what we're hoping is that we can provide the kind of depth of training that they need with this type of facility, that they can get the kind of advanced training they need on both the assessment side, on the remediation side, and then just in indoor air quality and microbials in general. So yeah, we've got a great facility here. Very excited about it. I think it's going to work out for us very, very well. And it's here located in a place where everybody wants to go. New Orleans, where we have great food, oysters.
I have sampled some of the good food down there. So I'm assuming some of that good food makes it to this classroom.
Maybe. No, that's the plan. In fact, a couple of our classes are actually on-site classes where we go actually into a facility and do an assessment. And some of those classes include lunches and dinners. So yeah, we take advantage of the resources as we can.
Okay. Gavin, what do you think about this? I know you enjoy a good classroom yourself.
Oh, it's so important, Jeff. The challenge that we have right now is, we have events occurring all the time. We've just had a huge event with the recent hurricane. We know the water will go down. We know the roofs will be repaired. We know the pictures in the news will go away, but the health problems will continue way beyond this. And the challenge we have is that how do we determine whether the building is healthy or unhealthy? The threats of disease are hard to see, but I think both Doug and I are in total agreement. We need to address these dangers, these health impacts, these health problems as seriously as we deal with raging floodwaters and roaring winds. And the only way we can do that is through certification and training facilities like what Normie is running and what Doug's just explained.
And as I could offer as well to that input, the reality that we're dealing with things you can't see. And so you've got to do testing on both the pre and post side to find out if in fact you have a problem, and then if you've actually reduced that problem. A lot of people don't realize what happened at Katrina, which is also now happening in North Carolina. It happens in Florida. The water comes, it goes away. You may not have a mold problem right away, but how many of us saw the caskets floating down the lake? Now you're dealing with Cat 3 water, contaminated biological contaminants. So it's not just about mold, it's about microbials that you can't see.
Thank you, Doug and Gavin. It seems like a lot of industries out there have requirements mandated by state and government to get your nails done. Not that I do that. To get your hair cut, to get your furnace or air conditioning worked on, to get your plumbing done in your home or business. It requires someone with a license, and that process to get that license is obviously intensive at times. Are we seeing that happening in this industry? I know we published a recent article on Clean Facts about something in Illinois. I'd love to hear both of you comment on this. What have you seen? What do you think is going to happen in the short term and long term with this?
The states have taken a couple of different paths. Some of the states have actually created boards, and those boards are licensing boards. They've set requirements for what the licensing should be and who should actually meet that training requirement. Other states have decided that they would rather have a registration process, or at least advise the public on who they should use, who should be they should be using for their program, for their needs, whatever their remediation needs are. And so I think a great example is we've got 5 states that do have licensing right now, but we also have states like Illinois that just came up with SB 1087, where they're saying if you're going to, it's basically a public awareness thing. If you're going to do mold remediation, then you need to look at the IICRC or Normie, a third-party training association that's got a national presence. And so that's where I see it, as kind of these 2 different paths. And I think we're going to continue to see it, frankly, because microbes are becoming a bigger and bigger issue.
Thank you, Doug. And Gavin, anything to add to that?
Yeah, exactly what Doug had mentioned. Last time I looked at the map, Jeff, I think there was about 50 states, and Doug just mentioned 5. But what's happened in Illinois with the Mold Registration Act is pretty remarkable in the way that we're looking at, it's the invisible stuff that's most consequential consequential to the health of the building and the health impacts to people. And what we're seeing now in Illinois, that Mold Registration Act comes under the Department of Public Health. Now, the Department of Public Health will want metrics, they'll want measurements, they'll want key performance indicators. So that's a whole fantastic new change to where the direction we're taking into registration, certification, and training all our first responders that are out there, whether it be a natural event or a man-made event or just an accident, water pipe breaks, for example. So the point where we're saying here right now is that the victims of all these disasters, right now, the problem with how we respond is that everyone throws money and resources in the acute phase, but there's not a lot of interest in the long-term phase, which is the health phase. So what are we doing 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from any event, any disaster, any emergency, when the attention's moved away, yet people are still dealing with it? And I think the Mold Registration Act and all the other licensing laws and requirements in those other 4 states are so important when it comes to professionalizing, becoming more professional at what we do, but doing it through a way of measurement and metrics and key performance indicators.
Let's dig into that a little bit. You mentioned, here, let me set this up a little bit. An event happens, a hurricane comes through, there's damage, there's response, things are fixed as best as can be done in the moment. Gavin, you mentioned years down the road. What are we talking about here? Once an issue is fixed, isn't it fixed?
Well, yeah, you're right, Jeff. Once you put a Band-Aid on a hemorrhage, it might stop the hemorrhage for a little while, but then it starts hemorrhaging again. What we're seeing when it comes to buildings that have come under disasters, emergencies, events where the building gets wet, water damage. Our job is to go there in the acute phase to dry it out. But then more importantly, Jeff, we need to go back on a frequent period of time that's really laid out to understand whether that building, after being dried out, remains to be a healthy building. And that's so important because this connection, we understand that, for example, hurricanes are known for causing deaths and severe damage. We get that. But there's new research, Jeff, that's just come out that there are indirect drivers in these communities that have suffered a hurricane or a storm where thousands more deaths happen for up to 15 years after the storm passes. And going from the emergency phase, the acute phase, to a medium to long-term phase, it's what's so critical in the needs for our certification, our training right now, but also in our business processes.
Can I just point out something? I think this really reminds me of kind of where we are, what you're talking about, Gavin, is remember 9/11? How many years after 9/11 were people dealing with health effects as a result of them being in those contaminated environments? And I think, yes, you're correct. You can fix the problem. Everything looks great. But again, if it's not done correctly or you're not addressing the potential health issues, that's a big concern. One of the things that was exciting to me about what Illinois did, and this is a step in the right direction. I can tell you in 2004, a lot of people reacted to, oh, mold, what's the problem? Mold's been around since Leviticus. What's the big deal? And yet now what's happening, which I'm excited about, is Illinois says we want training, a public awareness program to let people know not just about the mold issues, but about the health effects of the mold issues. That's a huge step in the right direction.
Doug, you mentioned Katrina a while ago, and that was in 2005. Were you there?
I was here, yes. In fact, I wrote it out. I just finished my house a month before the hurricane hit. Fortunately, I'm from Florida, so I built the house with hurricane standards from Florida, 150-mile-an-hour wind load. So we didn't have any problem with our house. But as you can imagine, we were absolutely covered up with helping neighbors and people at church and giving seminars, trying to help folks figure out how to deal with this issue. So yes, I was here.
So thinking about the effect of a hurricane hitting, how many years would you say that impacted the area?
I would say at least 10, and probably in some areas more. There's still places where you can see damage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we just had a hurricane come through, Hurricane Helene. Are we seeing a similar issue here where they're taking care of issues right now, but we're going to see years of impact from this hurricane?
Well, I can tell you that I think it's actually worse. And from this standpoint, looking at the infrastructure, it's not like running a wire across, level ground for a couple of miles. I cannot even imagine how long it's going to take for them to get back to quote unquote normal.
So what does the industry do with this conversation today? Gavin, what do you see as a critical need right now?
So the discussion we're having on the ISSA Normie Alliance is the list, the centralized list. And what we're seeing even after, the experience that both Doug and I, and probably even you, Jeff, have over years of dealing within the industry, where is that list of those that have been certified, those that have been trained, those that have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to respond to both natural events like these hurricanes and these storms, as well as other events that happen that cause severe damage to buildings? Because in any community, you're going to have critical infrastructure that's required. That building has to be recovered and back to normal as quickly as possible, just to keep society going. And then, of course, you've got all the dwellings, the hotels, and also the individual homes and houses where people live in that need to be go through the recovery phase and the damage assessment and be rebuilt and recover from that event. The challenge we have right now, Jeff, is where is the list? Who holds the list? Who should manage the list so that both federal, state, and local government officials and non-government officials can come to an association like ISSA or Normie and say, where is that list of who's been trained? Because there's so many people out there that are doing training, we just don't have a list right now. And that's a huge weakness in the industry.
But you're saying that this is one of the projects that you both are working on.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's critical. And it's critical to be, I think we're seeing ourselves as the glue, as we not just reach out to ISSA training or Normie training, but all those other training courses and that are out there, IRCRC, plus all of the other people that do training, and say, right, keep doing the training. That's your business. But when we do this, let's look at ourselves as forming one team that we can then approach the decision makers, be it government or non-government, saying, here's the list of companies, the list of people that have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to go and respond based on science with the right equipment, the right tools to do a job that's going to focus on recovery and the health of the building and the health of the people.
And I think if I could add something to this, Jeff, from the very beginning, our mission was to both train professionals and certify them, but also to train the public, to inform the public. And I feel like I would be neglecting it if I didn't say our nonprofit 501(c), which is NormieProETF.org, has some great documents on the landing page for people who are residents, to help them protect themselves during this process, and for volunteers. And so I think that's the point that Gavin's making, is we want to move forward with really helping the public and helping the professional, because both of them obviously are playing a part in this whole recovery process.
So this project you're working on, coming up with this list of individuals, companies that the government, consumers, anyone that needs help can access. When is that list going to be available?
Well, I can tell you that Normie already has a list available on our website, normiepro.com, where people can search for licensed, trained, certified remediators and assessors. That's already in place, has been in place since 2004, and they can search by zip code, city, and state.
And Gavin, what do you think?
And that's what we're doing, Jeff. The same thing through the ISSA Normie Alliance, is looking at those lists, seeing where there's overlap, seeing, we're mapping it down to the zip code level. Where are people located? Again, what we've found, and Doug and I were talking about this week, so many people are traveling hundreds to up to thousands of miles to come down from, say, Washington, California, and from different states to come over to North Carolina, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia right now to help them with Hurricane Helene efforts. So we know people will travel. We know they travel. What we don't know is who's traveling, who's there, who needs help with supply chains for better, more PPP, personal protective equipment, who needs help with repositioning the equipment that we use, who needs more equipment because based on the damage assessment right now. So again, like what we're trying to do here, Jeff, is just make us more professional, make us more coordinated.
Sounds like a project that will never have an end because there will always be additions to this. It's just a project to help, and that will never be like it's done. Here it is. That's what I'm hearing. Doug?
It's a piece of string, Jeff. Yeah, and you've got to start somewhere.
Yes, exactly. Doug, just thinking about the recent hurricane, North Carolina and Georgia don't have licensing laws. That when we think about that, anyone can go in and do the work. Is that what you're seeing? And how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it is that way. And the interesting thing about this is oftentimes the states will suspend their licensing laws, even when they have licensing laws in place, because what they want, and I don't want to sound cynical, but they want to get the tax base up. They want to get people back in their homes. And so they're open to letting anybody come in and do the work. I see that as an issue, obviously, because I know what kind of damage can be done if it's not done correctly. We saw that through Katrina when they suspended the licensing law here. We saw it the following year in Texas when they did the same thing. In Florida, they've determined not to do that. So if there's a hurricane in Florida, they're not going to suspend the licensing laws because they want professionals to do that work. And there's certainly enough of them out there. I think the key is, as Gavin said, getting the information out there to let folks know, here's how you can find guys who are really well-trained and certified, and then giving them the documentation that they need, the resources that they need, so that they can follow the right kind of guidelines to use the correct standard of care. So it really is about just getting the information out there and education.
All right. Anything we missed, Gavin, you want to cover before we wrap up?
Yeah, one last really big headline, I suppose this is an industry alert actually, Jeff, is that a new study came out yesterday. And that new study was by Stanford University researchers Rachel Young and Solomon Chiang. They published yesterday in the journal called Nature, which is freely available on the internet. And what they found was that in any given month, people in the US are dying earlier in their communities than they would have if a storm or hurricane hadn't hit their community. And what they did, what Angela and Solomon did, they looked at 501 hurricanes and storms in the United States between 1930 and 2015, and they found that the increase in deaths in those communities happened earlier, but more importantly, they persist for about 15 years after each weather event. And then they went through and they analyzed these hurricanes and storms in the United States, and they found that we were having an excess death of 55,000 to 88,000, or let's say if one average US hurricane had hit a community, we get about 7,000 to 11,000 excess deaths that happen earlier as if the storm had never happened. So if the community was not hit by the hurricane, those 7,000 to 11,000 excess deaths would not have happened from one storm, or the 55,000 or 88,000 on an annual basis would not have happened from all the different storms that we have. So this is really big information for us in that we don't understand the full health impact from an emergency or disaster like a hurricane or a storm, and we need to focus more on our response, how we respond, and the health of the building, not just from the acute phase of respond and then recovery, but for many years, up to 15 years later in those communities.
All of that is sobering information, important to know, because we can see the reason why your alliance is here and what you plan to do and how important that is. But thank you both for your time today. This is the first of many such industry alerts to keep people informed as to the work you're doing and how others as well, as they watch this, can contact you and volunteer to help in this cause. I assume you both are open to collaboration from others.
Absolutely. That's what we want. I think we started with that comment, and it's really true. It takes a team. There's not one person that can do this.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, Jeff, Doug and I are fully aware of all those people, with all those great people within our industry that have actually they've actually gone down to the areas that have been impacted in North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida. They've deployed themselves. We're with you guys. You've got my phone number. Give us a call if we can help.
Thank you both.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator, and that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does is expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology, rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement, or the mold under the sink, or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NCRSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the NORMI schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
Okay, everybody, we are back at the Experience Trade Show in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I have a guest here with us that was actually attending some of our lectures earlier today, and it's Evie. And Evie's come a long way to this show and to come and talk with us. So Evie, say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone. Hi from down under. This is Evie Sims from Bulk Sorting, come from Melbourne, Australia. And I'm really, really happy to be here.
Well, we're glad you're here. And, you were with us this morning in the lectures where we talked about marketing, mycotoxins, which I know you had said offline when we were talking, it's something new in Australia.
Yes, it is. It's something that has really been there. There's a lot of controversials about it, and it will be really good to get some more information on this so that we can actually debunk some of the myths that's out there.
Well, from what we talked about, it's pretty unregulated out in Australia. They don't really have legislation for licensing and stuff like that.
Yeah, not yet. Hey, hopefully, hey, one day. That's
your goal.
Yeah.
Well, we had talked, we can, try to work with you and get training out there. And we've worked with people in Australia before. A matter of fact, one of the labs that we use is out of Australia.
That's amazing. Hey, it's really good it's good to know that we've got that technology, and yet we're not harnessing the opportunity to really understand a lot more about what's affecting a lot of homeowners, a lot of people that lives in rental properties, and the government actually understands a little bit about that because they had the biotoxin review. However, we kind of just stayed stagnant at a point. So I've been really wanting to find a way that we can bounce that conversation back up. And at the end of the day, it is the people that's suffering. So we need to help them.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm doing this 20 years here in the States, and the shift in licensing requirements and better training, it's a slow process, but we're getting there. And it sounds like Australia is getting to the point where they're looking to start doing that. And especially with people like you interested.
Yeah, I think there is a bigger call and bigger demand for it. I think one of the Normie presentation by Michael Pinto, he was talking about that mold's been here for a long time. All the science that we talked about is now actually 25 year on is actually proven to be true. Some of the restoration people are doing actually the correct things. So we're now beginning to understand a lot more about what that is. So we need to just step up a little bit more, bring that back home, my home, and then establish a lot more ways that can benefit not just the because people are suffering, homes are not being mitigated properly. And that's a problem, hey?
Well, let's change gears here for a second. And it's what, 25 hours traveling from where you came from to get here?
Bit keen, eh?
Yeah. Okay.
29 hours in total.
Okay, then. So what brought you here?
So I'm here to start a Bulks Holdings Australia as a Bulks Holding USA LLC. So we sell restoration dehumidification systems with a company that's in UK, EcoPro. EcoPro has been in US for about a year too, but however, they haven't really been into restoration industry. I'm hoping to bring some education, some sort of new formats that's coming in here, and just help the restorers, homeowners, and whoever wants some understanding on dehumidification desiccant units.
Well, I mean, it sounds like there's a synergy between what we do here in the States, what you're doing here in the States from Australia, and the UK, where we also have been doing training.
Yeah.
So we're in the same territory. So this could be a very interesting gathering that we're starting to put together here.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go to Australia.
Well, I think we should.
Well, I think it's something that you may hear about in the near future. So,
well, that's it.
We actually have a phone number in Australia.
Yeah.
No, a direct line to Normie from Australia. It's there.
What's your direct line?
I don't have it now, but it's an Australian number, so it's local to Australia.
So we'll get that number and we'll post it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
So that people can reach out to Normie. In Australia, trainings will come.
Yes.
And we'll be there. And so licensing format of some sort should be coming. So interesting points, eh?
All right. Well, we'll continue this discussion.
Yes,
Thank you.
we'll do. Thank you.
I want to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner from GBAC to join us today. And I'm just saying GBAC, but that's just a tiny piece of what you actually do. So could you say hello and kind of let us know who you really are.
Yeah, that's a good question, Lance. I'm not sure whether I do work for a living or I just follow a lot of great hobbies. I think what really makes everything worthwhile from my professional opinion is the people I work with. So I'm very fortunate within the entire cleaning industry. I just work with wonderful people, whether it be cleaning on the front lines of a commercial building, a school, an airport, a hotel, or working with remediators, restorers, whether we're dealing with mold or we're trying to focus on the science of drying, for example. So it's just a fascinating industry. I don't know how you're doing, Lance, but at the moment I'm flat out. It's really busy.
It has been, and it's kind of increasing at an exponential rate. It's really strange that there's been so many weather events so far this year that have affected so much of just the U.S. alone, that we are extremely busy. Not complaining, but it's just like you said, flat out, I think is the term you used.
Yes, it is. It's been really interesting, Lance. We've seen on the news, all the focus on tornadoes, and we've seen an enormous number, an exceptional number of tornadoes in the last few months. But what we don't realize, Lance, is that where there's a tornado, there's a much larger severe thunderstorm. There's a rain event, there's a wind event. And so while we focus on the very critical needs of focusing on the impact of a tornado and the disaster and the catastrophic damage it can do, we start to forget that there's many other communities suffering from unusual rainfall, severe thunderstorms. I don't know what your night was last night, but we had power outages here in Washington, D.C. And that's really where the industry is looking at right now. There's so many opportunities for us based on these weather events.
Well, every year in May, Normie does a training for its members on hurricanes. Hurricane season starts June 1st. So we try to put it in everybody's mind again. This is what's coming, be prepared, stock up, all that stuff. And we do that. And sometimes you get the reaction where it's almost like people become blasé about the whole hurricane effect until it's going to happen. It's kind of like every year you see people that live in hurricane prone areas lined up for 6 hours to buy plywood. Well, if you live there, why wouldn't you have plywood, or supplies you need? So this is the kind of thing that people don't really take seriously until it's going to affect them. And to your point, it doesn't have to be a hurricane or a major cyclone event. I mean, just from a severe thunderstorm, golf-sized or baseball-sized hail will puncture roofs, causing lots of water damage. So there's a lot of other effects that really happen from these major storms, which, as we know in the last month or two, from Texas all the way up to the Midwest, up to the East Coast, has been heavily affected by severe weather, and not from tropical weather systems.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And that preparedness that you just sort of outlined is opportunities for all of our colleagues in the cleaning industry. I'm seeing some great examples, especially this year. I do a lot of disaster preparedness, emergency management preparedness work, as well as response and recovery. But during that preparedness phase, as you really correctly outlined here, I've seen some really good examples, but they haven't gone to scale, and it's not enough, where actual cleaning professionals have been part of the planning process. But it's happening at a much smaller level than I think it should happen at, and at both at the state level, the local county level, the city level. We've got to be more involved as an industry in that preparedness planning process. As we saw, over the last couple of weeks, Lance, with those storms in Texas, the Midwest, and now we're seeing some stuff on the East Coast as well. When that piece of hail goes through your roof and it lets all the water in, or the rain is so torrential that you've got flooding, or you've had wind damage that's opened up half your house and you've got more water damage, where do you go? Where is it a Google search? Hopefully that's not what it is, but that I know that's what's happening. But more importantly, how do we position ourselves in the clean industry to be part of preparedness so that we're on the list, so that when the damage has happened, when the disaster has occurred, they just go down the list and go, here are all the cleaning professionals that have followed, say, an IRCRC standard. They're certified. They've done the normie training. They're certified for that as well. And that we know that they have the skills, the knowledge, and the abilities to, again, do what is professional.
Well, let's get into that in a minute, but let's set the stage here, because you and I were talking a few days ago, and you had mentioned Colorado State University, I believe it is the name, and I actually have a graphic here I'm going to bring up on the screen in a minute. And this is talking about weather modeling and forecasts and predictions for upcoming seasons. And we basically talked, and you said, and I looked in, and you were correct. It looks like it is the worst forecast ever on record that they're predicting for this season. So let me bring it up on the screen. I don't know if you want to just talk about this real quick, or mention a few things to people, but you can also explain about the modeling, because most people use either the US versions or the European models. And this is, to me, it looks like a hybrid. So let me just share my screen here for a sec. You should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, I can, Lance.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Colorado State University is forecasting with their whole atmospheric prediction center, and the numbers are staggering.
Yeah, it is. So hurricane season is real. It happens every year. It's no one takes bets on it, Lance, because it's just going to happen. We know that. But when it comes to modeling, and this is where we need to appreciate how that science of modeling has advanced so much. And again, it won't be 100% accurate, but it's going to be pretty damn good in the fact that we've now got science, we've got so much data available to us, as well as the mathematicians, the university professors, the scientific experts that then can use massive amounts of data now in their algorithms, in their systems, to come up with a forecast like this. So really, we see a forecast from the government come out, oh yeah, that's the government. But when you see it from an independent body like the University of Colorado, which actually matches exactly what the government did forecast as well. But when they look at it, there's the opportunity for all of us in the clean industry.
You're absolutely right. And I think it's the preparedness side of it and the triage side, which we can talk about in a minute, because, what do you do when you come into a disaster area? I mean, they're talking on here, the predictions for 2024 are almost double the average for the last 30 years.
Well, it is
in every category.
When you look at named storm days, so don't just look at the storms themselves, the number of storms and how long that, remember Hurricane Katrina and how long that hung around, and remember the flooding and the disaster we had in Houston. That storm lasted for many days, not just hours. So we've got on this graph, on this table here, Lance, we've got the number of the named storms is higher than normal, but look at the named storm days. That's 115 in a season that runs from June to November. And that is double the average.
Yeah, it's pretty staggering looking at that. I mean, they talk about the energy of the storms, 210 compared to 123 over a season compared to 30 years of data. It's amazing the numbers they're looking at for this year.
So how do we define a hurricane? It's a rain event. It's a wind event. We're going to get damage to buildings. We're going to get water penetration. We're going to have drying issues. We're going to we know everything happens. Location is so important here. We know that those hurricanes will hit areas of high temperature, high humidity. We know what that leads to. Again, the possibility of increased growth of microorganisms, germs, and especially mold. So again, that science of drying is so important that it's done properly and appropriately. And again, we can now pre-position ourselves. This is what's so critical. I've seen so many examples from our colleagues in the industry going, I'm now moving from, and I'm giving you an example here, I'm moving from Virginia or North Carolina, and I'm going to put some of my workers, my assets, my business in Alabama, in Texas, in Florida. Why? Because they saw that forecast. And it's so important, Lance, that as we see that level of preparedness from some of our colleagues, that we try to expand that to many of our colleagues, because a forecast like that, is going to show that there's going to be a real need for the science, the evidence, but more importantly, to ensure that those people that do respond are certified. And again, so, those southern states, they're going to get hit, possibly the East Coast. We've seen those storms come up the East Coast, like Sandy did, Tropical Storm Sandy did, 2011 or thereabouts, when it hit New Jersey, where you live, as well as when it went into, left hook into New York, the damage it caused. It was the water damage. And if there's a group of professionals that have the knowledge, the skills, abilities, and the expertise in drying, it's us. And that's something that we need to do better in our advocacy, our awareness, our marketing, to ensure that the emergency managers know that we exist and who we are and who's credible and who's reliable.
You're absolutely correct. And, it's thinking of the issues that develop that aren't, I guess, the common themes that people think about, like you just mentioned, the water, the wind, things like that. Well, if you're sending a crew into this area, there may not be power. What are they going to do? There's only so much you can't dry. There's no power for it. So you need generators. Well, there may not be fuel. You may have to bring that with you. I mean, all of these things just keep getting larger and larger as you're trying to prepare for it. Are your crews prepared for the weather conditions they're going to be in? I just saw last night they're predicting for Southern California and parts of Las Vegas, Nevada area, 111 plus degrees in the shade for the next few days. We're not at summer yet. We're 2 weeks away. And, how do you send a crew into work in an environment like that? And yes, it's the desert, but you can have flood damage. You can still have problems there.
Yeah, this is interesting, Lance. In the work that I used to do in like biological weapons, I used to respond to Ebola outbreaks in West Africa. You're in a hot, humid environment, and you're required to wear personal protective equipment. Actually, not required, you have to wear. You get Ebola, that's a death sentence. It's, this is a disease that doesn't have a cure. So let's look at this now. We know where the hurricanes are going to most likely hit. We know those states, those locations. Yes, they're hot and humid. We know that our essential frontline industry workers are going to have to wear personal protective equipment. You can't clean these up in t-shirt and shorts. So how do we then train? How do we move quickly to ensure that they can work safely, they can work efficiently, and they can wear the personal protective equipment that's required in what I would really, these are hostile environments. And after a storm, it becomes even more hostile. And, so hostile or steer, whatever sort of terms you want to use, these are tough environments that I think we really have to go into that rapid training process right now of going, okay, guys, this is going to happen. We just saw the forecast. Lance just showed it. We've all seen it. We've heard about it. And we don't just wait now. We go into training mode. And how do we train people to wear personal protective equipment, to clean and dry and remediate, restore the way that is based on science, but to do it in a way that's safe for them, which is really, really important, so they continue and work the next day after that. And that's a critical need right now. It's going to be a tough summer. There's no doubt about it.
Well, it's also training on how to approach this disaster area. If you're sending a crew in, what do? You run to the worst looking spot, you run to what you can manage. Are you going to be tied up for weeks on one job? You need to manage all of that stuff against your resources and what you're going to have down the road available to you. It's like triaging a terrible accident scene. You need to know where to put your resources.
That's a really interesting point, Lance. Relationships matter.
Yeah.
And the point is that we, I just spoke to some colleagues, some good friends down in Texas. They've had some big storms. They've lost power. And even though they're in the industry, they're on a Google search looking for a remediator, a restorer, a mold assessor. They're using Google. Why haven't we done better in creating those lists and sharing those lists with the key emergency management personnel, both at state and local level, the mayor's office, for example, the commerce of chambers, the business development community, so that people know that when that happens, and we know it's going to happen, the forecast is not just make-believe, it's based on a lot of information with good algorithms. So we are going to get hurricanes this season. That's going to happen, just like we did last year and the year before. But more importantly, be better prepared as an industry to say, here's the list. Here's the list of people that have been, that follow the IRCRC standards. They're certified. They've done the training through Normie. They've got the necessary skills and abilities. You don't rely on Google to fix these really critical problems that we're going to see based on water and wind damage.
You know, you say water and wind damage. I just want to mention something, and I've seen this over and over with not hurricane-sized stuff, at least by me, but with other types of major storms. People throughout the country have a perception of it's a Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4 hurricane. Well, that's a number. That's all that really is, and it's really looking at the general wind strength. But you get a Cat 1 storm up here on the East Coast from where you are in DC up through Maine. That is devastating compared to a Cat 3 down in Florida, Louisiana, where they don't have 200- and 300-year-old trees, you know, that are, 200 and something feet in the air that are all going to come down and take out your power grids, or New York City with subways. It's all underground. It's below sea level. This is shutting down mass transit. I mean, and for those of you not familiar with New York City, you don't just get in your car and drive someplace in New York City. You crawl in traffic when everything is working. So when you lose your tunnels, your bridges and things like that, everything shuts down. So planning for that stuff, to your point, staging things is really the only way to really deal with this.
It is, Lance, and I've been, involved in emergency management and responding to disasters for many years. And when you actually go and meet the people in that location that have just experienced a tornado or the hurricane, the first thing they say to me is, we'll never do this again. It shouldn't take a real world example to change people's behavior going, no, next time I'm going to evacuate, or next time I'm going to be better prepared. That's not how life should work. And so it's really important right now. The question that I threw out to a group the other day when they were going to respond to some tornado damage and some big severe thunderstorms was, which car park are you going to? Where are you going to meet the mayor's office? Where are you going to meet the emergency managers? Where are you going to meet the people that are coordinating the response and recovery efforts? In what car park are you going to meet them in, so you can then be part of a coordinated professional approach? And no one knew this. They're going to drive into town and start making random phone calls or knocking on doors in the middle of a disaster. No, you've got to do better than that. And so part of our preparedness is to go, okay, if this hurricane hits New Orleans or Mobile, Alabama, or if it hits Galveston or if it hits Miami, Florida, this is where you go to meet, where the emergency manager will be to coordinate the response, which is not just hours and days, it's weeks and months.
Well, the utility companies do that all the time. You see when they are expecting these high wind events, especially, they're moving resources from all over the country and staging them north, south, east, and west of where they're expecting problems. They can't put them in the area because then they become part of the problem, but at least they're staged to respond in.
That's a great analogy, Lance. We often see photos in the media of the utility companies, especially the power companies, all lining up, meeting outside of the disaster area, getting ready to go in, because electricity power loss is so critical for so many people that we have to restore it as quickly as possible. Something similar like that might help our industry. We may not have to go in the day of or the day after the disaster, but we need to be there pretty soon after. And so where is that staging area? How do we become part of the community is really a good conversation to be having right now?
You know, there's different stages, as you're aware of, when you have these types of disasters. And the first one is rescue. You know, that's what you're dealing with first. Rescue, you're trying to save lives. Property takes, second seat, or third, depending on what you're dealing with. But that process could take several days. Going in there because you want to go start drying out somebody's house, you're in the way of rescue efforts. So you don't want to be part of the problem either. When it switches over to, recovery, it's still not quite at that repair stage. Recovery is now salvaging what can be salvaged. And then you get into the repair and the build back and, restoring lives. But that's got to be coordinated. And you can't just go rushing in because you become part of the problem. We kid about it, but we say when you go to these types of storms, you don't want to fall into one of those two categories as a victim or survivor. Neither one is really where you want to be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Lance. But a lot of the work that I'm involved in is under the umbrella of critical infrastructure protection. So it may not be going into a residential house or home to help. It's maybe the stadium that was acting as the evacuation center, or the school that needs to be up and running, or it may be a commercial building, or the airport that's been damaged, or the hotels or the convention center. So it's really, again, based on your risk assessment, based on your damage assessment, what are those buildings that fall under, say, critical infrastructure protection and needs, those buildings that we need for society, for the community to function, that have been damaged, that at least our industry can go in and help with immediately. So I understand that the cleaning of the houses, the drying the houses, that could come later, but the critical infrastructure stuff has to be done really soon after the disaster.
One of the things that we found when Hurricane Sandy came through the New Jersey Northeast area was there was a lot of publicity about all the gas stations. They're ready to go. They're fueled up. There's plenty of gas. Nobody had power. There was no requirement for the gas stations to have generators. So they had full tanks of gas. Nobody could pump them. And that became an issue which caused new ordinances to go into effect, forcing gas stations to put in generator systems to be able to pump gas. Because they could get the fuel, they just couldn't give it to anybody. Same kind of thing. If you're going into these areas, you need to make sure you can get resources.
Yeah, that's exactly, that's so true. One of the things that I saw in Florida, I went down to after Hurricane Ian. It was hot, it was humid. There was a lot of people removing debris in shorts and t-shirts. I saw a number of skin infections, and that seawater had come in. That sort of surge was pretty spectacular, and that brings in a lot of different germs, microbes, fungi. So we saw some pretty nasty skin infections because it was either, people hadn't been trained on how to wear personal protective equipment, didn't know where to get it, didn't have it. The idea of going into buildings that have been closed for days and even weeks in a hot, moist, humid environment and opening the door without any eye, nose, mouth protection.
Yep.
It was like I was in one area where I had a team, and I went, and they were gung ho, ready to work. They were working really hard, and they were about to go into a building. Went, stop! This building's been closed, guys, for nearly 3 weeks. It's hot. It's wet. What's in there, I don't know, but we aren't protected to go in there. But that took a little bit of a discussion and conversation to look at the risks and the hazards we're about to face, slow things down a little bit until we got the right protective equipment. So those staging areas are important. Having the knowledge and the knowledge and the abilities to understand what protects you, or what can, first of all, what can hurt you, and then what's needed to protect you, is all part of our training. So it might be probably something that you've covered in your normie sort of hurricane preparedness courses, Lance.
Well, we do talk about that, and we actually have a website up for the public, hurricane.normie.org. It's there. It's always available for people to watch. We also have flood.normie.org. And, they cover a lot of the major issues. But from the cleaning industry, which is more specifically to what you do, any, I want to say, general instructions, but more of a recommendation for what people should do as business owners and homeowners. The two different things there. What should they do from the cleaning side?
Right now, and this is something that I think both Normie and We Can Help at ISSA is make those connections. Again, if you've been certified, you've got the proper training, knowledge, abilities. You follow the the standards like the IRCRC standards. You follow the training like Normie provides or ISSA provides. If we know that you're trained and what you do is professional, then we're more than willing to help make those connections at the local emergency management agency level, the mayor's office, as well as the emergency management agency, to start creating those that awareness that's lacking at the moment. As I said, I've seen some great examples where I was doing exercises, tabletops and drills in the last couple of months, and there were cleaning professionals at those exercises. That's really unusual for me. They usually don't turn up. They're not invited. And I'm starting to see them become invited, Lance. And that then leads to that when the tornado hits, severe thunderstorm, or the hurricane hits, at least those decision makers in the community have a list of trained, professional, credible cleaning industry professionals. And that's what we can do right now. It's June. There's no storms, no hurricanes on the horizon just yet, which is a good thing. So now is time to make those relationships, share your credentials, your expertise, and get on the list so that when that disaster happens, they come to you for the business.
Absolutely. And we have our Normie Pro site where people can locate Normie members throughout the country. But I want to just mention something to the general public that, would be seeing what we're talking about now. Quite often when these major disasters happen, especially in the states that have licensing regulations and things for people that are allowed to do this type of recovery work, sometimes they get overwhelmed in these states and they suspend the licensing laws and they let any contractors come in and do this kind of work. Then it becomes the responsibility of the homeowner, the business owner, to make sure these people are trained. To your point, who are you trained by? Look, then go Google them, make sure it's a reputable organization, because anybody with a pickup truck and a bucket doesn't become a cleaner and a remediator overnight. There's training, there's experience, there's working, kind of in a learning process that you must go through to know how to handle this stuff and safely.
And that's what's so critical, Lance. Drying a building is based on scientific principles. There's so many different surfaces, substances, materials in that building that you have to use science to dry them properly and safely so that people can go back and live in them safely and healthy and be healthy. Mold remediation is based on scientific principles. Again, so as you correctly said, we have seen in the past relaxation of the licensing requirements because there's a need for a surge. That's not good for the industry. That's not good for science. It's not good for what we do. And it doesn't guarantee that what you're doing works, doesn't guarantee it's effective, and it doesn't guarantee that that building is safe for when the people start using it again. And that's our job. Our job is to guarantee safety. And so that's why, you go through the certification programs, you go through the training, you go through continuous education to ensure that what you do works and creates a safe indoor space. It worries me. It really worries me when I see relaxation of anything in the middle of a disaster for a matter of convenience, and that then leads to problems.
Well, absolutely. And part of that problem is when a government entity issues an executive order or a bill is put through that changes the status quo, even if it's a short-term thing, people don't normally read the full impact or read into the full impact of what the bill says. I know with Texas, there was an issue where they suspended licensing laws. I think it was in the Houston area last time because of the massive flooding. They had like 40 inches of rain or something like that. But part of the executive order that was put out said that before the project could be finished, even if you weren't licensed to do the job, a licensed assessor had to clear it and guarantee there'd be no mold. but people weren't reading that far into it. They just said, oh, we don't need a license. Let's go do the work. And people were getting in trouble with that.
Yeah, and I think what you've highlighted, though, Lance, is critical. That the list that Normie holds is important. The list that ISSA have of our members. We know what training they've done. We know what they do. We know their capabilities. So it's really important that right now we work together to help our members be part of the team, be part of the disaster response and recovery teams. I think that's, for me, having been in the emergency management, disaster response industry for a number of years now, that's the biggest opportunity before the hurricanes hit right now, is if you're not part of it, then become part of it. If you need help in becoming part of it, reach out to us.
Absolutely. Call us. We're here to help, whether, you're more focused on the cleaning side or on the remediation or assessment side. And truthfully, they complement each other. So it's not really different sides. It's just different pieces of the same, solution. And I think the word you used before, team, really sums it up.
Yeah, and again, there's so many of our members that have got themselves organised. They're good case studies for us to look at. They're good examples for us to spread the word that this is how certain companies within our industry have got themselves organised to be part of that team, that the disaster emergency management response team. But again, what I'm seeing, Lance, in the real world, there's so many more gaps and so many more opportunities to fill.
Absolutely. Well, I know we had started off talking earlier about, the alligators or crocodiles snapping at our heels here. We got so much going on. So I'm going to really thank you for taking your time out of what you've been doing to do this interview. There's a lot of information here that people need to hear over and over. Not you hear it once and I'm good for 10 years. You need to stay on top of this, hear things over, and 2 years from now, oh, that's right, I do remember hearing that. And that's the whole reason for training and for being prepared and staging and working as a team, because somebody else may remember what you forgot.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And if a company, an organization, if someone has had success in being part of that emergency management team in the response to disasters, share that information with us. We'd be more than happy to tell that story to others and spread the word.
Absolutely. Gavin, I appreciate the time. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Lance. That was fun. Have a good day.
You too.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environment, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was self-unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want to edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Hi, everybody. This is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R and The Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Today, this is episode 13, lucky 13. We have a guest today who's no stranger to the experience. He's been a leader at this event in our industry for a long time. He's a husband. He's a father, a leader. He's a marketer, a cleaning expert, a salesman, a spokesman, an avid photographer, a bear and wildlife aficionado. We'll talk about that in a little bit for sure. He is a proud Colorado Buffalo. He is a veteran of the experience. And he's the vice president of marketing of HydroMaster. Of course, it's Mr. Doyle Bloss. Welcome, Doyle.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that introduction. I looked at some of the previous people that you guys signed up for this series of podcasts, and it's fun because they're a lot of fun people. But I also feel honored just to be mentioned in the same sentence as some of these folks, because they've all given a lot for the industry and to help build a unique experience as it goes, a unique opportunity for the entire industry to come together at an event. And it's exciting to be a part of that, because there was a time when the industry couldn't get together nationally. It just wasn't possible. There were too many organizations in too many places. So we'll talk more about that later. Yes, I am a proud Colorado Buffalo.
Yes, indeed.
And for those of you who don't like Coach Prime, I just have this to tell you. I indoctrinated both my sons into the Colorado Buffaloes. Neither one of them ended up going to school there, but they both live and bleed the Colorado Buffaloes like I do. And they're both in their 20s and they've never seen anything. We've been lousy their entire lives. So we're hopeful Coach Prime gets us where we want to go. So we're excited about that. And yeah, I am a Colorado native. Went to school at the University of Colorado. And my heart's in Colorado, but if you haven't looked there lately, the prices are in Colorado are about equal to the West Coast. So it's not a cheap place to live anymore.
No, that's a lot. And actually, that first answer was wonderful, Doyle, because I was going to say, thank you for saying the nice things about this podcast. The real secret is, yeah, they're great people I've been having on, but this is my first time doing this. So I'm looking at my favorite personalities in the industry, so I could just sit here and smile and let you do all the work. And it's working so far.
Good.
We almost moved to Colorado. Actually, we're down in Naples, Florida now. About 10 years ago, we realized we didn't have to sit through the crappy Ohio winters anymore. And because the snow there is, you know it. You get a foot of snow in an hour, and then it's sunny for 3 days, and it's just beautiful. We have another event we run there. I go every year. I'm really flattered. I just love being there with the clear air.
Yeah, and people make fun. People keep asking me, why did you move to a little town in Kansas? And last week I was back in Everett at HydroMaster with our sales team and our production team, and we were having a bunch of meetings. And it took me about 10 minutes in the rental car on I-5 to remember why I like living in a small town in Kansas. So
yeah.
The lack of we have one red light in our town, and it starts flashing yellow at 6 p.m. every night. So that's the kind of traffic I have to put up with.
That's nice. That's I'm very jealous, actually. That is nice, especially as we're not 25 anymore and we roll along. It's
exactly
calm us down.
Yeah,
now as most people know, or for the two people who don't know, you've been in the industry forever, and actually your family has been in the industry forever. Tell me a little bit about how Ralph got started. Your dad and he's founded Steamway at age 60. Is that correct?
Well, he bought Steamway at age 60. He actually worked for the company for years before that. We lived in Illinois, and that's why I still root for the Cubbies. But we moved from Illinois back to Colorado. We couldn't wait to get back to Colorado, and he went to work for a gentleman named Clark Seedloom, who had started. Clark was one of the original pioneers in the industry. And when I throw out some of these names, the people under 40 are going to roll their eyes and go, "Who's that?" But I have written a lot of history stuff about the industry, because I do think we owe a lot to those original pioneers in the industry that started companies. And I'll tell you a little story about that, because I actually started. My dad went to work for Steamway, so when I was a teenager, I got an old Steamway portable. Those of you who've been around a long time remember the old Steamway 400. Portable is kind of an oxymoron. They weighed 168 pounds, but I was 15 years old, and a friend of mine and I decided we were going to start cleaning carpets. And my mother drove us to our first jobs in a cherry red 1972 Ford station wagon.
Yep.
But we discovered real quick that there was a lot more money in cleaning carpets than there was in flipping burgers at McDonald's or whatever else teenagers did in those days. So we started a carpet cleaning business, and I've heard a lot of the great stories about, how people originally got in the industry, but one of the ones that I like to tell is I've been cleaning carpets for about a year, and we got a job to clean my dentist's office. and it was a 3-story building. So my friend and I that were running a carpet cleaning business, we figured if we could clean the carpets in a 3-story building, we could probably retire after that. I mean, this job, the numbers were so big, and it's probably a $2,000 job, but we thought this was it. And so we started cleaning the carpet. And of course, it's in the middle of the night when they're closed. And about 2 hours after we started, we were so proud of the route, the how fast we were going and how clean, how good the carpet looked. But we looked back over the carpet, and there weren't ripples in the carpet. There were waves. And I'm talking about knee-high waves in the carpet. And back then, there wasn't ICRC schools. There certainly wasn't the internet. There wasn't people you could call to learn, what's happening and what should you do. The only person that I knew that I could call for help was my dad. And, my dad had a reputation of being this very kind soul. I have to tell you, he wasn't very kind that night because I couldn't get him to quit laughing because I really thought my life was over. I envisioned that I was going to be indebted to the owner of this building for the rest of my life, trying to buy them new carpet. And finally, in between my dad's chuckles, he finally spit out, "Let it dry, it'll go back down." And he was right. Of course it did, and it looked good. And nobody but my friend and I that were cleaning it ever even knew that happened. But for a while, I really did think my life was open. And I know a lot of my friends that were back in the industry in the 70s cleaning carpets can relate to that story, because there was just a lot of stuff going on then in terms of the backings and the types of carpet fibers and just a general lack of knowledge. A lot of it was trial and error. That's kind of what you did sometimes, is you tried it and hoped that it went well. So we enjoyed that, but I ended up going off to college. I was going to be a CPA. That was my big goal. And so I went to the University of Colorado, but right when I graduated, my dad finally had the opportunity to buy Steamway from the original owner. And he was 60 years old at the time. So the bank asked him, how banks are, even to this day. They were polite about it, but they kind of said, you're getting up there in years, and you could kick off at any time. So could you get somebody to co-sign this loan? So he said, well, my son just recently graduated from the University of Colorado. He's going to be a CPA. And they said, okay, we'll take him. So I ended up co-signing the loan with my dad to buy the company. And I went back off to college because I was going to get a master's degree. And my dad would call me about every 2 weeks and say, son, I love you, and I'm glad you're out there having fun. At this time, I was only 3. And he said, but I'm old and senile, and your name's on this loan too. I sure would appreciate it if you'd come back here and help me run this place. And by that time, my little brother had gotten involved, and my mom had gotten involved. So it had already become a family business. And so I thought about it, and I said, Dad, I really like it here. And he said, okay. So he would make that call about every month. And, I'm old and senile. And that's funny because he was 60 years old at the time, and he worked every day he was alive until he passed away at the age of 79 at Steamway. So it wasn't like he was on the edge of losing it. He enjoyed this industry in a way that I don't think a lot of people can understand back then. And the things that he loved about the industry, I tell people that's the things I love. There's no other industry that I know of. I'm sure there are, but I don't know about it, where a husband and wife can decide to start a cleaning business and basically pull themselves up by their bootstraps, not have a lot of money. And 5 years later, they're not only making a good living for themselves, they've got 2 or 3 employees that they're making a good living for. That's why I love this business. In spite of ourselves, we can be successful at it. And the 70s and 80s proved that, because there was nobody teaching anything back then. But early on, when I finally acquiesced and went to work for my dad, and the first thing he did was sit me down at a class taught by Matt Clark, who was a business operator, and he taught business management, and the Stop franchise is eventually where he ended up. And I met people like Ron Toney and Jeff Bishop and so many of the early pioneers of education in our industry. And that's caught my attention. I mean, I loved working with those guys. And so from day one in the industry, I was really involved in the educational side. And that was a big part of what Steamway did back in the day. And so it wasn't just making equipment and talking to people about truck mounts. That's another thing that I enjoy about the industry, is that everything kind of stays in the same pattern. Back then, the big argument was about portables versus truck mounts. Do you really need a truck mounts? You know, now we talk about low moisture versus truck mounts. And obviously there's a place for everything. There is. But there's nothing like a fire breathing truck mount. There's just nothing. And people who try and explain them away just don't understand the science of cleaning. So obviously I've spent my entire life involved in the supply side of the business. In 2003, after we had sold the business, you know, when you buy you know this, Mike, when you buy a family business, it's very difficult to make your own way. And one of the things that I decided to do was, my brother had left for Hawaii to become a realtor. We don't even talk about him anymore. He's the black sheep of the family living in Hawaii. So seriously, he's doing great over there.
I'll bet.
Yeah, living it's a tough life, but somebody's got to live there. But I just decided that it was after my father had passed away, and the new owner really needed to make his mark on the company. And I decided, I was presented with an opportunity by the Hanks brothers to go out to work at what was known at the time as Hydroforce or Bridgepoint. Today we know it as a Ramsco. Or in Salt Lake City. And it was a big change. I mean, I've been in a family business for 20 years. And, you know, at the time I left Steamway, I was the president of the company, and I went to work for them out there and absolutely loved what they were doing with that company. They were also involved deeply in education and training. And, you know, the idea that they were building this network of distributors across the United States that could get supplies into the hands of cleaning and restoration professionals. You know, I still laugh when I read on some of the forums about people complaining, well, my nearest distributor is 3 hours away. And well, there was a time when your nearest distributor was like 5 states away. So
yeah, move to Montana. Good luck with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Montana's and yeah, we used to give a hard time to our distributor in Montana because he was selling so many truck mounts. We were convinced that he must be getting elk and bighorn sheep to go into the cleaning business. So then I spent about 10 years there and was presented with an opportunity to go to work with Hydromaster. And I'd always admired Hydromaster. You know, when I was working at Steamway, they were a direct competitor, but Mike Palmer and Steve Brandt and the guys who built Hydromaster were friends of mine. And I, you know, working at Bridgepoint, we were a big vendor. We were a big distributor for them, a big customer of theirs. So I went to work for Hydromaster and have been there ever since, through a lot of different changes and ownerships and general managers. But one thing that's stayed true is the value of the cleaning equipment that the company manufactures. And it's been a fun ride. But like people ask me all the time, have you ever thought about leaving the industry? And sure, I mean, I've been presented with opportunities to leave the industry and go into training or public speaking and things like that. But I just love the fact that our business still represents such a great opportunity for people to grow a business and make something that is bigger than they ever imagined they could have. And that's, I think, one of the great joys about the Experience Convention is the ability of everyone to come together and celebrate what is a fantastic industry. So that's kind of like the quick history of what Doyle's been up to. And you know, I'm on the tail end. Barry Costa and I were standing at the Experience Convention a couple of years ago. And one of the things that I always loved that Larry did was recognizing people from the industry who passed away. and he kind of had an in memoriam thing with pictures and a little bit about their story. And obviously, 100 words don't do the justice to the life of anyone, much less some of the pioneers in our industry. But I looked at Barry and I said, the problem, these people on the in memoriam board now are not our mentors.
Yeah.
they're our peers. So that's, I think, when I first recognized, and that's one of the things before I ever retire, I'm hopeful that younger leadership steps up, and I think some of them have. Lisa Wagner may not consider herself to be younger than me, but she is, and she's a big part of what the Experience Convention does, and Mark Kennedy and some of those folks. And I think, the leadership is evolving that will take this industry into the next century. And if you look at the amount of change that's happened just in my 40-year career, imagine what this industry is going to look like in 2060, 2070, and what it might be doing. And so it's exciting to see that. You mentioned photography. Yes. I do. When I'm not working in the carpet cleaning business or in the restoration business, I do love to do wildlife photography. I try to go to Yellowstone or Grand Teton or Rocky Mountain National Park at least once a year. I love to photograph grizzly bears. I guess the best story I can tell about that was the first time that I was ever within range of the grizzly bear. It was about 75 yards away from us, and you're supposed to be 100 yards.
Right.
And but I had my two sons with me, and my youngest son, Josh, was about 6 or 7 at the time. And I looked at him, I said, "So Josh, are you scared of this bear?" And he said, "No, Dad, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you."
That's right.
So
that's right.
He quickly understood what we were doing, but to see wildlife in their natural habitat and photograph them, there's just nothing that I enjoy more. It's a grand opportunity, and obviously it's changed a lot. People ask me about it that are going to Yellowstone or going to Grand Teton. 30 years ago, to see a grizzly bear, it was a rare thing. You were lucky enough to see one. Now it's fairly common. The grizzly bear population is growing. Any of our friends up in Montana can tell you that, because it's expanding into neighborhoods and places where they traditionally were but haven't been in 150 years. But it's just a bighorn sheep, elk, deer. If they've got antlers or horns, I like to take pictures of them. And so I spend as much time as I can doing that, and it's just for fun. My nephew is a professional photographer, and he went on several trips to Yellowstone with me. And my brother asked me to take him out there because I asked him, he knew what all this camera gear was. And we were standing in a fox den where there was a fox with 4 brand new kits that had just been born. And I asked him to add up the amount of money that was in the photography equipment. And he said about $700,000 is what he came up with, was standing there by us. And I said, just remember that photography is a great thing to go into, but it's a very competitive business. So he's actually ended up being a very successful photographer, but he lives in Kauai, so he's got plenty of opportunities to take pictures of beautiful things. So that's what I like to do when I'm not doing things. I'm involved in church activities. I love to do that. My faith's a big part of my life and always has been. So I enjoy this industry and I enjoy the experience. So let's talk more about that.
Well, I want to go real quick because you said some great things. I want to ask you some quick questions about first. It's the 13th one we've done. Everybody, we drift into why did you get into the 2 answers. Well, number 1, we want to help people, which is true. And what you said is that it's an easy way to start the American dream. It's an easy way to start a business and get started. And I think both of those whys are wonderful and make you more excited to get involved in this, in my opinion. Because everybody has the same thoughts. We're helping people out at their darkest hour, and we can start a business. And anyway, also,
when you're in business for yourself and a challenge comes up,
right?
Sometimes you honestly think I must be the only person this has ever happened to. This is
right.
There are some bizarre things that happen, But you know what? Over the years, I've learned if it happened to you, it's probably happened to somebody else, and somebody out there, maybe through trial and error, maybe through the education they got, they figured out a way to fix it.
And yeah, and as you mentioned before, I mean, we have some, I've been on my soapbox all year about getting our great leaders to mentor the next generation coming up. And I always have to explain that I have an AARP card too. I'm not saying go away. I'm saying you're the stars of this industry, begging you to help these kids like find a way, because they're excited to come in. And I think that's great. Did you think your dad saw something in you? I mean, I know he tried to kind of trick you into signing that loan, as dads do. But do you think he saw something with this way to get you? Because now, you know what? I'm happy he's gonna be an accountant, but I know he could be great at this. Or
yeah, I do. I think he thought I was way too dynamic of a person and liked people too much to be a CPA.
Right.
You know, if you think about it, you know, and obviously there's lots of wonderful people who are CPAs, but it's a desk job. It's behind the scenes. It's back in the corner counting numbers and doing things. And you know, I have a friend who went on to be a very successful partner at KPMG and has a wonderful wife and daughter and is super successful. But you know, he and I grew up together. We both went to school together to be CPAs. But yeah, I do. I think my dad thought, you know, he's a people person like I am, and he needs to be out with people. I don't have any doubt about it.
You and your dad were huge and are huge parts of the experience events. And by the way, it's a good time to mention the next event is coming up April 3rd through the 5th in Chattanooga at the Chattanooga Convention Center.
That's right. And everybody has to sing "Pardon Me, Roy" is at the Chattanooga Choo Choo.
Chattanooga Choo Choos are involved, and Sean Bission is already working on he's a train guy, as you know. He's working on some choo choo based fun.
And listen, let me tell you a couple things about Chattanooga. Number one, the train itself, where they have the Chattanooga Choo Choo, is an awesome place. It's fun. And people don't understand Chattanooga is a great place to go. I've traveled the whole world, and I think the best aquarium I've ever been to is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So if you love sea wildlife, they have just an awesome aquarium.
Perfect. What now? One of the things we know by our friends at Clean Facts event originally started the Ralph Bloss Award, the humanitarian award. What was the origin of that? I mean, obviously it's because he was such a legend in the industry.
Well, I'll tell you, it was actually the brainchild of a gentleman named Evan Kessler, who was the publisher at the time of ICS magazine, which was a BNP meeting.
And R&R. So he was our original creator of this
He was
magazine.
the editor of it at the time.
Right.
And he's still very good friends with our family. And as a matter of fact, just recently announced he's retiring because of some health issues. And you know, Evan was another pioneer in our industry, and his original boss, Howard Olansky. I've talked about both of them in my history blog that I have. But Evan went to my dad's funeral, and everybody that was from the industry knew about my dad's contributions inside the industry. But I think the thing that struck him is that there were 18 pastors at my dad's funeral, head pastors of churches.
Wow.
And one of the things that my dad did in his life was pastor to pastors. And what I mean by that, if you think about it, if the preacher of your church or your synagogue or whatever faith you might be, if the bishop, or whoever it might be that is assigned to, you know, tender to the flock, who tenders to them? Because they're just people. And that was one of the things that my dad loved to do, was to encourage and counsel pastors. And then the other thing that I think struck Evan at the time was all the different charitable events and things that my dad was involved in that he knew nothing about. You know, he felt like I thought I knew this guy. And the church camp that I went to when I was a kid in Colorado had just named a cabin, and because of all his contributions to that church camp. And what it really came down to is if my dad got involved anywhere, anything, he got involved, and he did something about it. And so that kind of birthed the idea that there was a lot of people in our industry that do humanitarian efforts. Some of them are well known, some of them you've never heard of. Some of their some of their humanitarian efforts are well known, and some you don't know anything about until somebody tells you about them. You know, one of the definitions of humanitarian is somebody who does something without recognition. And there's literally thousands of people in our industry who mentor and serve their communities in a way that most of us never know about. You know, I read about a carpet cleaner in the United Kingdom who 2 weeks ago went to a job site where he was cleaning for a 93-year-old woman that was dying of leukemia. And he just said at the end of the job, he couldn't possibly bring himself to charge that way. And that's the kind of industry, right? People who care. And that's kind of what birthed that award, is that it recognizes people. Sometimes you've heard of them and sometimes you have no idea who they are. And you know, last year's winner, Jorge, is just, he's one of the best human beings you could ever meet. And I didn't know Jorge, so he won the award. A lot of my friends knew him, but I didn't know him. And after meeting him, I'm like, wow, this is one impressive individual. And that's what's been the funnest thing about the award, is the people who vote on it, the people who vote on the winners. It's not political. It's not out to recognize the biggest supplier, although some of the biggest people from the biggest suppliers have won. It's voted on by the past winners. Right. So it's like, and now we're up, 20 something winners. So it's always an impassioned thing. They take this, the men and women on that committee take that award so seriously. You can't imagine how serious they are about it. And they take it and every year the vote is close because we always get 2 or 3 candidates that just stand out. And it's always very close. It's not like, that one person runs away with it. There's always 2 or 3 very, very worthy recipients. And there's literally 50 or 60 people that have been nominated over the years that have never won it. And their nomination gets voted, and they may never win it, but they're just superhuman beings. They're just, the things they do for their community and the industry itself, but mainly their community on this award, are just outstanding. So I really appreciate BNP Media and the experience, Larry and Clean Facts carried it on, and I'm very appreciative of it because there's plenty of awards that recognize people who achieve things in our industry inside the industry. But sometimes we need to step back and go, there is life outside of cleaning and restoration, and recognize people who are just doggone good people. That's what it comes down to.
Just again, doing these 12 little interviews, I've learned everybody's got such a great, you peel the onion back. They're good people. Like what you just explained, Lisa Lavender owned an Arena Football League team. Lisa Kennedy wanted to go to school to study Russian studies when the USSR crumbled. It's like all these interesting things. And I'd imagine it's not just the 12 people I talked to, it's an industry-wide phenomenon. The Ralph Bloss Humanitarian Award is such a big deal at our event every year. And I'm so glad that we're still doing it. And what's the first time you went to the experience?
Well, that's a great question, Mike. The truth is that if you go back in time, before the connections and then what became the Experience Convention, there were 13 different trade associations, regional trade associations around the country that held their own events. And I feel fortunate that when I was traveling young in my career, I did get to go to a lot of those events because I've met people at MSPCA and NEIRC and SCRT and CFI and CCINW and PRCA, and I could go on with the alphabet soup, but the people that I met, just tremendous people. But the truth is that their events were local. And at the time, every manufacturer, there weren't a lot, the restoration industry wasn't nearly as developed then as it is now. Now if you have a restoration event, you've got consultants, you've got software, you've got all kinds of detection equipment, computer, you name it that has an interest in our industry. Back then it was people who made air movers and dehumidifiers and people who made truck mounts and portables and chemicals. And that's really all there was. And so you go to these regional events and, you know, there might be 150 people there. I always tell, my favorite story is my dad went to a trade show in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now, if I'm going to plan a trade show, Tulsa, Oklahoma is destination that I would think of. But actually, I'm kidding it. But I love Tulsa. I live near Tulsa.
Right, I understood.
Yeah, I don't want to insult all my friends in Tulsa, but I think they would admit that nobody goes to Tulsa on vacation. But there were 54 exhibitors, and the attendance was 27. 27 people came to the show. But my dad, you know, the ever optimistic, I said, so how do you? Oh, it's great, it's fantastic. We've made lots of good connections. That was my father. There was never an event where we didn't meet somebody who was going to be an integral part of the future of our company, and that was his optimism. That was always the way he looked at it. But as you can tell, those events were expensive for the vendors. They weren't well attended. Generally, you were talking to people who, you know, you and I talked about this, Mike. You know, who do I want to meet at a trade show? I want to see all my friends. I want to see all my customers. But to make it financially beneficial, I need to meet some people I've never met before, who are newer to the industry and they haven't been in it 25 years, and you know, they've been using this brand of truck mount since the beginning and they're happy with it. I need to meet some new people. And so all you met were the same, you know, the same friends. But the bigger part of it was that because there were so many small regional events, there was never an opportunity for the industry to get together as one group. And so all the trade associations came together, and Larry Cooper birthed the idea of, at the time it was called Connections. And it started, I remember I've been to every single experience event except one since its inception. And it started out, it wasn't a great success at the beginning, but it wasn't a flop either. It went really well because the industry was clamoring for a national event. And obviously, over the years, it became immediately obvious that in spite of what some of us think of Las Vegas, that is the place to go. That's where people go.
But I feel exactly the same way, by the way. Go ahead.
I like to tell the story. The first time my wife went there with me, driving out of town, and she kept turning around as we were driving away from Las Vegas. And I said, honey, what are you doing? She says, I'm looking for the pillar of salt shaped as Las Vegas. Now, some of you will get that joke, and some of you have no idea what that means. But anyway, that's Las Vegas. But it's obviously a destination. There's so much to do there. But also that there have been many other successful East Coast events. You know, you and I were talking about Clearwater Beach and what a great place that was. And that outgrew the facility that the event was in. You know, I think everybody gets, why'd they ever move it from there? Because it couldn't hold it anymore.
We got too big.
It got big. So the first events, were fairly successful, but as you know, this industry is full of organizations, and I don't mean this to sound bad. It's not. They have an agenda that has to do with them, and so there were some groups that never did join the experience. Some trade associations, some franchises, obviously, that never joined the experience, but it became the go-to national event, and it really did. And I know that, you know, every year, and especially Mike, now that you're the person running the show, you're going to hear from people who are disappointed in this and disappointed in that. And what, you know, it's nothing but, you know, you'll hear complaints. But let me tell you, if you haven't been around a while, you don't have the ability to learn from history. And the industry needs a single go-to national event that everyone is welcome. Doesn't mean that they need to stop their event, but there's certainly nothing wrong with coming to this event. And it needs that. And as over the last few years, as you know, that the restoration industry has taken on a life of its own, and there's a lot of events because of the importance of restoration, first response, and things like that. As some of these bigger hurricanes hit, and literally people lost their lives in their homes and all that. You know, the government got involved in everything else. But I encourage people, the experience event is the industry event. It's the go-to industry event where everyone is welcome. Anybody can attend, anybody can exhibit. Unfortunately, Mike, you even let my competitors in. I don't know why, but you do. And it's a place that you can be at. And you know, the truth is, some of the manufacturers have backed away from the trade. And you and I know why. It's very expensive. It's very expensive to put on a trade show. If people had any idea how much you had to pay for that room a day.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah, and if they knew that, you know, what dryage costs and all the things that the exhibitors have to pay to get in there. But in the end, it's worth it. It's worth it because it's the industry coming together. And the truth is, you need the exhibitors, you need the new equipment or the new software or the new, you know, consultant or whatever it is. You need those because that's what attracts people to come. But the biggest part of the event is sitting there talking to each other in the 10 minutes before the speech starts. And I don't think people understand how fun it is to be amongst peers who are there to help you grow. And that's, you know, I'm here to learn. Here's what I've tried. It worked. This didn't. That's the best part of the experience, is the ability to learn from your peers. And the truth is, over the years with the trade shows, I think people miss, because carpet cleaning can be so competitive. People think that everybody's like that. Some of my best friends work for competitors. I enjoy getting to see them and catch up with them, to find out how their families do it and all that. You know, the exhibitors in this, and it hasn't always been this way, but the exhibitors in this industry are friends with each other, and they enjoy getting together. And the truth is, we'd rather talk to end users, but if we get a chance to talk to each other, that's great too, and catch up. And so the experience is the go-to industry event, and it grew out of a need for the industry to have a single go-to place that anybody was welcome at. And it's a great opportunity to learn, a great opportunity to network, and the truth is, have some fun. I mean, if you like Vegas, you'll have fun in Vegas. If you don't like Vegas, you know, listen, if I can find things to do in Vegas, anybody can. I don't like 90% of Vegas, but there are things there that I had no idea how talented Donnie and Marie Osmond, as an example. So there you go.
You're still going strong.
That's one of the best shows I've ever been to.
Well, I got to pull us in though. Before we go to Vegas, we got to go to Chattanooga, Tennessee.
That's right. So let's focus on Chattanooga, because the East Coast event has always been smaller. Yeah. And depending on where it's been in Atlanta, it's been in Florida, it was in Cincinnati a couple of years back. Depending on where it's at, the audience kind of changes. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's actually can be a good thing, because it's different people every year for you to meet. But the upcoming event in Chattanooga, you know, the lineup that you guys put together every year is just phenomenal. And I know that there's some people out there who bellyache about the influence that this organization or that company has on the event, and this speaker and that speaker. But you know, some of the smartest people I know work for my competition, and they have things that they can teach you to help your business with. So the fact that they don't work for HydroMaster doesn't mean that they don't have value. It means that they do. There's a lot of value in what they have to say. So the people that are there, and you've been interviewed, you know, the Barry Costas and the Sean Baseos and Lisa Wagner's and Mark Kennedy's and on, and Chuck Viola, you've got this year. Chuck and I think we're the first two people in the industry who actually taught somebody, you know, how to do cost analysis. And he's made a business out of it, and it just does a tremendous job. And on and on and on. I can't name everybody, but the show that you put together in Chattanooga is one that people would be crazy if they didn't consider going, especially if they're in the eastern half of the United States and they're not Vegas fans. That, you know, if there's a lot of people out there that aren't Vegas. If you're not a Vegas fan, then go to Chattanooga. That's right. Chattanooga's about as the opposite of Vegas as you can get. And we'll all go out and get grits and have a good time.
There's
So,
nothing wrong with that.
yeah,
It's.
absolutely.
I've always said, Larry, he didn't name this the experience by chance. He wants everybody to have fun, have an experience, have a good time. But you're right. I mean, the hands-on is what brings a lot of attendees, and those attendees are the ones who are going to buy your products, and that's the whole point of it. One final thing I want to throw out there. You triggered something that I was thinking about in another podcast about what I learned during COVID, and I think you know what, we can all agree on this. I dare to say, is that you got to be with people. You know, we were without
absolutely.
people for a couple of years, and bad stuff happened all over the place.
It did. We're still suffering from the
Yeah.
case. And
So
I agree. 100%.
getting to expos and coming out and seeing your friends and your competitors. And I also said, it's funny you mentioned about your competitors. I mean, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning are best friends now. That didn't mean they want to beat each other's brains in when they played. That's okay. It's American competition. That's okay. So this is great. By the way, Doyle and HydroMaster are going to be exhibiting in Chattanooga. And please make plans to join us and attend the experience April 3rd through the 5th. You can register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You could find this in all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. And also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. A very special thank you to our guest, the one and only Doyle Bloss. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week. Thanks, Doyle.
Okay, everybody, we are back live again from the Experience Trade Show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we have the person now that if something goes wrong, gets blamed.
Yes, that is 100% true.
Mike Balzano from BMP Media.
Yes.
And your official title of this show is the person to blame, right?
I'm the group publisher. I'm a publisher of R&R, and I'm the person to blame at the experience. That's 100% correct.
Well, I haven't found any fault yet, so
Not good. That's good.
But it's early in the interview, so we'll see where that goes.
I wanted, before we get started, I want to say we talked at the experience in September, and it was one of my favorite interviews we've ever done. So as a tribute to that, I wore the exact same outfit. I swear to God.
You did have it cleaned first, right?
Clean. This is my black shirt. Little for you, my man.
Well, it's consistency. I appreciate that.
It's a luck thing.
Absolutely. So we're here at the Tennessee show. This is, I guess, what you would call your East Coast show or your spring show.
Yeah. Yes. I think we were talking about that too. When we should change the names, if it should be spring and fall, or because everybody calls it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Spring experience, the fall experience. This year we're in Chattanooga, and the reason I know this was chosen because we wanted to take tours of the Shaw flooring plant. And that would happen Tuesday too. Big success. People that went there loved it. And so I'm glad we came in. Chattanooga I've never been here before. It's pretty nice.
Me either. So.
Man.
It's definitely different. It's kind of like the big city that isn't.
Yeah. And we are also very happy. I mean, since we're here now, you people don't know. I wish you'd come here, but we still have a day to go. You can get here tomorrow.
That's right. One more day of this show, but we have the big event coming up in the fall.
Yeah, the big event is going to be in the fall, Las Vegas, Caesars Forum. Again, we've been there for the last few years. We're going to be at Harrah's at the hotel, and we're very excited about that. The floor plan has been put up, and it's about half filled already. That's not a sales presentation. People are kind of really excited about that event, as are we.
Well, I was talking to Scott earlier.
Yep.
And from BMP Media also.
Yep.
And we were talking about the size of the show in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I made a suggestion to him because he was always looking for suggestions. Hey, anything that would help? I said, yeah, sure. Why don't you open up the Segway concession stand? Because the amount of walking, it's just massive, the place.
It's getting from the hotel to the Caesars Forum is a lot. We here. What's nice about this here is we're literally a 5-minute walk to our hotel rooms and back.
Yeah.
There, you really got to think, oh man, I forgot I left my card there. Do I really want to go all the way back there? Waste an hour coming back and forth.
Well, we're making fun of it, but I mean, it's got to be that big to accommodate that many people that go to the show.
Oh, that whole city is like that, isn't it? Though you hear the stories of people saying, "Oh, there it is, they're right over there," and you're walking for an hour and a half, and you're still not there yet. But they've treated us very well. What we're doing this year, for those who went last year, we kind of turned the floor plan on its side.
Those who went to the event, they know that there's a huge video screen coming down the escalator. That's where the short floor is going to be. The opening is going to be there this year on the side. The reason for that not only is easier to get in that way, but we can put the conference rooms a lot closer. The conference rooms were a long walk last year. Remember that?
Yes.
So they'll be a lot closer and a lot more condensed, away from those drone people.
Are they going to be
They'll be back
at the same time? Because half of them were in our training rooms that we were doing.
And you know what? There's some. It was nice to see some crossover. You know, and they learned from you, and they learned from things, and that was great.
There was a lot of crossover. I mean, we were scanning badges. It's like none of these would scan. We looked. Oh, you're here for the drone convention,
right. But so we're friends with our partners down the street.
Well,
a little bit.
It worked out, and you know what? It does expose a whole different industry to what we do. And truthfully, a lot of people in our industry are using drones now.
Yeah.
So there's crossover in both directions.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with new technology and utilizing it, and they certainly are. And you're right, it crosses over. IAQ and what you're specializing in these days, everybody should be talking about that.
Yeah.
And we're happy to have our little niche of it in our show. So we're happy.
Yeah, that pesky thing about breathing.
we talked about stuff. Yeah, if only you didn't have to breathe, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Right. You're just so much easier, in your daily lives. So anything else expected to happen here in the next day or so? Any surprises?
No surprises. I was so happy. Lisa Lavender, Barry Costa did a wonderful job on our restoration pavilion. Also, Mr. Manis and Sean Bissiano have done a great job with the cleaning pavilion. I'm so impressed with the professionalism they've done. They kind of this was a transitional show. Everybody knows it.
Right.
And they just grabbed the wheel and took it. And I'm so happy with my team for fighting through this. And I think the people who are here are having a great time. We're excited.
Well, that's the one thing about this show that's different than all the other shows that are out there. You don't come to this show like it's a home show where you're coming here to sell stuff.
Right.
You're coming here to meet people and form relationships and alliances with other people in this industry.
Yeah. You form relationships, but more than that, it's hands-on. The hands-on things we're doing, those pavilions. Today's session, Wednesday and Friday, day 1 and day 3 are traditional agenda sessions you're used to.
Right.
Today, Thursday, it's all hands-on training, a lot of carpet and rug cleaning. It was just a great day of learning. And I think people know that. We all know what a traditional event is like, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that's what separates us from everybody else. No one does this like we do. You come if you want to learn, you come here. You get your hands dirty and learn and figure out your craft. Coming out of Vegas last year, I guess I'm not surprised at this, but we found that 85% of the attendees of that event were from a company of less than 50 people, which is not a big surprise when you think about it. But it made me change my thinking. I'm like, holy cow! If we could probably make that 20 people or less. These are all small business owners trying to grow their business, but either by learning how to do things better or business management. And we tailored our messaging this to them. And I think it's gone okay. I think so.
And it works. This morning because we had 3 sessions this morning about building containment.
Yep.
And air scrubbing and setting up lay flat and all those different hands-on skills that a lot of people that were there never did before.
Right.
A few of them, unfortunately, we said, anybody ever do this? And guy raised it. Oh, a volunteer, come on down. T7 raised his hand.
Well, isn't that what the old thing when you volunteer and everybody just steps back?
Steps back.
Yeah. Right.
That's kind of what happened. There were too many people though to step back. So, but it worked out. And, we built containment. It was short sessions, but we were able to demonstrate all the different things we wanted to.
Right.
And we had people afterwards just staying there asking us questions and coming to our booths and stuff. And it's all good.
It is good. And thank you and Doug and Normie for being such great sponsors of our events. I don't know if we could do this without you. And because
you could, but not as well.
I could, but in all seriousness, we'd be missing the knowledge you bring. That's the point. And we're going to be a part of this event forever, as long as I'm a part of it.
All right. Well, I thank you for taking the time. I know you got a thousand things going on here.
No.
So,
you.
not at all. Oh, okay. So we got another hour or so
I
to
have to complain for something else, but that's okay. I'm happy I have thick skin. We'll be okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
It's been a pleasure, sir.
Thanks, Lance.
And I'm looking forward to seeing you out in Vegas.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good time.
Absolutely.
Hey, everybody. This is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R and the Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. This is episode 14. And we have a really, really special guest this week, a gentleman I met about a year ago, and he's one of the more classy people in this industry. He's got another long intro coming because he's done a lot. He's a certified mold assessor, certified mold remediator,
He's a Class A general contractor, master plumbing contractor, master roofing contractor. More importantly, he's a husband, father of 3, a multiple-time grandfather, published songwriter, which I really want to talk to him about in a little bit. Speaker, a published author, definitely proud man of God. We've learned that, a motivator, and the God is most important, obviously. But for this conversation, the most important thing is he's the executive director of Normie. Please welcome Mr. Doug Hoffman. Hi, Doug.
Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate this. This is going to be really enjoyable. I always enjoy talking with you, and especially talking about the experience.
Well, Normie's been a big part of the experience for a long time. You're one of our biggest sponsors, if not the. And you've been so instrumental to help me get my feet wet in this now as we're heading towards Chattanooga. So I thank you.
Well, it's mutual, I'm sure.
A lot of times we start from the beginning, as people say in these. And now I noticed you've had a lot of accreditations in Florida, but you live now in Louisiana.
Yeah.
What were you born in Florida or no?
I wasn't. I was actually born in Ohio, but we moved to Florida when I was 7 years old, and so I grew up in Florida and went to college in Florida, got married in Florida, lived in Florida until about 2002, after we became empty nesters. I had actually started an indoor air quality business, and it actually kind of almost went national pretty quickly in 1995. So in 2002, we were looking for a place to move out of Florida, had considered a couple of different places, but had quite a bit of business in Louisiana. And so we decided that we would actually sell our house. We had an apartment in Louisiana and we had an apartment on the beach in Florida. And for 3 years, we traveled back and forth. 3 weeks here, 2 weeks there, 3 weeks there, 2 weeks here. And we did that for 3 years until I finally built my house in 2005 and settled here. Love it. The culture's fantastic. The food is phenomenal. Got a great church family. Easy to get in and out of in the central part of the country for travel. So that's how we got to Louisiana.
That's interesting. And I know I saw a really funny quote you quoted on one of your websites saying you're in the heart of SEC country your whole life, but you don't really care about sports. You want to do everything but that.
I know. So I had somebody tell me not long ago, Mike, he said, man, you must be a wife's dream. You don't hunt, you don't fish, you don't love sports. What do you do? So,
well, I'll tell you what you do, and I'm going to jump around a little bit, but since you mentioned that, I love the fact that you not only have you written a very famous book we'll get into later within the industry, but you're a songwriter. You've got a bunch of published songs.
Yeah. I in my spare time, and I mean this as humbly as I can, I just really enjoy studying the Bible and teaching the Bible. And so since I was probably in my 20s, I serve now as a pastor of a congregation here in the Louisiana area. And I do a lot of teaching, a lot of studying. And I actually started writing songs in 1983, 84, and have some published. And so, yeah, it's kind of fun.
I've learned so much. This is the 14th episode here of this show. And every week I learn so much about this industry, man. You peel the onion back a little bit. There's so many interesting people. And, Michael Pinto, we had on a while back. He's an ordained minister as well. And Mrs. Lavender owned an Arena Football League team and things like that. And it's just fascinating to get to know the people outside of our industry and what they're doing. You're certainly no different.
The fun thing about this to me is, and I think when you look at the base of this, what really drives a lot of the guys in this industry, certainly the ones that I'm associated with, is their passion for helping people. And I really believe that comes from God. And I think that the interesting is that the money follows, obviously, and that's nice. You have a nice living. But the point is that think about all the people that you help every single day. And to me, that's the real pleasure of what we do.
Boy, Doug, all 13 people I've spoken to before you echoed that. And I used to ask that question. I stopped asking it because it was the same thing. I got into this industry to help people. And it's just not only beautiful, as I've said, if that's your why and to do something, you're going to be successful, period.
Yeah.
Exactly right. I think that's great.
Well, that's exactly right. And that's the fun part, isn't it? It's hearing the stories about people who are living better lives because of something that you helped them with.
Yeah, indeed. Now you started a long time ago as a contractor and business owner, about 40 years ago, right?
Yeah. I did.
What was we touched on that a little bit, but can you go on that journey on the business side?
Yeah, so it's funny because my dad was a plumber. He wasn't a plumbing contractor, but he was a plumber, worked every day hard, just like a normal trades guy would. And when I was 13, he said, "I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade. You may never use it, but you will never go hungry." And so over the summers, I would work with him doing rough-ins and setting pipe and setting fixtures, and I just learned the plumbing trade. So that's what I did when I was a kid. And then, of course, after I went to college, I thought I wanted to go into sales or something else. I did that for several years. And when my third child was born, I decided, you know what? I think I'd like to get back into the construction industry. So to my wife's chagrin, Mike, I became a plumber's helper, became a journeyman, and then got my contractor's license, and then then from there I started building homes. So got back into the construction industry. So yeah, been doing that a long time.
Well, we talked about, I ran through all of your accreditations at the start, and yeah, you definitely have the entire gamut of the industry covered. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with what you did. And you said your wife's chagrin, but we talk about with a couple other people about just there's still a skilled worker shortage, and people all want to go to college, and that's fine. I did that too, but boy, there's nothing wrong with going that route, and you could do pretty well, and it's helpful. So
well, my wife's chagrin was mostly based on the fact that my salary was cut by 2/3. Plumbers helpers don't make a lot to money, but she got to know our mortgage company very well.
they're like that, but you stayed the course, and now everything's going great after.
Yeah, it is. And it gave me such a great foundation. We always talk about the difference between us and the IICRC. We've got a great relationship with them, of course, but they really come from the water restoration side, which is great. We need that. If somebody has a water event, they got to deal with it, dry it out, worry about the mold. We come from the building science side. And because we come from the building science side, the only people who need our solutions are people who breathe. Because now we're talking about relative humidity issues, we're talking about air infiltration issues, we're talking about a lot of things that people have issues with, regardless of whether they've ever had a water event or not. So I think we do kind of fill in the gaps in some ways for the industry.
I think that's a great tagline. I've heard your friend Lance was on here a couple of weeks ago too, and we're not that important unless, of course, you breathe. And then we might be kind of important to you. Hey, when did you start working with Normie, by the way?
Well, actually, I created Normie in 2004. In 2003, I had gotten a call. I was living in Louisiana back and forth, but I'd gotten a call from the contractors board in Louisiana in 2003, Mr. Moreau, and he said, listen, I read your book. He said, you obviously know something about mold. We're putting a licensing law in place. Will you come work for the state and teach on the licensing law? And I said, thank you very much. No. I've been self-unemployed all of my life. So if you'll allow us to create a trade association where we can actually support these guys in the field, then we'll do it that way. So that's how we formed Normie in July of 2004, to support the Louisiana licensing law, but primarily to support the guys in the industry. And since then, every month we're doing free continuing education training for our guys.
And I do a little research on that. That was a big miss by me that you created that. That's very impressive, and I apologize. But speaking of the book was Mold Free Construction. And what drove you to write a book about that, though?
So no offense to any builders, but what I learned when I was a builder was that a builder will do anything that you are willing to pay for. But for the most part, they're not. In most cases, a builder is not going to build the best house he can possibly build in regards to mold free or reducing the possibility of microbial growth. And so what I did was I decided to write this book for homeowners. And so it's a step-by-step process. If you were building a house, starting from the way the house is laid out, with the foundation, the exterior, the interior, all of that, how do you build a house that would be microbial or mold free? And of course, that doesn't mean there won't ever be any mold in it. The idea is that how do you seal it up with reducing the air infiltration issues, reducing the moisture intrusion issues, taking care of making sure that you're doing the best you can from an indoor air quality standpoint. And so it's basically a checklist type book, chapter by chapter. It leads to the end of the book, which is a checklist that they can then go to their contractor and they say, this is the house I want to build. And then when he says, okay, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, then you can make the decision as to whether you want to do it or not. But it's obviously would be building way above minimum code or minimum standards. So that was the impetus. That's what got me excited about writing the book, was being able to address homeowners, people that were interested in building a home.
And in the media and content, especially, we have a term called evergreen content, which means that you could write it and it doesn't have time specific. And the fact that you reread the second version of this out in 2018 tells me that it holds the test of time, what you wrote in 2004, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think the first draft I did in interesting story there, Mike, but the first draft I did in 1998, I decided it had 13 chapters. I was going to write a chapter a week. That was my goal, was to get it done in 13 weeks. and I did. I was able to meet that goal. But then was interesting because you're right. Once I got it finished, the final version didn't really need any revisions until about 2016. I wanted to add a section on insulation because there have been so many questions about spray foam insulation and non-vented crawl spaces and so forth. So I added that chapter and then did a few other revisions. But yeah, it has stood the test of time. And the interesting thing about it to me is that it's been incredibly helpful for remediation contractors, because it's not just for somebody that's building a house. It's if I were going to put something back, pour it out, and then going to put it back, if the way it was built initially was the reason for the problem, then I certainly need to put it back in the right way and fix those problems. So a lot of remediation contractors use it as kind of a guideline for repairs as well, and room additions and those sorts of things.
That's incredible. That's great. That's great. And like I said, it stands the test of time, and people are still using it today. And I found out today is the impetus for somebody approaching you launching Normie way back when. These days, I know Normie specifically for IAQ, and only because we've done, we're proud sponsors of Normie TV this year, the experiences and things like that. Boy, this is a silly question. Why is IAQ important these days? I sent that to you. I'm like, I know it sounds silly, but let's talk about it.
Well, I tell you, the thing that's the most exciting thing to me about where we're headed is back in the probably 2006 or 7, when we first started talking. Of course, we put mold in the context of indoor air quality, because you can use mold as a surrogate basically for other indoor air quality issues. You fix mold problems, you're fixing indoor air quality issues. But what was interesting was back then in 2006 or 7, the small percentage of the population was what was considered environmentally sensitive. And yet today that population has grown to between 20 and 25% have the potential to be environmentally sensitive. Michael probably talked about that, Pinto, a lot. So all of a sudden now people are talking about mycotoxins. And a lot of those can become airborne, biotoxins, endotoxins, a lot of those sorts of things. So I wrote an article several years ago about, it was called Look Up. And if you want to know what's on your surfaces in terms of quote unquote dust, look at the supply registers. I was in a restaurant this last week, and I looked up and I said, Neva, my wife, don't look at the supply register. It was just filthy, and stuff that's in the air is dropping down, on our surfaces. We don't think about that the stuff that's on the surfaces also becomes airborne. And since so much of our nutrition comes from the air we breathe, I think it's probably one of the more important things that we can do to address our health.
I think, and we all, I think I said it's dangerous to say we can all agree on something these days, because it's rarely you could say that. But after the pandemic, I think we could all agree that, we're all wiping off surfaces, and that had its importance. Really, what we learned was the problem was in the air, correct? Yeah. And all the problems going through the air. And Normie's does a great job at educating people on this.
I talked to somebody the other day about this, Mike, somebody that I'm actually doing an assessment for. And it was interesting because they had never thought about this. They talk about viruses and how long they can actually stay in the air. And you remember that there was that whole discussion with COVID, how long will it actually stay in the air if you sneeze? And what wasn't considered is what about all those little submicron particles that are floating around in the air that you can't see? And what happens if you sneeze and a particle of the virus gets on that little particle that you can't see? Now it's on a surface and it's floating around. How long is that going to stay suspended in the air? So I think when you really get down into the nitty gritty of air quality, there are so many aspects of it that you can address and you can improve the environment. And that is going to have an effect in most cases on our health and the way we feel.
It's a topic that is at the forefront of, really should be the forefront of everyone, scientifically or not, in society these days, keeping everything clean, protecting the ductwork. I spent a long time with a magazine called Snips, which dealt with ductwork, and IAQ is a big deal. So I have a little head start. I don't know what you know, but I had a little head start on this. And
you do.
Hey, by the way, good time to mention that we're going to be heading to Chattanooga in about just a little bit. The next experience is going to be April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center. Get your tickets. There's plenty of spaces. We have booths available, and you certainly can come even the last minute to attend. We have a great agenda. I'm really proud of the agenda, led by you, sir, and Lance and Mr. Pinto and everything. We're so happy. You're gonna see, I think about 5 or 6 sessions from various people in Normie. Hands-on.
Yeah, and we've got a one day that's virtually the whole day is hands-on session. We're going to build some containment, do some negative pressure, talk about air washing. A lot of guys don't talk about air washing. They don't really understand how that works. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about utilizing our PRV 24K, which is a sanitization equipment that can be used during the air scrubbing process. So it's a fun time to be able to talk about a lot and demo a lot of different new ideas.
How long have you been? I know you've worked with Larry for a long time as well. When was the first experience you attended? Do you remember or no?
I do remember. In fact, I was invited to attend by Larry because he was actually forced, he says, to invite me. He didn't know who I was. And so anyway, I was invited to the Atlanta show in the spring, and I went to the Atlanta show. And we sat down and started talking, and we really hit it off. It was like he understood where we were coming from, that we were coming from a different side of the industry. He was very familiar with the IICRC, but didn't know us. And really from that point on, we just kind of became friends. And so that's how that relationship started.
Yeah, and you've been a big part of it ever since. Any good, that'd be funny. Any good stories you remember from your time at the experience, things that happened, experiences?
Well, well, they're all unique. Every time it's unique. I think one of the things that I've said over and over again to our team with our members, and like I said, we meet with them every week or every other week now with our continuing education training. And we tell them, if you're going to go to one conference, industry conference, this is the one you need to go to. And the reason you need to go to is because we have fun there. But more importantly, you actually do get to experience what it's like to hold the equipment, what it's like to actually use the equipment, get to know people that you really need to know in the industry. I think the networking side of this is huge. And I'll tell you, one of the things that's been exciting to me is that I think we were able to bring to the table, and I don't want to take full credit for this, but as you know, the mold industry is split into 2 professions, into the remediation side, which is the trade side of it, and the assessment side, which has traditionally been the industrial hygienist side of it. And now, of course, there's whole licensing for the certified mold assessor. So you've got the assessment side and the remediation side. And I think we were able to at least be instrumental in bringing the assessment side to the experience. And that I think it fills a gap in the industry, because even remediators and restoration contractors need to know how to do assessments. And so that's one of the things that I think we're going to be able to talk a lot about at the experience coming up in Chattanooga.
No, that's great. And as I said before, you're going to be on stage a lot, and I'm very proud of that, because we need to make sure we keep this going. One thing that was hammered into my head as we made the transition to BNP Media owning these events was hands-on. And to your point, fun, family, but hands-on especially. This event in spring is different from the fall, because In the fall, it's a traditional 3 days of agenda that you go to most conferences you attend or expos. The middle day here is all going to be extra hands-on. We have the restoration pavilion, the cleaning pavilion, and a whole day of hands-on. So get down there, and we're very proud of, like I said, we're very proud of the agenda, and you're going to learn something if you come to our event. You're going to have some fun. What in your opinion, outside of the hands-on, why should people make the way to Chattanooga?
Well, I think the thing that I really think is probably the most valuable thing is just the face-to-face contact. You know, we live in a text world and an email world, and I just, frankly, I know I'm going to sound really old, but I just don't think there's anything like an eye-to-eye, shake the hands, talk to the guy. Typically, any kind of strategic alliances we set up, I will absolutely not do that unless I've actually met the person, had dinner with the person, you know, and I think that's the thing to me that is the biggest draw to an event like this. And in Chattanooga, it's so easy to get to. I mean, it's a great location because I mean, I don't know the way the population sets in the country, but I know for us, it's incredibly easy to get to. And to me, that is probably one of the biggest benefits, Mike, is being able to sit down eye to eye and talk to the people that you want to do business with.
No, I've told sales reps who I've been managing for many years that, you know what, nothing bad ever comes from making a client call and seeing your client face to face. They may not sign a contract that day or do business, but you've furthered the relationship, and that's so important. And that's just on a sales standpoint, but what you said is even more important in life. Just you need to just. I hate to keep mentioning that darn pandemic, but I mean, I think we learned that too. I mean, we gotta be safe. I can understand. I'm not saying don't be safe, but being alone for too long isn't good for anybody. We need to be together. That's where not just the experience, that's where all conferences and expos come in handy.
Absolutely. And like I said, it's so convenient and easy to get to and affordable. You guys have made this thing very affordable.
It really, it's not so bad. We have a lot of good things coming up. We're doing these Shaw tours. For those who don't know, 75 people are going to get to tour Shaw plant on April 2nd. The day before. There's still some tickets available. So definitely go to rnrmagonline.com and sign up for that. Sign up for the show, then sign up for that. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, I can't say enough how happy we are to be partners with you and Lance and Michael, Dr. Michael and Normie.
Well, I thank you for the effort you guys put in this. I know there's a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes. There's a lot that we see, but I know there's a whole lot we don't see. And I just appreciate you guys continuing the tradition because I love this show. Like I said, it is the one that we want to be involved in every year.
Excellent. Well, that's a good place to stop, I would say. So please make plans to attend the experience April 3rd to the 5th in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. You can register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You can find this and all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. We'd love to hear from you. And also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. A very special guest to our very special thank you, excuse me, to our guest today, Mr. Doug Hoffman. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
So I'm talking today with Chad Adams from Pure Maintenance, and I want to welcome you to this interview that we're doing here right now and ask you just briefly if you could tell us where you are located. You know, I'm not quite sure. I've talked to people all over the country from our NCRSI class, and I don't remember where you're from.
Yeah, actually, Birmingham, Alabama.
What's the name of the company there?
Pure Maintenance of Alabama.
Okay. That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. So the reason we're talking is you recently went through our NCRSI class, correct? The Normie certified class for sensitized individuals, for remediators, actually, for sensitized individuals.
Yes, sir.
And we're kind of looking for your take on it. You know, has it influenced you in any way, like where it's kind of changed your business model since you've had that class?
Yeah, well, so we have added some things that we didn't have before, tightening up on our standards and our care practices, and really transferring ownership of those standards of care from what we believe to be true to actually what the governing agency believes to be true, in this case, Normie.
Oh, okay. Well, have you dealt with sensitized individuals prior to this class?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, completely different set of rules, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not traditional remediation anymore.
So if you could pinpoint just a few things that stand out in your mind from the class that really your takeaway that you didn't know before or that you didn't realize you had to deal with before, that would be really helpful to hear.
I think the main thing that we have tightened up on is the whole home cleaning part, using what we call in the class the HEPA pizza technique, right? So making sure that we're wiping down properly using the correct microfiber rags and everything that came in the class was kind of the piece that we probably had missing, that we've added and made some standards and procedures from.
Well, and that makes sense. A lot of people don't realize the detail that you really need to get into dealing with sensitized individuals. So I'm glad you were able to take that away from there. As far as support and resources, I know that the class is filled with that. They talk about it constantly. Michael Pinto, Doug Hoffman, about the different resources and things are there. Did you notice any stuff that we were able to provide you weren't aware of or didn't have previously?
Well, we got a whole host of documents dumped on us that are going to be good reading going forward. So yeah, absolutely. We got supplied a lot of good things that we didn't have before. Some of them, like the Normie, the sanitization practices, I think there's like 36 of them. You know, all of those resources were great to have.
Well, at least you didn't describe it as a truck backing up with the backup alarm about to dump it on you.
It was a lot. It was a lot. It was good stuff.
We've heard people talk about that because there is so much information that even though they've been in this industry for so many years, it's a new aspect of the industry. You know, the sensitized group is very, very different than what they're used to.
That's right.
So who do you think should take a class like this? I mean, you've obviously gone through it, but who in the industry that you're familiar with, you know, would this help?
Well, I would say that anybody that's in the mold remediation sector will run into a sensitized individual, whether the individual knows it or not. I think almost any mold remediation job needs to be treated as a sensitized individual job. Mold in any level and any category is not good for the human body. So I would say anybody in the mold remediation sector needs to think about tightening up on their standards of care.
Have you found any training like this from any other organizations or groups?
No.
Kind of like puts us on the leading edge, you think?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, welcome to the edge.
Yeah, thanks.
No, and you know what, you have to kind of talk about it that way because it is dealing with an extreme group that really needs more intensive handling.
Well, the clinical side has preceded the remediation side, right? So the clinical side, Dr. Shoemaker and all the protocols that have come up with that, especially some of his latest work with sensitized individuals as it relates to actinomyces and that sort of thing, have preceded us, and it's time for the remediation world to catch up.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I know you're in a group, an organization of a lot of different people. I mean, would you recommend it to them to get involved with this type of training?
Yeah. So particularly, you know, the organization that I'm with, Pure Maintenance, our primary customer is the sensitized individual. We don't chase or really focus in on water damage. Some of the guys do, but as a whole, the organization really focuses on the health aspects, not the water mitigation, bulk water intrusion type side of it.
Well, that's been kind of like the missing piece that, you know, the medical profession's been dealing with. They're treating symptoms, but not addressing the cause. We address the cause, but not the symptoms. And putting
That's
us
right.
together makes a big difference.
That's right.
So, all right. Well, it sounds like it was a thumbs up from you on that class.
Yeah, man.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time, and we'll have to chat again.
All right. Thanks, Lance.
Thank you.
And hello, everybody. We are back again at the Experience Trade Show in Tennessee. And I am sitting here with Jeff Cross, who is the media director for ISSA and all of their magazine publications.
Correct, Lance. We have 3 media brands: ISSA Today magazine for our members, Cleaning and Maintenance Management for facility cleaning and building service contracting professionals, and CleanFacts for on-location floor cleaning and restoration, which is exactly what this trade show is all about.
Well, I know CleanFacts because that's something we encourage all the students and everything that go to our classes to sign up for. And I believe it's a free publication for them.
It is a free publication to qualified or industry professionals. And I do get those subscription forms from you guys. So thank you for that. It seems like there's a lot of Normie members that want to receive educational content.
Well, you know, we teach about the remediation industry as far as assessment and remediation, but the whole cleaning side is all part of it, the sanitization. So it's a natural fit.
It is. So CleanFacts is a dual publication in a way. We service those that are involved in the cleaning industry, that side of it, and the other half is restoration. So, and they both cross borders, right? A lot of cleaning companies do restoration companies do cleaning. Almost every time I talk to a restoration company, it seems like they came from a cleaning background.
You might need to keep the mic up because everybody
It's loud here.
decided to talk now.
That's okay. Pay attention to this one, everyone. This is the one.
That's absolutely everybody. Yeah. Normie Booth right here. We're good. And we got CleanFacts with us, Jeff Cross. I mean, this is it. And you know, the funny part is I do interviews of you, and then different times of year, you're interviewing me.
Yeah. I mean, we're all interesting people, Lance, right?
Is that what that is?
It is. It is. This industry is great. Everyone you talk to has a story to tell, a unique experience to share. So yeah, and that's what I like about coming to these things. I've never missed an experience event or a connections, which is what it was before. And every time I come, it's about the networking, the talking to people, seeing old friends, catching up, and doing interviews at the Normie booth. That's the highlight of my
That's
visit.
it. Yeah. Well, we've only been doing that for a few years, so I don't know what you did all the other years.
This is my second one. I know that.
Yes, it is.
At least.
Yeah, but you know, you mentioned about the people that come to this show. This is a different group of people that come to this show. These people they're like really passionate about this industry, and they come because they want to see the new stuff. They want to touch it and play with it. And that's what the experience is about.
True. I agree with that. And I think everyone here is special. They come for the equipment. They come for what the exhibitors have to offer. But again, to default back to one thing I value is the networking. You know, you never see someone really sitting off by themselves, bored. They're talking to people. They're hanging out. There's the meals. There's the dinners afterwards. So it's just a good experience, as what it's called.
And it was an appropriate name. But ISSA has a show also coming up, don't they?
We do every November. It's in Vegas the last few years. I think we're going to keep it in Vegas for a while. Everyone loves to go to Vegas. So it's a big trade show. 15, 16, 17,000 people come to it. Every year is a little bit different, but it caters to everyone in the cleaning industry. And we get people from all around the world who fly in for that. So it's a heavy lift to put that on. Informa is our partner in that, but it's the ISSA show. ISSAshow.com is the website for that. So anyone wants to come to that, you'll be definitely impressed with everything that is going on at the ISSA show.
Well, I've been to quite a few of
Yes.
them, and they are impressive. Just the size alone, the activity that goes on there. And again, it's about meeting people. You know, all of these different shows, you know, whether they're really crowded or not, you only need that one person to meet to change the complexion of your business.
Exactly. I've talked to a few people at this show and at ISSA show as well. And I asked them, what makes it worth coming to a trade show as an exhibitor? And they find that they're going to talk, they're going to have quality conversations. They're going to land some clients. They're not going to have all those touch points they might have with phone call marketing. They're going to talk to them. They're going to have business made right there. And that's the value. So you might not land a whole bunch of clients. Maybe you will, but you're going to get some really good ones that matter.
I found from all the years that I've been going to these types of shows, the people that almost look a little disappointed are the ones that take a booth and think it's a home show. They're here to sell their wares. And that's, I mean, people will buy stuff here, but that's not really the purpose of these shows.
No, it's about networking and making those connections. Yeah, if you stand back in your booth and you have stuff sitting out there, I mean, there's value to that, but you need to engage and have those conversations. Bring them into your booth, have them sit down, have those conversations that lead to the business that you want. Doesn't happen right there. You've made that connection. There's a follow-up.
In front of our booth, you can't see it. There's a bunch of tables where they have set out. So when they bring food out, people have a place to sit and talk and eat. And that's the part where you sit down and somebody say, is this chair taking? No, sit down. And you're there for an hour talking because now you found something in common, how your business works with theirs. And that's, to me, the value of this.
Agreed. I've never walked up to a table where there's a bunch of people and there's one seat where you weren't welcome to join. And they might all be together, one company or a family business. But, it's a family in itself. An industry can be fragmented or it can be together and as a family. And that's how I think the cleaning and restoration industries are. They're family. Everyone is in it together. You do meet some who are direct competitors with each other,
right?
But I don't see any problem with that. I think everyone here agrees with that. There's plenty of work to go around. We can help each other and we can help the industry.
Absolutely. So if somebody wanted to get in touch with your magazine or get a copy, where would they go?
So the best, easiest way is go to issa.com/media. That will lead you to everything we do in media. Our magazines, our webinars, we do video productions, have a program called Straight Talk, Take 5 with Clean Facts. So everything is in that portal, issa.com/media. Or if you want to go to CleanFacts, it's cleanfacts.com. That's the publication specifically for this industry. But all of our brands fit a place in every business when you think about all the things that we do in the cleaning industry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I know you've been doing some interviews walking around here. I just saw you shooting an interview while I was watching you before you came over here to do your interview. So
we're all busy.
Yes, we are.
It's good.
Yes, we are. I thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you at the next show.
All right. We'll see you there.
Take care. Welcome everybody to today's episode, Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And this is a multi-part series being offered by Normie.tv. It's also available on numerous other platforms, and you can find that at normie.org. I want to welcome today's guest, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, and he is also a Senior Leader in the GBAC organization, which is the Global Biorisk Advisory Council. Gavin, say hello.
Yeah, hi, Lance. How are you today?
Good. And if I missed on the actual titles, please correct me and fill us in a little bit more about your background.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Lance, so I work for ISSA, the Worldwide Cleaning Industry Association, and I manage the team with the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, which is a division of ISSA. I'm also an associate professor, Lance, at the Penn State College of Medicine. I've been working with Penn State since 2011. I teach 3 graduate courses, 3 15-week courses on biological risk management.
Well, that is exactly what we need to be talking about today. And with that, I want to bring up an image real quick. So I want to talk about short-term health effects for people exposed to the wildfires that have drifted down here into the U.S. and the central and the eastern coast. And these images I want to show you are what took place over a 3 to 4 day period. Now, this was, I can tell you, here in New Jersey, because I took the pictures myself, but this was mid-afternoon and it looks like sunset. So give me a moment and I'll bring this up on the screen so everybody can see what we're actually talking about, especially if you didn't get the opportunity to experience this. Are you able to see the images?
Yes, I can, Lance.
Well, as you can see, these are sunset looking type of images in the middle of the day with no clouds. Extremely thick smoke conditions. And this smoke was coming from probably up to 1,000 miles away up in Canada, all the way down to the coastal area of New Jersey. Now, from the reports and everything we got, it was even worse through the state of New York, Pennsylvania, which is closer to the Canadian border. So as far as health effects go, and I do want to mention one other thing. You've seen these images. I want to show you something graphical that we can then talk about. This was graphical data that I captured outside my home, actually, over a week period. You can see leading up to where the spiking started on the graph that the outside levels of particulates and volatile organic compounds, VOCs, or the chemistries in the air, are very low. And then you can see it all of a sudden started to spike on the first day, and then it was kind of an up and down to where it got really bad by the third day. And then after that, it started to settle out and move on. So the images that you saw before this is graphical data talking about particulates at 2.5 microns, 10 microns, and 1 or sub-micron size particulates, which really can affect people's health. So as far as short-term effects, how do you see that?
Well, what's really interesting, Lance, is that if you go back to that period of time, I think when I woke up on the Wednesday here in Washington, D.C., and your photos actually captured that very clearly, there was a lot of smoke in the air. And we knew the fires were in Canada. Who would have thought that I would wake up in Washington, D.C., and suddenly I realized the air that I breathe or am breathing today came from Canada? And you don't think at a local level, at the neighborhood level, where does the air come from that I breathe? We think it all is generated locally, but it wasn't. No, this air that I was breathing here in Washington, D.C. on that Wednesday was coming from Canada. Why? Because the smoke showed that to me. It visualized it. It showed me that the fires in Canada were sending smoke down the east coast of the US. And I think everyone needs to understand smoke anywhere is just bad for the human body. It also affects animals, no matter how healthy a person is or how long they're exposed to. Smoke exposure is just bad. And we need to understand, what does that bad mean? So if I look at, what were the messages going out from when the photos that you took, Lance, showing the sun blocked out, showing all that smoke in the air, what were the key messages being delivered to the public, the community? And we're very fortunate because, here's my phone. On my phone here, I have a number of apps. We have there's a lot of apps that are available that can make you aware of outdoor air quality. Not very many, I think very few people would have apps on their phone for indoor air quality, but we have a lot of apps for outdoor air quality. And on my phone, I use the weather app. It's free. And if I click on the weather app for Washington, D.C., I can see what the air quality is, and it's monitored, and it's called the Air Quality Index, or AQI. So again, the weather app has it. It's online. Many other apps use the Air Quality Index. And we know that the Air Quality Index around about 50 or less is considered healthy. We also know that sensitive and vulnerable people might notice ill effects to their health at levels as low as 51. And we know that from that air quality index, levels at 150 or greater are considered unhealthy for everyone. And so what we saw, this air quality index uses 6 different color schemes. But Lance, when I do my hazards identification, my risk assessments, I usually stick to the traffic light system, red, yellow, green, because that's universal. Everyone understands what red, yellow, green means. When you bring in other colors, it can be confusing. What is orange? What is purple? What is violet? That sort of thing. So there's 6 colors in the air quality index, and we started seeing maps on the news, on TV, on the websites, in newspapers, in the general media and social media. And a lot of people didn't understand what those 6 colors meant. But again, what we want to be really clear here, a level at 150 or above on the air quality index is considered unhealthy for everyone. And what we saw for the smoke from Canada, places like New York, Washington, DC, other locations went up into the 300s, even the 400s. And this air quality index, Lance, only goes to 500. It stops at 500. So when we saw the numbers up into 400s, that's never happened before. That's setting new records for many of those locations.
I guess the way you could equate that is when we actually deal with indoor air quality and we get particulate counts and mold in the environment and extremely high, it's almost like breathing soup.
Yep.
It's that thick. And the particulate size of this smoke is extremely concerning because it goes deep into your lungs and is a direct access point into your blood system.
This is really important, Lance. So if you look at, when you see smoke, like in the photos that you showed, we're concerned, and we saw this being talked about the hazards, the risks. It's about particles. And so smoke, even wildfire smoke, is harmful primarily because it contains airport particulate matter, these particles. And you saw on your graph that you showed, Lance, these particles can be measured in microns, 10 microns, 2.5 microns, 1 micron down to 0.3 microns. Understand that the smallest grain of sand is still 40 times larger than a PM 2.5, a particulate matter 2.5 particle. The width of a human hair is about 50 microns. So as soon as you get down to 10, we can't see those with the human eye until we see lots and lots of particles together. So when you see particles at 2.5, 10, like you showed in your graph, all coming together, that's what causes the smoke. That's what gives us the visualization. Now, we have wildfires, forest fires, grass fires have been around for years, for centuries, and we have a lot of data. If we go back to, say, the 2020 California fires that turned the sky just like in your photo, Lance, an apocalyptic shade of orange is what I would call. It was emitted by more than 1 million metric tons of PM 2.5. In California in 2020, in those fires, that was a 2,360% increase above normal air, according to the California Air Resources Board. And so it's really important to understand there are particles in the air. So if we focus on the short-term exposure to particulate matter, so let's focus on particulate matter 2.5, PM 2.5, which is we saw in the media. We saw everyone talking about PM 2.5. We know that short-term exposure can trigger lots of health problems, including but not limited to coughing, stinging eyes, a scratchy throat, a runny nose, chest pain, headaches, asthma attacks, fatigue, wheezing, breathing difficulties. And again, all this information is freely available through the US government on the US Center for Disease Control Prevention site, the CDC. But also, Lance, there's more serious impacts to the lungs and heart when you see particulate matter like PM 2.5 in the air. You can have reduction in lung function, even in really healthy people. And we know that the exposure to like the photos you showed can affect on heart health. So these particles can enter the bloodstream. They can trigger inflammation, leading to either heart attacks and stroke. They can worsen the health of people who have conditions like diabetes. And we also know from research that Harvard University has studies, and there's other studies out there that have shown that wildfire smoke increases the risk from infectious diseases. So that in one Harvard University study that I'm familiar with, it estimated that the PM 2.5, the particulate matter 2.5 emissions from the 2020 wildfires in the states of California, Oregon, and Washington state were associated with about a 12% increase in COVID cases and over an 8% increase in COVID deaths in 2020.
You mentioned about all the particulate, the information being released to the public and stuff, and everybody's focusing on particulates. I spoke with, in one of the other episodes that we did, a gentleman who is works on the federal side of the firefighting wildfire teams. He's actually a consultant now with all the jets that are out there dropping water and flame retardant materials. But I asked him the difference in the types of smoke coming out of Canada and from wildfires. And he says there's two different types. One is the type burning the forest, just like a campfire. You're burning logs and vegetation, stuff like that. The second type is when that forest fire creeps into industrial and residential areas and starts burning homes and factories and all the materials and chemistries there, that changes the smoke and the contamination to not just particulate, but VOCs, volatile organic compounds, all the chemistries that are now airborne and being burned and converted to other things entering our lungs.
That's really important, Lance, because the messages that were being delivered about the fire, the wildfire smoke in the air just recently focused on particles. It didn't focus on chemicals. It didn't focus on volatile organic compounds. We didn't see them being measured or reported in real time. Yes, we know the measurements were taken, but again, that information wasn't made available. And I think it would have been much more responsible, because we saw the smoke in the air. You took the photos of the smoke in the air. It turned the sun orange. It turned the sky dark gray. And I saw it here in Washington, D.C., where I live. A few measurements to say, yes, we've got particles, but do we have other chemicals? I didn't see that data available. We know from studies, there's a good 2022 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health. And the problem with these studies in these journals, that a lot of the community, a lot of just the public can't access these journals, because you've got to be a subscriber, you've got to pay money. So it's really important that we do think videos like this, Lance, to take those studies and sort of translate and synthesize the information so that everyone understands what's being done. And that's not done enough. But so if we go back to a 2020 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health that probably most people haven't seen, they found that there were long-term effects of wildfire with PM 2.5 exposure. And those long-term effects included higher risks of respiratory disease, but also cancer. And so it's really interesting that we now look at, okay, so again, the air where I am now in Washington, D.C., Lance, today is pretty clear. I don't know what the measurements are. I haven't measured it, but I don't see any smoke in the air. And what we've seen from, wildfires in Canada, Australia, California, we've seen the week after that smoke, like in your photos, we've seen an increase in emergency room visits. We've seen an increase in people visiting the physician or the doctor. We've seen an increase in prescription of medications for, say, respiratory complications or respiratory problems, difficulties. And we've also seen studies, Lance, say, I think through the, what was one study that I know of through the California Air Resources Board, they estimated that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 from all sources, is responsible for 5,400 premature deaths and 2,800 hospitalizations for cardiovascular, heart and respiratory diseases in California every year. And they also, in the same studies reports, said that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5, was also associated with 6,700 asthma-related hospital emergency room visits in California every year. So it's going to be really interesting, a week after what your photos showed, the week after the smoke coming from Canada, how many visits were made by people, we haven't got that data yet, to emergency rooms, how many people went to see the physician or the doctor, and what was the number of prescriptions and medications given to people that are now reporting with maybe breathing difficulties and asthma and other problems.
It's interesting because we recently also did an episode on sensitized individuals with Michael Pinto, and he talks about a lot of that. But the question I have for you is, we've talked about short-term effects, and I think we're starting to teeter on, now that we're a week and a half plus out, what are the long-term effects? But before we get to that specific question, what's the difference of the group that we're not talking about with babies, children, pregnant women, and we can't forget the group of the elderly?
Oh, yeah. So the elderly will have a lot of underlying conditions, that again make them prone to particulate matter PM2.5 and less particles, smaller particles, which do exist in smoke in general. But if you focus on that real critical, you've identified that critical cohort, that critical group, Lance, of pregnant people, babies, young children, they really need to avoid smoke exposure as much as possible. And so it's really important that we get those warnings out in time. A lot of us will stay indoors, recirculate, or some of us don't, but we need to ensure that our air conditioning is recirculating and not bringing in that outdoor air, because a lot of the filters that we have will not pull out the particles in our home or even places where we work. So it's really important to understand babies, young kids are at high risk because their bodies aren't fully developed. And if you look at pregnant people, their bodies have been fully developed, but when they're pregnant, you're in overdrive. This really has a big effect on your immune system. So there are studies that have shown us that wildfire smoke exposure can lead to preterm birth. So that's preterm birth, Lance, is birth before 37 weeks of gestation. It also leads to babies with low birth weight, leads to babies with impaired lung functions and other health risks. And there was a study, in 2022 in the Journal of Environmental Research. Again, many people probably haven't seen this one, but in this environmental research study, it looked at birth outcomes in California between 2006 and 2012. And what they found was each additional day of exposure to wildfire smoke during pregnancy, so people that are pregnant, increase the risk of preterm birth. That's preterm birth. That's less than what we say 37 weeks. Now, the same study that I'm aware of estimates that as many as 7,000 additional preterm births occurred in California that were attributable to exposure to wildfire smoke during that period of study, 6 years.
Sounds just like secondhand smoke exposure.
Exactly. Smoke is, exactly. So, and those preterm babies that were born, before 37 weeks of gestation had greater risk of experiencing respiratory complications, developmental issues, and death. And so it's so important. We talk about children now, Lance, developmental issues. We know that wildfire exposure hurts, impairs, decreases children's performance in school. And we know that researchers and studies have looked at that possible link between wildfire smoke exposure and school performance. We've seen those studies done in the US and also Australia. And so a study that I'm aware of in the US used standardized test scores from 2009 and 2016 for nearly 12,000 school districts. And they compared to a school year with no smoke to a school year with wildfire smoke. And they found that the cumulative smoke exposure may have reduced student test scores by roughly 0.15% of a standard deviation. That may not mean much to people. That's a lot. And that information was published in the Journal of Nature in 2022. That is a significant decrease in people's ability to learn, to understand, to think. Again, that information does exist.
There's so many effects, and we're starting to touch on the long-term effects. I've noticed from people within the circle that I travel starting to report eye infections, earaches, ear infections, sinus infections. And this is all a week after. I was kind of predicting out 2 weeks for people to start to have issues. But as far as the long-term effects, just because the smoke cleared out, didn't do anything with all the debris left behind, all the ash that's dropped out of the air. I know the cars here had a grayish color to them, for days. And we haven't had rain for almost 4 weeks. We finally got some rain to wash some of it out of the atmosphere. But this is just something that is continual. And these particulates don't just vanish.
Oh, no, you're right, Lance. And so we always say, dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. That those particles in the air will eventually come down and land on surfaces. So if I look at my car parked in the street over that course of the smoke in Washington, D.C. last week, I can see the particles on my car. It's a black car, and I can see how dirty the windscreen got and how dirty the surface of the car became just from that smoke. It's really interesting that when we start to talk about, oh, well, it wasn't that bad, or it didn't really affect me. I only had the short-term effects of, particulate matter 2.5 or less could be, a coughing, stinging eye, scratchy throat, runny nose, chest pain, headaches, fatigue, wheezing. I run with a running group here in DC, and the people that ran last week told me on the weekend, we just don't feel good enough. We don't feel well enough. We've still got a scratchy throat. We still are wheezing. We've got some breathing difficulties. We can't run with you, Gavin, on the weekend. And would they make official data, official statistics? No, they wouldn't. So that's the information that I've collected just through the group of friends that I have here in DC. So a lot of that information would never be recorded anywhere. And it takes then a lot of effort. Like we talked about the Harvard study, Harvard University study, and the California Air Resources Board studies to then study the long-term effect. And a lot of people then will say, well, that happened years ago, and they don't relate or see the link between the time they were exposed, that week of being exposed to smoke, versus they might have respiratory disease, cancer, or cardiovascular inflammatory problems with heart attacks and strokes. Those correlations really aren't made because it's happened so much longer or over time since the actual acute event of being exposed to wildfire smoke. That's always a challenge for us, Lance. It's hard to tell people you've got to, there's a hazard, there's a risk, you've got to take precautions, you've got to do this, when they don't initially feel the really significant bad effects either that day or the next day.
You're right. And, you had said that, which is what everybody else is saying, the news media, all officials, about staying indoors. But it's the same agencies like the EPA that are saying that in normal conditions, your indoor air quality is 5 to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So they're telling people, especially sensitized individuals, children, things like that, to be outside, especially if you're having a positive reaction to your normal home. But now we're telling people to stay inside in the polluted area that is an issue, which is still less polluted than the outside.
Well, Lance, this is so important. So you actually showed real data. I think, was that data outside or inside data that you showed on
that
your
was
graph?
outside.
That was outside. So I have 6 indoor air quality monitors in my house, and I know the alarms went off. I know that I have friends who also have indoor air quality monitors, and we know these are affordable. So it's important that you see the baseline of where your indoor air quality is, because that's what indoor air quality monitors measure. But then you can see how the outside air coming in can influence that, and whether and we've heard this a lot of discussions, Lance. Well, maybe you can't protect all of the inside of your house or all of the inside where you work. Maybe you have to identify a room that has an air quality monitor with maybe an air quality device that cleans the air, and people should stay in there while there is a risk. And I think it's really important that we emphasize to everyone, Lance, those indoor air quality monitors as well as air quality purifiers right now, they're affordable. It used to be cost was an issue. Not anymore. You can buy those, you can use those, and I would highly recommend that if reach out to us, and we'll provide you, with a list of those that we have done our research on, we've done our due diligence, we know that they're backed by evidence and science, and it really will change people's behavior and improve their quality of life if they start measuring more. We see measurements for outdoor air through the air quality index, but wouldn't it be great if at the same time more people could have indoor air quality monitors in their home, even their cars, for example, and be able to then see the numbers, react appropriately, change their behaviors, and actually come up with solutions that improve their air quality without waiting till they get the symptoms we just talked about.
In one of the other episodes, I was in a discussion and I used the glass of drinking water as an example. You know, people want to take a nice, clear, crystal type of look of water and drink that. If you were to make that water cloudy or brownish, people say, I'm not drinking that. Well, air is the same thing. The difference is it's not in a small container. So you don't see the pollution. You don't see anything other than if you see like a lot of pollen on your car during spring, something like that. Oh, it's the allergies are bad. That's why I'm coughing. But other than that, people can't see particularly because it's microscopic. So they take breathing for granted. And that's one of the most critical things that we do. I also use the example in another one where a person can go 20 to 40 days without eating. They can go 3 to 7 days without drinking. You can go 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. So we can't stop doing that. So like you said, a safe room, an environment where if they are struggling, they can go into that for a few hours, give their system a break, feel better, and then go back out and do what you have to do. Especially since the indoor air quality is normally so much worse than the outside air, which unfortunately, because of this pollution problem from the smoke, made the outside air so much worse.
Yeah, and that's how we all work together, Lance, you know, through NORMI, GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, a division of ICE, to say, you know, our subject matter experts, we sit there, we know that there's a way of making the unseen seen, be visible. We know how to identify those hazards and then calculate the risk, you know, likelihood of something happening and the consequence if it happens. And, you know, we all know that we use that definition of consequences, how bad can it get? And so much of our air, as you correctly said, Lance, water is unseen. There can be contaminants, pollutants in the air, contaminants, pollutants in water, and it still appears, it looks, or even smells safe and healthy. But unless we measure more, we will never be able to improve. And that's why I think we all talk about that, you know, it's so important. The tools are available, the equipment's there, the expertise is there, the science is there to start measuring more and then working with subject matter experts to interpret properly, appropriately what those measurements mean so that people can act, change their behavior, develop, implement solutions. And I think last week was a really good example with the smoke in the air, colors on a map, 6 different colors with the air quality index. And in my own personal opinion, maybe 6 colors is too much. Maybe it's confusing. Maybe people didn't understand what the colors. And then when we had the colors, we also got numbers. Here's 425 in New York City. Here's 350 in Philadelphia. Here's 308. All these different numbers came out for different locations. I don't think people realized what the number means. So if you give a color, if you give a number, then you must give an interpretation, a so what, and you must tell the public what to do.
Well, there are other things that are also affected besides what we're talking about now. We've talked about, you know, the young, the elderly. We've talked about pregnant individuals. We've talked about sensitized individuals. There's a few other things we need to talk about. Number one, and I know it's, and I mentioned this in another episode, that it sounds a little bit on the dramatic side, but from this heavy smoke condition, we actually got a glimpse into what a nuclear winter would look like. The temperatures that are normally 80, 85 degrees in New Jersey this time of the year were barely able to get out of the 60s. It dropped the ambient temperature almost 20 degrees every day while there was smoke. Once the smoke cleared out, the temperature went back up to normal. Now that affects plant growth. It affects our food source. And speaking of food sources, it affects livestock with breathing. They're outside creatures. And we can't forget our pets, especially the ones that either have, you know, like doggy doors that go in and out or outside pets. So how does it affect them?
Yeah, really important, Lance. We knew in Washington, D.C., the National Zoo was closed to all people, closed to visitors because they had brought the animals indoors away from the smoke. Now, are all the enclosures at the National Zoo on air conditioning that recirculates? No, it's not, but at least that would decrease to some level, some degree, their exposure to the smoke that was outside. Again, in horses, equine asthma is real. And we know from fires in Australia, information and data from fires in California, horses can suffer inflammatory diseases. We see equine asthma increase after forest fires or wildfire fires. That data is available. That's known. That's been studied. Less so in companion animals like dogs and cats. But yes, we do know that, again, those animals are breathing the same air that we're seeing that we would breathe. Really interesting, just a couple of anecdotal reports that I've received from colleagues and friends here in DC. They had to let their cat or their dog out to go to the bathroom, the toilet, or just get some exposure outside so they wouldn't go mad inside when they run around. Opening and closing that door very briefly to let us say a dog out. And the people that had indoor air quality monitors saw that by just opening that door very briefly to let their pet out, changed their indoor air quality on their monitors significantly. And what I mean by that, if they were sitting at like a 95 to 98%, it dropped down in some of the photos that I received down to 70, 73% in that very brief period. So it's not like it takes a long time for the smoke to rush into the house. When you open the door, that smoke came in and that indoor air quality monitor then measured it, and you saw in real time, right there and then, a change in your indoor air quality by a number. The challenge we have, though, is how to interpret those numbers. So yeah, again, Lance, many animals can't go indoors. They were exposed. And again, a lot of this data won't be measured, but we do know from studies that we do see inflammation problems as well as respiratory problems in animals exposed to wildfire smoke.
One of the things, just like with very young children, animals can't really tell you what's bothering them. You might see the animal acting up or different or lethargic, but you won't know what's really going on, just like with children. So it's something you need to pay attention to. Don't forget about the pet that was outside all day during that smoke. They may start to have issues going forward. Yes, I'm a pet lover, can't help it.
Oh, but very important, Lance, my dog Buddy did not want to go outside last week when we had all the smoke in the air. Now he doesn't want to go
out in the rain either, so
Well, yeah, but he loves the snow. But you could see it was really interesting that to be at the door, trying to let him out, to get some exercise, to go to the bathroom. He really had to just push through it. He knew what was out there I don't want to go out in that. And I think you look at animal behavior. Animals will tell us lots of stories about the quality of outdoor air.
Well, if I look for a positive for this whole thing coming out of Canada, I think it was an awareness that's brought to the public that this could happen at any time. The fires are still going on. The smoke could change direction with the wind. We could have another repeat of this. And it gives us a glimpse as to what could happen again. It could be longer lasting. And how do we deal with that going forward? I mean, it's just like the people in Florida and the Gulf Coast that live in a hurricane-prone area, but they don't go and buy plywood till 24 hours before the storm's going to hit. The storms are going to be there. Prepare ahead of time. Like you had said, you can get monitors to know what's going on in your home. You can get air purification. You can get better filters. I mean, the term we use is you either have a good filter or you are one.
Yep. Really important, Lance. Again, I'm going to go back to my cell phone, my mobile phone. In times of tornadoes, hurricanes, I'll get messages on my phone, take cover now. So a government agency has interpreted the risk of the tornado, the storm, the hurricane, and I need to take cover, seek shelter. What I found in the messages that were given out on my phone, it wasn't that clear. Yes, your photos show clearly there was lots of smoke, lots of particles, and maybe other substances in the air during when you took those photos. But the messages I got on my phone, in the media, on TV, social media, in the newspaper wasn't clear enough to say, and then it wasn't just some groups that were going to be affected, it was going to be everyone. And it wasn't really, I think, this is very, summer is just starting here in the US on the East Coast, West Coast, in the Northern Hemisphere, it's just starting. We're very early in the wildfire season. And I think we've got the air quality index with numbers and colors. We've got messages that went out warnings, but I think this is the time to be clear on what actions, what do you need to really, really do to protect the health of you, your family, your loved ones, and your pets and your animals. And I think this is a good opportunity. What happened last week, learn from that and say, right, how do we do better in giving very clear, actionable advice? Tell people what to do and how to do it using what everyone's carrying right now, Lance, one of these, the cell phone.
Well, I think education is the important part, and the public education is really important, whether it's through PSAs, public service announcements, or just making it available for people to call, reach out to the ISSA group, to Normie or Normie.tv. We can help guide people, to where to get more information that's factual, not just somebody selling a widget and, here's the best thing. I mean, I saw people walking around with paper towel masks because they knew wearing a mask was going to help with particulate. The paper towel mask was useless, but, somebody said, well, use a paper towel, it'll help. Well, does it help? Yes. It's like emptying a swimming pool using a tablespoon. Yeah, you are emptying it, but your effect is really, really limited.
And that's a good point, Lance, because we've gone through the 3 years or so of a COVID-19, pandemic. People have masks. Or they know where to buy masks or have accessibility to masks. The challenge we have, Lance, is there's so many people in our neighborhoods, our community, in our cities, our towns where we work, that they have to work outdoors. We saw when the photos you took, the smoke in the air, we saw the schools cancel all outdoor activities. We saw professional sporting bodies like the Major League Baseball cancel games. But again, that's for the population that was going to go watch a game. That's for the kids that were at school that wanted to play outside. What about the people that have to work outside? Where was the actionable solutions, the information there to say, you work outside, we need you to work outside, this is what you do. I really professionally and honestly believe, Lance, a lot of that information was missing, and a lot of people in our towns, in our communities, our neighborhoods have to work outside. They have no choice.
I just read an article of the lawsuits that came out of 9/11. And Christy Whitman was one of the named individuals in that, I think director of EPA at the time, or one of those large organizations, where she came out and said that the air quality a week later was okay for people to go and work there and return to New York City. And 15 years later, she was found guilty of all this misleading information and stuff, because the data showed it was unhealthy. I mean, we're 20 plus years out. There's still debris from them in the walls, in drop ceilings, in buildings all around New York. So this isn't a short-term effect. Oh, it was there, it's gone, the air looks clear, it's nice out today. All of this affects us going forward.
Oh, so important that everyone understands dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. Lance, I did 12 years in the military. When all the deployments I did around the world, we don't want to leave waste in a footprint in a foreign country, so we burn it. And so you can easily see, there's books written about, there's movies made, the exposure of soldiers and the military to smoke pits. The fire from fire pits, the smoke that comes from fire pits, and the increase in cancer in those military personnel. And again, look at the numbers that came out from 9/11 in 2001, when so many of our colleagues, Lance, went there with the best intentions to help, to do what they have been trained to do. And look at the number of friends and colleagues that we know of that have been diagnosed with cancer since that deployment back in 2001. And I know the number of again, friends I have in the military that were exposed to smoke pits over the years and have cancer. It's real. What it means, we have to do better when we go to respond to those important acute events to try to mitigate them, respond to them, and then go into recovery. We've got to do better in our training as well as our equipment to protect what we know in the long term causes inflammatory disease, heart disease, lung disease, cancer.
Absolutely. Well, Gavin, I want to thank you for spending time with us today. I mean, it's always informative listening to you. I think this was information that we needed to get out in this series with the actual data, a lot of the study information, short and long-term effects, which is what we've covered. And just give people a place to go if they have questions or concerns, how to reach out and get help. The Normie organization at normie.org, ISSA organization, GBAC. There's a lot of credible sources out there that are out there doing this for the right reason and trying to educate the public. So I want to thank you for being part of that. I want to thank you for being part of this series that we're doing on fire and smoke. And we'll do this again.
You're more than welcome, Lance. Again, we're even at Normie and ISSA and GBAC now. We are still working right now. How can we do better in translating the information we know, the research we know, into helping people understand this is what you need to do when you see that apocalyptic look in the sky. The sun is blocked out. It turns bright hot orange based on smoke or particles in the air. And it's something we're still working on, Lance, and hopefully we'll be able to do better and get better information out to everyone.
You're absolutely right. And I think closing out, I just want to leave the images up there on the screen. Let's see if I can bring this up real quick. You have the sun up there now and the smoke?
Yes, can see it, Lance. And as we know, we saw it, we lived through it, we breathed it, we kept doing the work we should do. But again, did we decrease the hazard, the risk? Did we wear the appropriate equipment to protect ourselves? No, we didn't do a good job at that.
Well, I think this is a good start. I think we're getting the information out there. Hopefully this is helping people, answering some of their questions. So thank you again. I appreciate the time, and we'll do more series down the road.
You're more than welcome, Lance.
I want to welcome today's guests. We have Doug Hoffman, who's the executive director of Normie, and Mike Balzano, who is and I want to get this correct, it's the group publisher for BMP Media. Is that correct?
A group publisher. All the other group publishers are already shaking their head at me. Who's he is? I'm one of many. Yes. Okay.
Well, welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
As always, thank you for joining us here on this interview. I want to get right into it. I don't want to waste any time here because all of our time has been so tied up with everything that's going on right now, what you have coming up with the Experience show. And that's really what I want to start talking about. I remember from the last show that we were at in Las Vegas, there was a lot of super secret talk about this big event coming up at the spring show. And I'm going to say it if nobody else has. It's all about the special tour for the shore flooring. Yep. What's that all about?
Larry Cooper, as everybody knows, was the owner of this event, founder forever, and did a wonderful job. I can't put words into his mouth, but I know for sure the reason he picked Chattanooga, Tennessee was that we could have tours of the Shaw flooring plant. That's about 25 minutes away from the Chattanooga Convention Center where the event's going to be. And we're going to do just that. And it's kind of exciting. 75 seats only are available. I hate to sound like a car salesman. Now you got to get those seats, but in this case, it kind of is like that. There's only 75 seats available. We're going to see 3 different plants that day. It's going to be a whole day and a lot of fun. You're going to be able to do transportation. Obviously, we're going to have lunch involved, and we'll have a tour guide with everybody, and people can spend the day really getting to the belly of the beast and what might arguably is the biggest flooring company in the world. And we're excited about it. It's a fun thing.
So, wait a minute. You said there's only 73 seats available?
75 seats available.
No. 73. Doug and I are here.
Doug, you are, well, actually, technically, there were 65 available now because there's about 10 sold already. So 63 after you two. We're getting there. You can see it's having the splash we had hoped. People are really excited about this. And the easiest way to do it is to go to our website, rnrmagonline.com. Register for the experience. And once you do that, you have the option to get into the Shaw Tour.
And what day is that going to be?
It's going to be on Tuesday. Yeah, the day before the event, Tuesday, April 2nd. Meanwhile, back at the convention center, where the Coys are going to be doing a workshop, and Howard Partridge are going to be doing the same workshop they did last time, which was very successful. So can't make the Shaw Tour, don't want to go to the Shaw Tour, you got something great back home too.
Okay. Well, I just wanted some clarification on that. And
there you go.
I still say 73 seats available.
63.
One of the other things that I've heard a lot of talk about recently was an advisory committee. And I only heard the term being put out. I really don't know anything about it. So can you enlighten us on that?
That really organically happened, and mainly because I've never done a flood house. You know what? I'm the publisher of R&R. I've been in this industry for 2 years now, so I know a million times more than I did 2 years ago. But I'm learning. I'm not admitting to be any kind of an expert. So I said, you know what? Let's get some experts. Let's get the people who know what they're doing to really do this, and we'll just handle the back end marketing. And we got a great group of people. Lisa Lavender and Barry Costa have hopped into. They're going to manage what's now called the Restoration Pavilion, no longer the Flood House. And that's going to be paired, of course, with the Cleaning Pavilion, as you can see the symmetry there. Sean Bissillon will be back, as well as Lisa Wagner and Mark Kennedy working on that. The Coys are on the committee, and me and Andre Hansen, who's the event manager. And all of us together are working on the different segments to do that. I would love to have the gentleman, two gentlemen I'm looking at from Normie on that team as well, and we will in the future. But you guys, as we're going to talk about a little bit, you have a pretty big role anyway at our event. So you have your hand. You're doing plenty for us than extra stuff. So we appreciate that. But the point is, BNP Media bought it. Not a lot of people knew who we were besides R&R. No one knew who I was. So instead of that goofy guy that keeps showing up on the podcast, let's get some actual people who know what they're doing to do this. And we've done that. And you can see the wheels going quicker now, and it's exciting.
I tell you, I think that's just a great idea, Mike. I think having guys that are in the industry, they got their hands in the industry all the time. That's going to make it so much better. One of the things I've always said about the experience that I think it is just different from any other conference that we're a part of is that it really is an experience. You can go there and you can actually do and touch and feel the industry, which is really pretty cool. I've told our members for years, if there's only one show you go to, this is the show you go to, because it works.
Thank you, Doug. And yeah, it was, I've said many times, it wasn't, I don't think he named this accidentally. There was a reason why he called it the experience. He wanted to be an all-encompassing experience for our industry and the people who come. And hands-on training is the big deal, even more so in these spring shows than in Las Vegas, our big show in the fall, which always is the big blowout every year. The spring show in fall, you have 3 days of straight agenda days. The spring show, the first day and the third day are agenda days, and the middle day is kind of a hands-on workshop agenda all day. In addition to the Restoration Pavilion, in addition to the Cleaning Pavilion, you just come in and learn how to do things. And I don't know if there's any other event that really, definitely not to this level, can provide that for everybody.
Well, I know what we get involved with building our training facility, if you want to call it. You know, when we break away and we're actually, the lumber is being delivered, you know, so we're in there building stuff for a day or two prior to our training. So yeah, this is very different than the other shows that we go to.
And we want to make sure this is, as I walked around Las Vegas and talked to the two of you gentlemen and all of our sponsors, and we don't want to make wholesale changes, but on the other hand, this is definitely a time for new ideas and new changes. And people were, as you know about our industry, they're not shy about, oh, good, here's my 7 ideas I wanted, which is fine. I asked for it. So I think we're going to try to kind of walk the fence a little bit. We're going to keep all the traditions to keep it hands-on and the experience, but hopefully some new tweaks, which will excite people as well.
Well, I mean, you started talking about some of the stuff coming up, but why don't we just cover the agenda? If you can do that. I don't know if you want to do it from memory, if you want to bring up a website.
Well, I mean, I don't have to bring up, the entire agenda is there on our website. I could do what I want to talk about is definitely from memory. And that I just kind of did mention that there's a lot of people who've been coming to this event for 24 years. And they said, gosh, we're hearing the same kind of speakers a lot. Not that they're bad, they're wonderful. But is there any way we can get some new people? And there's other people that want to just keep it the same. And like I said, I understand both sides of that fence. So what we're doing is a little of both. It's led by our keynotes, 2 gentlemen who haven't been here in a long time. Chuck Violand from Violand Business Management and Jim Pemberton, who's a cleaning legend. I don't know if he's ever spoke at the experience yet. Our friends Lisa Wagner and Mark Kennedy were beneficial in getting him in. I think it's great. And it's funny with R&R, we're not we're much more cleaning based than we used to be, but we're R&R. As it was named that way for a reason, like the experience. So I hear my wife Darlene talking to cleaning people in the other room, and she says, "Hey, Jim Pemberton's going to be a keynote," and they just all go bananas, like the Beatles are coming. So I can see how important this gentleman is. So we're really happy to have him. Eric Sprague from Super Tech and Katie Harris from Spot On Solutions, and a lot of other people. And we got the legends. I'm looking at two of them right now. Normie's got have a huge say in this event. I think you're doing with you and Mr. Pinto and the two of you at like 7 different sessions off and on. Right. And it's very important to us. Hart Partridge will be talking again. You see where we're going with that. I think the agenda is a little more diverse in the way of different speakers this time. Not is what I mean by diverse. And I think the people who come to the show are going to be surprised and excited about what they get.
Well, I'll tell you something, Mike, about that's different from what we're bringing to the table. And we started this a few years ago with Larry, is, our industry and the mold industry is actually split into 2 professions, the assessment side and then the remediation side, which is the tradesmen who actually do the work. But the assessment side is something that I think we probably brought to the experience because it is a part of the industry that oftentimes is overlooked. And in a lot of ways, kind of the most important part, we think, of the industry is how do you assess the environment? I always say prognosis without diagnosis is malpractice. If you don't know that you've got a problem, you don't have a solution. And so rather than going into a project and saying, oh, well, you got mold, let's tear everything out, we got to raise your house. How about finding out exactly what the issues are? Find out how extensive the problem is, what type of mold is there, what type of contamination is there, how extensive it is, what's the water source, all of those things that you need to find out before you actually write a protocol. So what we brought to the table, which I'm very excited about, is 1 full day of our training track is going to be on that assessment side, and not just basic assessment on how to assess the environment from an assessor's standpoint, but also putting it in the context of remediators who also need to be able to do baseline testing and interim testing and post-testing, a lot of things that they don't think about. But testing is one of the safest ways to actually approach a project because it's totally objective. You're dealing with objective diagnostics. It's not about how you feel or smell or any of that kind of stuff. It's this is the problem. Now I need a solution. So I think bringing that one day, especially that first day that we're going to do our training track on the assessment side with Michael Pinto, with Lance, with myself, talking about, and some of that's going to be hands-on testing products. I think that's a really exciting place to be. And so thank you for the opportunity to do that. I think it makes a big, big difference in the industry.
That's such a great thing to say. Doug. I'm sorry, Lance. That's such a great thing to say, Doug. I again, with my industry knowledge and whatnot, I would imagine you're right. I mean, imagine these disasters happen and your first natural instinct is, let's just go in there and take care of it immediately. And someone's got to have the cooler head and say, wait a second, let's assess what's going on. Let's do the assessment, start from there. I mean, I think that's absolutely right. And we're happy to give you that mouthpiece.
Well, thank you. And I think the other thing, I'll slow down here in a second, Lance, so you can ask your question. That's the other thing that I think is so exciting is with Michael Pinto there, he and I now are teaching a class on remediation for sensitized individuals. And I remember when we started with Normie in 2004, by the way, this is our 20th birthday. So when we started with Normie in 2004, there was only about 6 or 7% of the population that were considered environmentally sensitive. That is, that they could not take a standard type of remediation project. You'd be back there again if you did it that way. They needed special help. Now, the latest numbers, 20 to 25% of the population are considered environmentally sensitive. So one of the sessions that, of course, Michael's bringing to the table is a discussion about that and about mycotoxins and biotoxins and endotoxins and actinomyces and things that really have to be looked at, not just mold. So it's just interesting how the science has really broadened this whole discussion.
Well, that was the point I was going to get to, where you had said about focus has changed slightly towards the cleaning industry of the experience. But the strange thing, or the interesting thing, strange isn't the right word, the interesting thing about it is all of these different vertical markets are all positioning themselves now under indoor air quality. which is what we're talking about. So even though you have carpet cleaners and you have regular cleaners and you have HVAC people, it all comes under indoor air quality. And that's what we're there for. It's all about the air you breathe. And every person out there is part of that niche market that has to breathe.
We've talked about that a couple times, Lance, and I remember talking to Jeff Jones, the microbial warrior himself, and he said, well, in his opinion, not to speak for Jeff, but what we learned from COVID was didn't have to do with touching things or surfaces, it had to do with what's floating through the air and the IAQ, and that makes what Normie's doing and your whole side of this industry and our whole industry so much more important because that's not going to be the last time something like that happens. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a big pandemic either. Just IAQ is important in so many ways. I'm preaching to the choir now. You know that.
Well, and that brings us to that second day that we're going to be talking about. Because, when you start dealing with indoor air quality contaminants, things that are floating around in the air, obviously you disturb mold on a surface, it's going to become airborne. It's got to be dealt with. So we're big believers, obviously, in being able to create containment, setting up negative pressure, using an air filtration device in the correct way. Air washing, something that a lot of people don't even know what that is. And we talk a lot about that in our training on that second day. That's going to be a hands-on kind of opportunity to get guys involved in putting up some poly and putting in zip doors and connecting the AFD to the PRV 24Ks and a lot of those technical things. It's going to be fun. We always have a big crowd. I think we had a standing room only crowd last year.
Yes, you did. I remember that. I'd walk by there trying to watch, and there's nowhere to sit. It's so much going on, and it's great. And that's exactly right. That's what that day 2 is all about. We're extending the hands-on, and I love you for what you're doing for this. That's gonna be perfect.
Doug, is there anything else about what we're going to be doing there? I know we're a sponsor, and I know that's part of what we're doing. Anything else you can think of for the Normie presence?
Yeah, we're going to give away some stuff.
Breaking news. I didn't know that. What are you doing?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to give away some stuff. I'm assuming that we're going to still do the Apple a Day thing or something where we're going to give something away every day. And that's usually sometimes it's as much as a $1,200 class. So we're going to be giving some stuff away for sure. But I think at our booth, we've got a 20 by 20. So it's a nice little open square booth, place where people can come in and sit and do what we call huddles, where we can answer questions and deal with some specific issues that they might have. So we'll be kind of front and center toward the back, close to the food, as Mike said. So we're going to be there just talking to folks and helping them see what kind of training opportunities we've got. We've got 32 certifications now. We've got obviously training for every single state that requires licensing. And we've got great recertification and continuing education training. So pretty cool. We opened up a training facility now, of course, in Fort Lauderdale, which is where we do our Normie Pro Academy, do a lot of live online training. And so, yeah, we're going to be giving away some stuff to get people involved with what we're doing. We want folks connected to the industry.
We have people, a few different booths are going to be doing hands-on training and things like that throughout the event as well. So that's great. I'm not surprised to hear that come out of your mouth, Doug. But I mean, there's going to be, again, not to beat a dead horse, that's going to be going on all over the floor. Yeah. And then in the morning, you have the great sessions, and it's just you learn and then you learn. I think it's perfect. So thank you for doing that.
Well, I'm going to ask you a very specific question now. What's the super secret stuff that you can't tell us about that you're going to reveal now?
I can't.
Oh, come on.
You think I wasn't paying attention? Well, there's nothing official I could talk about yet, and that's true. There's some,
and that's fine. I don't want to completely put you on the spot.
No, we might have some more fun. We're going to have some fun things coming up. We haven't locked down the entertainment for the big party. There might be a third pavilion in the back, which might be just silly and fun, and you might be able to adopt things that are, let's call them pets, and let's say they're not cats. That's all I'll say. It's nothing to do with the industry, just fun. So who doesn't like holding a puppy for a couple hours, right? While we're learning about IAQ.
You know, Mike, last year we launched, Lance actually launched Normie TV.
Yes.
Normie Connect. And at the Fort Lauderdale show last year, we had 2 people that came up to us and said, I heard about this show through Normie TV, which was really kind of interesting. So I was going to ask, if you weren't going to ask this yet, Lance, but I was going to ask about special deals that they can get by calling us direct. I know we've got a coupon code for our Normie members. We also have, I think, VIP passes for the exhibition hall. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that. And then obviously we're going to make sure that they've got our number so they can call us. But can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, you do have some VIP tickets to give away at your discretion. And anybody who uses Normie's code, which the two of you gentlemen have, you get 20% off the full admission to registration. It's a good deal.
Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, thank you so much for doing that, man. That's great.
I mean, it just makes too much sense. You could market, you could look like, frankly, heroes to your people and your friends and your customers. We get more people to the event. Everybody wins. And if you're going to exhibit with us, we still have all kind of space left on the booth floor right now. You get that same treatment, and you could really look good in front of your clients and bring your customers with us to this great show and learn. So I'm happy to do it for everybody, especially you.
So what are the dates?
Dates are April 3rd to the 5th in Chattanooga. And don't forget, the 2nd is when you get to the Shaw Tour. And what's the number, Lance? 63. We have 63 people left.
Something like that.
Yes.
Similar number. That's all.
And
go ahead, Doug.
I was just going to say, I have one more comment I just want to make, and then I hope it's okay and that you'll feel good about this. If not, we'll edit it out. But one of the things that I've learned about shows, and when I got into the indoor air quality industry in 1996, I did 32 home shows that first year. So I've been to a lot of shows, and here's what I've learned about the experience: is it's not always packed wall to wall people, but what we've learned is that the people that are there are serious about the business. And you've got such a high quality, I think, such a high quality of leads. We've said every time we've gone to a show, we've built relationships that we could have built no other way. And so for what that's worth, I it's about going to a show that is going to work for you, even if there's not 100,000 people there. It's not about the people, it's about the quality of the people that are there.
Yeah, no, unquestionably. And I think that's, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, we want to make sure we're not doing any wholesale crazy changes. That's the vibe we want to keep. We want to keep the people coming. And I think that ties again back to the hands-on training, Doug. I think that's what the people, if people want to come and get your Frisbee tchotchkes and stuff, are fine. But these are the people that come to learn something, are the ones you want to know. And that's
right. That's right. They want to see the newest techniques, newest products, newest laws.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It only takes one good contact at a show like this to make your business. And that's to the point of, it doesn't have to be jammed. And the quality and level of the education that's there and the people that attend for those purposes are the people that you want to meet. And those are the contacts that you want to make.
It's funny, we're talking about the size a lot, and it's no secret the Las Vegas fall event is usually about double the size of our spring show. And I remember talking to our team, and I was like, tying into what you gentlemen just said. I mean, we have good people coming though. Let's embrace that. Let's embrace this. This is more of I'm not going to use the word boutique, but it's more of a targeted, smaller show where you could talk to the exhibitors, you could talk to the speakers, you talk to the attendees, and we have all kind of great opportunities to do that. And this is an opportunity you may not have in any other event. And Vegas is going to be great. Everybody always goes to Vegas. It's fun. There's going to be twice as many people there too, which is on paper wonderful. But to your point, Doug, I mean, this show might have a lot more value. It may not, but it might. So get there and find out, right?
Well, it pulls people on the East Coast that can't go all the way to Vegas. I mean, that's what I think that's been a really smart thing about the experience, is having that show in the spring on the East Coast and then on the West Coast in the fall. It's brilliant. Whoever thought of that, kudos.
Well, I'm sure there's Mr. Cooper. I think that one thing I can say, Lance and Doug, to next year, not official yet, but it's about as official as you can get. I've heard from everybody and their mother who ever attended this event, and they want to go to Florida. They want to go back to Florida again. And it's okay. Well, we can do that. Okay? I live in Florida now, so that's easy for me. And so the RFPs went out throughout the state last week. So we're going to be, in the next month, we'll be able to announce where the next spring event is. And the state, though, is almost, it'd have to be a miracle not to be down there. So people could bring their families down to the beach and have fun. And while they're doing that, come and learn. And I think that's a good recipe, I hope.
All right. Well, Did you give out the website? I don't remember hearing that.
It is r&rmagonline.com. And I mean, all these podcasts I'm on, I'm continue to say I really can't stand our URL, and I keep saying it over and over again. So my company will say, "Fine, Mike, stop bad mouthing our URL. It's a mouthful." RANDRmagonline.com, and you go there, click through there. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, for those old guys like me who can't forget websites, experiencetheevents.com still gets there, right?
That gets there too. If you click on our website, it pops up. The first thing you see is you'll see experience ads all over the place. Just click on any of them to get right to it. And experience the events too. That's an easy one.
Is there anything else you'd like to say about the show coming up? I mean, this is it. Here's your shot.
Yes, there's one thing I want to say. I'm going to ask you this question. I asked you, Lance, specifically about a month ago. Are your fans, the Normaniacs, going to come? Are they coming to Chattanooga?
The Normaniacs.
The Normaniacs. We discussed
There's a
this.
new word.
It's your fan club. This section. How many Normaniacs are coming?
Yeah, we're getting the word out, and I think we're going to have a very good showing there, no doubt.
Okay, I have no doubt. I just that's another silly term. Sorry. Like that.
You know, it's actually, it works because it's in the center of the country, and we get to see a lot of people that we don't normally get, that don't come to our Florida training facility or out to the west coast of Vegas. So it's a good meeting place also for a lot of our members in the center part of the country.
It is, and I know that he did that in Cincinnati a few years ago with the same thought, and it went pretty well as well. So I think that there's a good chance. Drivable for a lot of people. A lot of people from Detroit and Ohio are just driving down. I've talked to them already. Some of my people from Ohio. So it's easy. It's easy to get to. It's going to be. There might have to a connecting flight, but it's not that bad. You're not flying to Maui. You know, I mean, it's just a Chattanooga. A lot of fun things. I was supposed to be on a site tour today. Unfortunately, our event manager got COVID, so we couldn't go. So. We're gonna have some fun things to do outside once we break out of the learning, and we'll loudly announce that when we have that too.
Doug, did you hear him say something about a trip to Maui?
I think that's what I heard. Yeah.
You know, my old magazine Snips used to have I shouldn't give them free publicity, but there's a association called SMACNA, very much the normie of that industry, and they every 3 or 4 years, they have their annual event in Maui. And it's a big fight to see who gets to go to work that week, you know? But bless their hearts. People go, they figure it out and they get over there across the pond and do it. But this is, I don't know. I'm happy where we're going.
We have a big training event coming up in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta.
Yes.
Same type of thing with the interest of people wanting to go there.
I know a little about this. I know the people involved intimately, and besides, I think, I'm sure you'll have a tremendous amount of learning there. The people who go to that, and I'll let you promote that, Lance. That one.
Well, yes, we will, and that's for another time. But I understand what you're saying about a Maui type event, Puerto Vallarta. Yes, there is a romanticism around those locations.
Sure.
Doug, do you have anything else to follow up with here?
I really don't. I want to thank Mike for him and his team and how hard they work to make this thing happen. I'm very excited about it. It's going to be a great few days with you guys. And if there's anything we can do to help facilitate, we're at your beck and call.
Thank you very much, Doug. I know. And it's just, we love having you as partners, and we are working very hard. The whole team, I could speak for them, because told Larry last year in Vegas when we left, I don't know if I'm going to be here for 6 months or 60 years, but I'll do the best I possibly can. And we're holding that promise. And come to Chattanooga. You're going to love what you get. The agenda's good. The Normaniacs will be there. I'll hope to say that again. And you learn a lot. And I appreciate the time today, guys. Really. Thank you. Thanks for your partnership.
Thank you, Mike. Doug, thanks for being here with us. And we'll have to do this again soon.
Look forward to it.
Take care.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mold Matters podcast. I'm your host, Jeremy Evans, alongside my co-host, Mike Adams.
Jeremy, how are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm good, but you did the countdown and you never say 2, but you said 2 this time.
Oh, really?
You usually go 5, 4, 3.
And then I go silent.
And then you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on in your world right now, but.
No. My bad.
Oh, that's
How
all
are you
right.
doing?
No, I'm good. I'm
Yeah?
good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got back from vacation. Took the family to Disneyland with 6 grandkids, all under 7 years old.
Oh, wow. How was that?
Actually, no, all under 8. One's 8. It was a lot of work, Jer.
It wasn't a vacation then?
No, it was fun. It was fun.
It's fun, but
a
it's
lot of work.
tiring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm good.
All right. So you're rejuvenated.
Yes.
I haven't had any vacation, but I feel rejuvenated because we're having a special guest today.
We have a great guest.
A good friend of ours that we've become friends over the last year or so, Doug Hoffman. For those of you that are in the mold remediation or mold certification, or just in the mold industry in general, I've probably heard of Doug. He's been around the industry a while and kind of made a good name for himself, especially in the last several years as a quality instructor on how to mitigate mold, how to build your home such that it's going to be less inclined to grow mold. He's got a book on that we might talk about here a little bit later. And so I'll give a little bit. Doug, you're already online, but we're going to give you a little introduction here. Doug is the founder and executive director of Normie. So, we've talked about Normie a time or two on here, I think, but there are a couple of organizations that do training and certification for mold remediators, and Normie is one of the top premier organizations out there. It stands for National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors.
Is it mold inspectors or microbial inspectors?
It's microbial inspectors.
Oh yeah, that was a change, right?
Good catch, Mike.
It was a change. Yeah, about a year and a half ago.
I forgot about
Good
that.
catch.
Just when people think I'm not paying attention in the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
I surprise them. Yeah.
That is we won't go into it, but that's an important distinction, right? Right, Doug?
Yes, it is. It is.
So, his life passion has been helping people understand how to live healthier indoors and empowering them with the ability to have clean air. I remember you saying one time in your book, I think, that you spent part of your career building homes that made them moldy, and then now you're doing the rest of your career to reverse the effects of some of those early mistakes that you saw in the industry.
Yeah,
so
that's exactly right. Yeah.
But anyways, Doug, we've been glad to get to know you, and we're glad you've come on the podcast. We found great synergy with Doug, and we kind of have that shared vision of trying to help people live happier, healthier lives by helping the microbial, load in their homes and things like that. So welcome, Doug.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Mike and Jeremy, great to be with you today and excited to share some information. I think one of the things that I love doing is teaching and training. And I think I've always believed that the person that's the best trainer is the one who can take complex subjects and make them easy to understand. And that's what we try to do in our training programs. And I appreciate your recognizing that. And hopefully today we're going to take a subject that's sometimes a little complex and make it simple so that we all understand how it can affect our health.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, I guess if you had to encapsulate the topic of what we're going to talk about under one umbrella, what would you say? Because I've read through.
Well, it's definitely under the indoor air quality discussion. And we're talking about how our houses become contaminated. We don't often think about air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, but that's one of the most common ways that houses get contaminated indoors. And then because we don't deal with it correctly, we build little toxic soups that we live in. So yeah. I think if that helps kind of focus on what we're going to be talking about, that's the idea.
Yeah, I like it. And let's jump right in there. We've talked about this on the podcast before, but the construction, because that's kind of your background, construction background. Let's talk about some of the changes that you've seen in that construction industry that have either contributed to or possibly helped with, microbial growth indoors. But what have you seen?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to go back really old because I'm an old guy. But I can go back into the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in Florida, and I grew up in the construction industry. My dad was a plumbing contractor, as you know. And so I grew up in the construction industry, started working over the summers. This was back before they actually had child labor laws. So when I was 13, 14, 15 years old, my dad told me, he said, I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade, son, and you may never use it, but you'll never go hungry. And he was exactly right. So I learned the construction trade. And back then we were building block houses, essentially, concrete masonry unit houses. And believe it or not, they didn't even have any insulation on the inside walls. They would put up furring strips and then drywall right over the top of it. So I remember in the 60s and 70s when they started insulating houses, well, so they were moving toward tightening them up. And as they began to tighten them up, and that's one of the big changes that's happened, they've gone from that now to houses like the one that I built for myself. As you know, that's a monolithic foam home, incredibly tight house. That difference has made a huge difference, not only in the way we live indoors, but the way we react to our indoor environments, because now we've really tightened them up. And that's why I addressed this subject so comprehensively, I guess, in my book, in Mold-Free Construction, because that's probably one of the biggest change. The other big change, of course, is the products that we're using. And it used to be we were using wood and concrete, and now we're using plastic. Almost everything is plastic and PVC and petroleum products and off-gassing stuff. And, so completely different kind of view of homes today than it was certainly when I was growing up.
So, with that tightening up word, we tighten up our homes. I've thought about that wording. I think it's kind of funny, but yeah, we do. We, like you said, the insulation is part of that tightening up, right?
That's
what
right.
You're saying. And then,
that's right.
And the
weather stripping, the whole wrap that we do around the homes, that came about, the Tyvek wrapping that they do. When did that start? That started in the late 80s, early 90s. So this was all as a result of the Jimmy Carter days when we started. There was an oil embargo and everybody was concerned. I remember getting gas and it being rationed,
Yeah, we waited for hours for gas. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Get gas every other day, based on your license plate or whatever it was.
Yeah.
My point is that the Carter days is when they really started tightening things up. Weather stripping was hard to buy. I'll tell you a funny story, Jeremy. I don't know if you know what a jalousie window is, but when I was growing up, my house had jalousie windows. And what that was essentially strips of glass that are 4 inches wide, and they just kind of sit against each other. It's like they're layered, almost like a cabana shutter.
Oh,
and
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So you open it up or you close it, and there's this huge gap between each layer of glass.
Yeah.
Well, I remember at our house in the late 70s going through and putting weather stripping between every single one of those panes of glass.
Yeah.
Wow.
All the way around the house.
We did a church house in Kauai that had those windows around the entire church house.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
exactly. Yeah. Which
So
was
they're
great
still
for
around.
ventilation, but
Well, and isn't that how it goes? As you see innovation, even still, I mean, they're innovating in the construction industry, in the plumbing, in all the industries, there's innovation. And you always have to wait to see.
Well, the pendulum always swings too far.
Yeah.
They want to fix a problem and it goes a little bit too far this time fixing that.
Yeah. But you don't see it for you don't see it immediately. It might be a few 5-10 years down the line before you start to see the effects of maybe that decision.
I think that's right. And it's I put it in the category of giving the absolute benefit of the doubt that the motivations are right for the changes that we make. It's the unintended consequences. It's the things we don't know are going to happen when we make this choice. And I think that's what happened then, because there was this conflicting interests, basically, between energy savings and how is it affecting our indoor air quality. And there wasn't ever a consideration about both.
Yeah. So let's launch into that. Tell us about, the unintended consequences. Yeah. Because our homes are definitely much more energy efficient. I can attest to that. I live in an older home right now that was built in the 60s, and it feels drafty. Right now in the winter, we're in the 30s, getting down into the 30s Fahrenheit, and you can feel the draftiness in certain parts of the home. So I'm not quite as tight as the newer homes. But yeah, what are those unintended consequences? Let's talk about those.
So I'll tell you one thing that's interesting, Jeremy, you may or not know, but there are some cities now, San Antonio is one of them, that requires that you do a blower door test when you build the house. After you finish the house, before they'll give you a certificate of occupancy to prove that you've constructed a very tight home. So it's becoming part of legislation across the country to build these really, really tight homes. And so there's good to it. And as long as it's balanced, as long as you understand exactly what you're doing, I think there's some real benefits to having a house that's really tightened up, where you don't have a lot of the air infiltration issues that are going to contaminate our indoor environments.
Yeah. So,
I was going to throw in this is off the subject just a little bit, but along the same time that we started wrapping the houses tighter, like, late 70s, early 80s, we also, maybe it was in the 70s, that huge switch to sheetrock or drywall as opposed to lap and plaster walls. Yeah. And then also particle wood or particle board or, pressed wood came along.
Yeah.
And I often think that stuff just led to all kinds of mold problems. You put a drop of water on a piece of lumber, a good piece of lumber, that water just sits on it, right? You put a drop of water on sheet or on pressed wood or particle board, it immediately soaks in. Yeah. And so we've done some dumb things as well
with the building materials.
With the building materials and the changes with what we've done. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Doug?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. I think obviously you're not going to build a house out of stainless steel, but the bottom line is if you don't consider what kind of products that you're using and where you're using those products, absolutely, you're going to create some problems with them absorbing moisture where otherwise other products absolutely wouldn't. So yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. And so, with air infiltration, that's kind of where we're going, air and moisture filtration, but with the tightening of the homes and minimizing the air infiltration from outside to the inside, because this is actually something I want to hear your thoughts on this. I want to hear the negative consequences of it, but because you do often hear, and I actually, in many cases out here in Utah where it's dry air, I've kind of, there are many cases when I think, yeah, we do need that fresh air to come in, and it kind of helps. Fresh moving air, can often be a good remedy for some issues. So talk us through a little bit, because it sounds like you're saying air infiltration, generally we want to mitigate from coming inside. Talk about the consequences of that and what we need to do about it.
Sure. Well, the air infiltration issues that we're talking about, I think, are a little bit different in the South than they are in the North. Different in dry climates versus high humidity climates where we are. But I guess what's common with all of that is that, yes, fresh air is a really important addition to our having, I think, good air quality. You've got to dilute the contaminants. I know that's one of the things the EPA says the answer to indoor air quality pollution is dilution. And there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, if you take a glass of oil and you put it in the ocean, it's not going to have much of an effect. But you put a glass of oil in your sink, now you got a problem. So the idea of just the volume of air that you could bring in from the outside makes a big difference in terms of diluting the contaminants. But from an air infiltration issue, I think what we don't think about, Jeremy, are the things that you don't see that's coming in with that air on the airstream itself. And even if you're in the north and you're dealing with dry air, so you don't have a relative humidity problem, which we have in the south, when you're bringing air in from the outside, you're bringing in high relative humidity, much higher than you want indoors, 70, 80% in some cases. But besides that, what about the stuff that you can't see? The pollen, the mold spores, the microbes that are floating on whatever it is that's outside that's floating around in the air, those nanoparticles that you can't see. You see them in a shaft of light in the morning, when you're looking at your bedroom window. Well, all of that stuff is in the air outside as well. And so now what's happening is that, like a little magic carpet ride, it's riding on that stuff, and the microbes are riding with that stuff as it comes in through those cracks and crevices in the windows and the doors. And so that's what I think actually needs to be mitigated. And there are a couple of ways to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have so tight a house that you have no air infiltration. That wouldn't be a smart idea. But the idea and the way we approach it, and I certainly did with my house when I built that, is to have a place where I am bringing fresh air in through a fresh air makeup. And now I'm controlling the air that comes into my house. So I'm still bringing air in from the outside. But in my case, and the way we train on this, and my thoughts are, yeah, I'm going to bring it in, but I'm such an indoor air quality geek that I'm going to make sure that it's cooled or heated and filtered and purified before it ever comes into the environment. And you can't do that if you're just allowing the cracks and crevices to bring that fresh air in.
I see.
You know, years ago, I was a maintenance manager for a pretty good sized company, and we had a big fancy computer controlled HVAC system for our plant. I think our plant was maybe 80,000 square feet or something. It was a big plant, but I could control, I think they call them the economizers. I could control the economizers and decide how much fresh air I wanted versus how much do you want to try to save on your electricity bill, you know? Right. And I was always like, look, man, we all just seem way more productive if we get lots of fresh air in here. So I kind of, it wasn't my money. So I didn't worry about the electricity bill. I just turned that thing up and got as much fresh air in that building as I could. And it paid off.
Especially a plant where you've got chemicals and kinds of stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it
Jeremy,
does kind of sound. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to share a concept with you. I'm talking about just kind of making it easier to understand. When your house is under negative pressure, if it's a vacuum and you're sucking air in through the cracks and crevices from the outside, one of the ways that you could mitigate that is by opening a window, right? Because all the air is then going to go through the path of least resistance. It's going to go through that window before it ever goes through a crack or crevice.
Yeah.
So that's the concept of fresh air makeup. If you can control fresh air coming into the HVAC system, like Mike just talked about, you're bringing air in from the outside, but you're controlling it. And because it's the path of least resistance, then it's going to lower the chance of it coming through those cracks and crevices.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff and I were just down in California helping a lady out, remediating her home. She hadn't been able to live in this home for a couple of years. And we treated it, and she said it's better, but it's still not quite right. And I didn't think it was. I left the day we treated it. I left and I thought, well, I don't think we got it, Jeff. I told Jeff, I don't think we've got it. Went back the next day, started to really look around because it was rainy the first day and kind of later on in the afternoon. So we really started looking around, and we had treated the crawl space, but I hadn't really looked at the crawl space that close. But what I did the second day is she had two hatches that went into the crawl space from the inside of the house. One was in the master bedroom and one was by the front room. I took both of those covers off and just put clear plastic over the covers and taped them tight. That plastic blew up like a balloon. I mean, so it told me all of her crawl space air is ending up in that house. It was incredible.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, you know that the pressure, negative or positive air pressure on a home. So you talked about, obviously, if it's negative, that means it's kind of
it's a vacuum.
Your inside is the vacuum, right? It's pulling in from the outside.
Your door's going to slam shut when you open it.
Yeah. Now, is there an ideal pressure you want on your home, and what is that?
There is. The ideal pressure would, and some of this depends on where you live in the country, but ideal is either balanced, where it's zero, or it's a little bit positive. And if you're going to a hospital, almost all of their surgical centers in that hospital is under positive pressure. And the reason is because they want to blow the microbes out, believe it or not suck them in.
Right.
So
just
positive
out
pressure,
to the waiting room.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Where we're sitting waiting on our sick patients. I think a little bit under positive pressure is a good idea. That's not always easy to accomplish, and it's got to be done right from the beginning. But balanced is what my goal has always been. And that's what I did in my house, was to make sure that it was absolutely zero balanced. And so then if it does go under negative pressure, when you turn on a bathroom fan, or you turn on the range hood, or you turn on the dryer, anything that's going to suck air out of the house, now is pulling fresh air in through that fresh air makeup. So that's what I think, from my humble opinion, is what we really want, is just a balance of not negative or positive.
So Doug, is it safe to give this advice to people who they don't want to spend a lot of money, but they want to know, is my house positive or negative pressure? If you turn off all of your appliances in your home, your HVAC, everything off, and just open your front door with everything else closed, that probably should not want to open farther, or probably should not want to close. Would that be accurate, you think?
I think that is accurate. Unfortunately, though, Mike, I think a lot of the times a negative pressure or positive pressure is as a result of the HVAC system, and it actually running. And so if it's sized improperly, then it can put the house under negative pressure or under positive pressure, where if it were turned off, you might end up with just a balance, zero.
Right.
So sometimes it's the biggest contributor, especially if it's sized improperly, the biggest contributor to creating that pressure differential.
So is it it's the size of the HVAC unit that contributes to the positive or negative pressure? Is it also the amount of returns versus supply registers? Does that play into it? So it's kind of an equation of those things combined. I can see how that could get kind of complex. I don't know how to, I wouldn't be the one you'd call to say, help me fix my pressure per se.
Come balance my house, Jared.
Come balance my house.
Yeah.
But I can imagine it being complicated. Like, I need to figure out if you got the right size first. Yes. And then, okay, maybe you only have one return, and I don't know.
And where is the return located? And
It is a complicated process, but fortunately, there's a lot of science behind it. And unfortunately, a lot of HVAC guys don't know that this exists. But you probably remember in my book, what I did for my house was I hired a mechanical engineer, and it only cost me a couple of $100, but he ran what's called a manual J and a manual D. The manual J calculates the load calculation on exactly what size air conditioning system you need based on that house, that specific house sitting on that specific lot. That's the manual J. And then the manual D designs the ductwork. So when you do that, now you're kind of in the commercial arena. They always do that for commercial environments.
Yeah.
They just don't typically do it for residential environments. But that's how you solve the problem that you're talking about. Retrofitting is not easy. If you have a house that's under positive pressure or under negative pressure, it can be done. It's just not easy. It's not nearly as easy as to do it from the start, which is another one of those unintended consequences. I saved a few $100 because I didn't hire a mechanical engineer. Now I got to deal with the consequences for the rest of my life,
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's move.
Let me ask one more thing that keeps sticking out in my mind. On this house I talked about in California, it was a fairly modest, just a Rambler house, one level, but they had just a ginormous air conditioning unit on the outside.
Yeah.
Is that as big an issue as an undersized or oversized furnace itself, or how does that play in? Is it the furnace you're looking at, or is it the air conditioner, or both?
Yeah, it's actually the air conditioning, the sizing of the air conditioning system itself, I think, is probably one of the most neglected areas addressing indoor air quality. And the way I think about it is this way. If it's oversized, an air conditioning system is primarily designed to dehumidify it, to take moisture out of the air. That's what it's primarily designed to do. If it's oversized, then it's going to short cycle, and it's not going to run long enough to get the moisture out of the air. So you got a moisture problem. On the other side, if it's too small, it's going to run and run and run and run and run and never get the moisture out of the air. So you've got the same result, which is what you and I deal with all the time, mold. You've got the same problem on either side. If it's undersized or oversized, you're going to have a moisture problem.
Yeah.
So in that crawl space example that Mike gave, because that's technically not, a living space usually. And so, that's almost a whole nother deal, right? Because the HVAC system, if it's not plumbed, down into the HVA or down into the crawl space, you've got the living space that, say you get that under a neutral or positive pressure, that crawl space could have its own dynamic in and of itself, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's an artificial environment. Yeah, it's an artificial environment, Jeremy, almost like your attic, It's your attics are typically much hotter than it is outside, right?
Yeah.
It's like your crawl space is much much wetter than it is outside. So it's an artificial environment that's creating problems. And now if that's not sealed off and isolated from the conditioned space, from the living space, then you're going to have all kinds of issues inside.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, is there any way, because, we've talked about this in the podcast, how often that moldy crawl space, causes issues inside the living space, right above it. I mean, it's just impossible to keep the mold and contaminants from coming up. Stack effect, or maybe it's pressure issues. I'm not sure what it always is, but is there any way to mitigate that, from pushing up into the house? And what do you suggest there?
Yeah. Well, absolutely. I think so. Here's a concept. I know you'll really like this. You'll grab onto this, but we always tell our guys when we're training them that, especially on the assessment side, if they're doing mold assessment, they need to go to a subdivision somewhere where they're building houses and look at those houses and the crawl spaces under construction and see how many holes there are in the floor. Holes for plumbing, holes for electrical, holes for the tub,
Yeah.
And if you don't seal those up, what's going to happen? All that stuff in the crawl space is going to come up into the environment.
Yeah.
So yes, it's not an easy task retrofitting, but what we think in terms is you really only have two choices with a crawl space. You either isolate it from the conditioned space, which means sealing off that floor and subfloor in some way so that crawl space is truly outside air and not contaminating the inside, or you incorporate the crawl space with the living space and make it conditioned space so that now you've sealed it from the outside and it becomes part of the air that you breathe. And that's the concept of a conditioned crawl space, where you've got the floor sealed, you've got the perimeter wall sealed, and now what you're doing is you're essentially air conditioning the crawl space.
Right.
Yeah. And the other thing I thought about was the vents in the crawl space. I think that's incredibly important. This house did not have vents that I'm talking about. We had them cut vents and then go back and treat the house one more time. And she's back in the house now. But that crawl space had no vents.
Well, and that's something we talked about too, because here in Utah where we're dry, it really in most cases is a great idea just to get ventilation in that crawl space because it's dry air.
Right. Yeah.
But we talked to some of our guys in the South, and they're like,
well, that makes it worse. Yeah,
that makes it worse. You're just inviting all this humid air into the house.
Yeah.
So I know some of that's regional, like you're saying, and probably situation specific.
So what do you recommend down in your area, Doug, down in Louisiana? Do you recommend
for crawl space vents or?
Yeah, we highly recommend that it be completely a part of conditioned space, a part of the living environment, that you isolate it from the outside. I think the problem is, like you said, in the South, you're dealing with 80+% relative humidity outside. You can't get enough vents to get that air exchange underneath the crawl space. Even if it's on pilings, it's really hard to get the air moving underneath that crawl space and getting rid of the moisture. So what we always recommend is, if you're going to have vents, which some people are not going to go the conditioned route, if you're going to have vents, then you need to figure out a way to isolate that floor, somehow seal it underneath so that you're not bringing those contaminants indoors.
Yeah,
I see. And sorry to go back to the sealing up the cracks and stuff in the subfloor and flooring between the crawl space and the living space, but is that not standard protocol for a construction, a contractor, or is that something you need to request if you're building a home? Or
Well, I'm sure that's probably a regional thing as well. I'm sure there are probably some municipalities where they require that, like I said, in San Antonio, where they're requiring blower door testing. That would be part of things that they would require as their local code. But that's one of the reasons why I wrote Mold-Free Construction, Jeremy, because I think a lot of things are different in different parts of the country. Some places they will allow things the way they wouldn't allow things in another part of the country. Short story, I built a house for a friend in Atlanta. I was actually living in Florida at the time, had a Florida license, had all my licenses in place. It was actually Rome, Georgia. It wasn't Atlanta. I went to Rome, Georgia, was going to build this 3,000 square foot house for this guy. I went up there in a suit and tie, took all of my licenses and all my credentials, sat down with the guy that was going to approve the drawings. And he said, "You ever built before?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, okay, well, you can build this one." I said, "Don't you want to see my licenses?" And he said, "No, son, if you don't build a good house, you'll never build another one here." And so,
Interesting. Yeah.
yeah. So, different parts of the country do different things in regards to minimum standards.
Well, in different parts of the world also. I was just on a phone conversation with one of our licensees in Australia. And he said it's unbelievable in Australia what they get away with,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to just talk about a couple more things, Doug, while we have you. I know your time's precious, but we're talking about air infiltration. We haven't talked about water infiltration too much, but the air coming into our homes can bring in contaminants. If you do it right and filter it, that fresh air makeup can be a good thing. Mike talked about, commercial settings. It's pretty common practice, am I not mistaken, in commercial facilities to have some kind of fresh air makeup coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's required by code. Yeah. It's required.
Maybe let's talk about that for a second. Why is that? And then why is it different in residential, or why is there that difference there?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll tell you what, it's like a question of the ages. It used to be back in, again, going back to the 70s and 80s, one of the big changes that they made in regards to these energy concerns was that they lowered the amount of fresh air that was required to be brought into a building. Prior to the 70s, they actually had a standard for commercial buildings, how much had to be made. And there were suggestions at that point that maybe they should actually do that with residences. And then because of the energy crisis and on the commercial buildings, they lowered the amount of air that was required to bring into the outside. Then the discussion from an international building code standpoint was, well, do we even really need to address it on residences? And so it never really got addressed. And it's a little frustrating to me because even though now it's required on commercial, it's not required on residential. On commercial, the manual J, the manual D I was talking about, that's required, but it's not required on residential.
Interesting.
So I don't know all the politics. I hate to use that word, but I don't know all of what went into those kinds of decisions, but it's certainly not the way I think that houses should be built, because you can, again, mitigate a lot of problems by doing some pretty simple things.
Yeah. So you'd be a proponent of getting that more in the residential setting where you can get more fresh air in there, as long as you can filter it, right? Filter
Absolutely.
it. Make sure it's good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think, of course, my view of this whole thing from my book and the standpoint of the construction side of the industry, my whole view of this is looking at the house holistically. It's a living, breathing organism, and you can do one thing and screw something else up. So what you need to do is you need to think in terms of, how does this whole thing work together as a system? And I think that's the really important steps that need to be taken when somebody is either building or retrofitting.
So let me I know this next question could be a whole nother podcast. In fact, we're planning a podcast.
I know where you're going with this already.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going ERV, HRV? Yeah.
ERV, HRV. What?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I'm a believer in certain situations. Again, I think it's kind of you have to look at the holistic view of that particular environment and find out whether or not that actually works. If you're retrofitting, they absolutely, I think, have a place if you're wanting to go to a positive pressure environment, or you want to go to neutral pressure, those kinds of things really work. I think that, again, it's almost, I don't want to say case by case, but it's almost, that's kind of the way I view it. So in the HVAC industry, you know, they call those appurtenances. They're things that you add on to the air conditioning system, just like a dehumidifier. I'm not a big believer in adding dehumidifiers to the HVAC system. I think if the house is designed properly and you have a manual J and a manual D run on the house and is sized properly, you should never need a dehumidifier. A dehumidifier is kind of a Band-Aid, you know? And I kind of feel that way about ERVs. It's like, I can see a place for them, but it would be under certain conditions.
You know, just, and we don't have anything but just a little bit of anecdotal experience with these. My personal opinion is I think you need to be careful with these things, because I think you can build up a mold load within the core of that thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we have a house we're dealing with right now, and it's very moldy, or it feels moldy. We're picking up mold on tests, and there's no sign of it in there. And then we kind of dissected the ERV the other day, and it just felt
awful.
Awful in there.
Yeah.
And
once
so
we opened it, in fact, once we opened it, I started getting physical symptoms. Like it was not good.
And so again, we're kind of on the beginning end of the journey. We've researched it quite a bit on the internet, but we haven't, you know, all we have, like we said, is just a couple experiences with some customers. And so we're trying to figure out, but I like what you said. I mean, if you figure out the right, you know, system and size for the house, you know, maybe that's the better way to go than trying to get.
And every case is its own deal.
Yeah,
you can't.
Can I tell you a quick story about an interesting HVAC system that I saw? I'd never seen this before. I went out to an oil rig, BP oil rig, and it's about 6,000 square feet. And one air conditioning system cools the entire rig, 320 rooms, individual rooms. And at the end of every run, every single duct run to that room, at the grill going into the room was a VAV to control the volume of air going into that room and the temperature. So every single room had its own thermostat. Now they had a computer running this thing that took up a whole room. But the point is that when somebody went into their room to sleep and they wanted it 65 degrees, they could have it 65 degrees and the person next to them have it at 72 degrees. So that particular appurtenance, that piece of equipment, you can imagine throughout that entire rig, every single one of those was unbelievably contaminated with mold problems, because they all have a coil, they all have fins to direct the air, and it was just a massive cleanup job. And so you're exactly right. I think that's the kind of thing you're looking at. Now, in that environment, they didn't have a choice. They had to do that because of the way the thing was constructed and what they wanted to accomplish in terms of keeping the rooms separated. But my goodness, what a major problem, mold issue.
Yeah. So kind of our last question then, Doug, let's maybe talk. I know you're in the, you're the founder and CEO of Normie. You also have gotten into the air filtration industry, because obviously that fits really well with what you do with air quality. So maybe let's kind of conclude with talking about what can you do to mitigate your air quality infiltration issues. You could, I don't know if you want to mention air filtration or any other ideas you have for people that we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I would. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to put the chicken before the egg here. Actually, I got into the indoor air quality air purification equipment business prior to Normie. I got involved in that actually in 1996. And that's when I wrote my book, in the late 90s. And so I was actually selling and designing air purification and air filtration equipment before the turn of the century, as they say. And then Normie was created in 2004. And so it obviously only made sense as we were doing training on mold remediation for our guys. They would say, well, what kind of air purifier should we use? And what kind of air filters should we use? Well, why is that important? And it was a really easy connection between Normie, which was the training and certifying agency, and Best Living Systems, which was our products company. And of course, full disclosure, I own both, but we do a lot of really cool stuff with air purification. We've got some really unique trademarked, patented technologies that nobody else in the country has. And what's cool about that, Jeremy, and I think what's really important to this discussion is that we were talking about mitigating air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems. They can't be 100% mitigated. I mean, I have air purification technologies in my house, obviously, and air filters, good filters. So every time you open the door and walk in from the outside to the inside, we're like Pigpen. We're bringing stuff in behind us. And so you're no matter what you do in terms of effectively dealing with air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, you've still got the everyday contaminants that we're dealing with, the flecking off of our skin and odors that we get from cooking and all those sorts of things. So we're big believers in air purification and air filtration technologies, high-tech stuff, and that's what Best Living Systems is all about. And I appreciate your giving me an opportunity to talk about that because it's some pretty cool stuff. We just won a honorable mention innovative award from ASHRAE on some of our air purification technology. So it's a big deal. And of course, our members have opportunities to make those available to their clients where it seems to fit.
Yeah. Yeah. We've began using some of your Best Living Systems products. And I'm a big fan. I think it's a great addition to what we do in our work, especially with,
one concept that we've always tried to share with our customers is after we're done, we want to make this home very inhospitable to mold. And that's kind of the idea there. Just arm your home.
Yeah.
That mold does not like to hang around in there.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, that's why we get along so well, man.
I know it. We're kindred spirits. We talked about that. Yeah.
I know. I've been saying for years, when we tell our remediators and our assessors to go out and do mold projects, it's not just about fixing the problem. It's about fixing the problem and then making sure you're creating an environment in which that problem is not going to come back.
Yeah.
And, that's way beyond just a hit and run kind of approach that a lot of these guys take.
We had a guy come to one of our conferences and he was speaking about how to get repeat customers. And we were like, no. We don't want repeat customers. We didn't do our job if we have a repeat customer,
That's right. That's exactly right. We do it right. We don't have to have them come back to us.
Yeah, exactly. So we could do a whole nother podcast on some of the cool technologies.
Let's do in a while.
Yeah, maybe if you want to come back again, Doug, we could do on the PCO technology because we've mentioned it here and there, and I think it's kind of an exciting thing. And I guess I will say this is a caution I always have to make because I do run into a lot of people who think that they have a legitimate mold issue in the home. And they mistakenly believe if I put this device in my home, that's going to fix my mold issue. There's a couple step process. You got to really mitigate the mold or do a really comprehensive sanitization protocol like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And then that second step of putting in some air filtration devices or some of this PCO photocatalytic oxidation technology. Yeah. And some of the ionizers that you guys have come up with and probes and things, I think it's a very, anyways, it's just a great way to, like you guys have said, to make the home inhospitable. If you'll come back, we'll have you tell us all about it. But for now, Doug, every guest we have on the show, as a token of gratitude, we let you kind of advertise for yourself. Maybe mention some websites, or if anyone listening wants to know more about Normie or Best Living Systems, how do they get in contact?
Well, thank you very much, guys. Love working with you and look forward to many years of fixing people's unhealthy homes, which is kind of exciting to do. So Normie, our simple website is www.normi.org. Normie.org. Very simple. We've got a great staff of people that can answer your questions if you email us or call us directly. That's pretty easy to do. Best Living Systems' new website is blsproducts.com. blsproducts.com. And we just put in place, in fact, introduced last week, a new affiliate program for guys who want to build a team of people to sell some of these products and represent that company, some of the neat stuff that we're doing there. But that's where it is, and we're just happy to help. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of blow our horn. We think we've got something that's unique and something that is definitely needed. We always say that we're all about helping people have cleaner, safer, and healthier environments. And I think when you look at these multifaceted problems and you've got a multi-strategic solution, you're on the right track. And that's what we're trying to do.
And let me just say in conclusion, because parts of the mold remediation and sanitization industry have a reputation as being quite closed-minded. I wouldn't say all of it, but it's been very refreshing getting to know you, Doug, because you do have kind of this expansive vision and you're pushing innovation, I think, which is very much needed. There are so many gaps and holes in some of the current protocols out there that we're, and I wouldn't even say we have all the answers completely yet ourselves. We're all figuring it out, but it's been good to get to know someone like you where you're
great. Yeah.
Where you're open-minded, you're pushing the innovation, trying to figure out, better ways each day to improve the mold remediation protocols out there. So hats off to you, and to many more years as we try and navigate this world and figure out how to make homes healthier. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jeremy. I think we got a big market out there. I always tell people the only people who need what we have to offer are people who breathe. And so I think
that is true.
I think we're going to have a big market for a very, very long time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Doug.
Thanks for joining and for your expertise. I learned some good stuff today. I do need to learn more about HVACs, and that's something I should put on my to-do list. So thanks for your time, Doug.
Okay.
We'll be in touch.
We'll catch up down the road. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
So I have a friend of mine here, Barry Menken, who's been around for quite some time with the Normie organization. And I wanted to talk to you, Barry, about a few things that have recently happened, especially the NCRSI class, which I know you went to. So could you kind of just give us a quick overview as to who you are and where you're located and your company?
Absolutely, yeah. So again, my name is Barry Menken. I'm with Four Corners Environmental out of Nashville, Tennessee. And we do, all things environmental as it relates to testing and inspections. And so we attended the most recent class down in Florida and had a wonderful experience. And I am already applying it to my business as we speak. So,
well, excuse me, it sounds like you've changed your business model. Has it had that kind of an impact?
Yeah. So we've had in the past, I don't know, maybe a couple years, the sensitized individuals have been a larger part of our clientele. At least they've taken some of that market share as it relates to the business side. But we've also gone after trying to get some exposure into these functional medicine clinics, and just to let them know, hey, we can build a bridge between what you're seeing with your patients and our patients, if you will, with my patient being the house. And so we just treat the house like a person, which is lockstep with, what we were talking about in the class. And so getting that bridge built and being a little bit more detailed and more comprehensive through the class as far as definitions and protocols and that sort of thing was more beneficial for us for sure. But that's kind of how we've taken our clients, and now we have a better process to walk them through that's repeatable.
Well, it sounds like you've been dealing with the sensitized individual group for a while. I mean, it was like 5% of the population like 15 years ago, and now they're looking at up to almost 25% that could be affected as a sensitized individual. So from the NCRSI class that you took, did you get anything new out of it that's helping you move forward with this group?
Yeah, I'll just mention one term that was talked about in class. I love the HEPA pizza concept. So, but yeah, it's other than just it's kind of like a think tank. You know, the type of people that are in this class are usually the guys that have been around and that have been dealing with this for a while, and they all have different approaches. They're from different parts of the country, and they have their own set of sensitized clients for different reasons. Where, you know, I'm in the South and we have a lot of high relative humidity down here, but, you know, guys out in Colorado, it's going to be a whole different ball game, you know. So seeing how their approach is for their people, you know, when we're dealing with maybe more particulates as opposed to more mold counts, or somebody's got an asbestos thing or whatever, cleaning is still applicable across all different platforms. And we're trying to take those same cleaning concepts and make them applicable across the country, right? And so that process has been really good to get nuggets from guys in other parts of the country. And that part I really, really enjoyed, and it was very, very helpful. The other part is just the level of detail and having the process and talking about a process that, again, is repeatable. That just learning how to formulate that and say, okay, once we identify that this is a sensitized individual at whatever pain point that they have, now let's bring them up to here and say, this is more of a, you're going to need this protocol instead of like the standard. And just defining that for somebody and categorizing that, getting them on that path. That whole part was wonderful.
You know, I've gone through the class several times and monitored it for different presentations of it also. And one of the things that stands out to me is all the resources that are kind of made available to the guys taking the class. Did you get anything from that? Any new resources that you didn't have in the past?
Yeah, well, you know, expanding on that through, you know, Wonder Makers and what he has done there through his organization, of course, and how that all of those concepts that he has had as his kind of woven into the program, and getting that slice of it, you know, adapted into the class, all those different concepts. Again, it's detail. And once we're dealing with these type of people, and this level of care, if you will, we have to be in the detail business now. It's more than just following the standards and having a protocol. And, you know, as important as all of that is, we're dealing with now such a level of detail that every little thing matters. And I think just having those specifics as it relates to the cleaning process and extra steps in that process, and how those steps actually have value for somebody, and how that's quantifiable on the back end or throughout the process, so that you can make sure that it's working. All of that was very beneficial. And it's just, again, how good do you want to be? And this isn't that class for the guys that just want to get by and get started. This is that class for those guys that want to be.
I was going to say, who's the class for? Who should take this class?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you've been in the business at any level, of course, I don't do the remediation myself. That's not my business model, and other companies do. So, but with what I do, I'm lockstep with some of the remediators here in town. And we have those conversations and say, hey, here's the standard. You know, this is what we're going for these type of people. You're going to have to do X, Y, and Z. As the assessor, I'm going to come in there and lay that out, and then also make sure that process is being adopted and implemented properly, you know, to make sure that the outcome for these people is you know, successful.
You know, after going through the class and with your background and experience, do you feel like now you're maybe ahead of the curve?
Yeah. It's, you know, once you get this designation, it just not only builds your confidence, and of course, before you take this class, if you're not already confident in what you're doing, you shouldn't be taking this class. But if you are competent, know what you're doing, you want your game to be the top and be able to compete with anybody else in the country. And not that it's a competition, it's about health. It's about changing the landscape of what health is in a home, in my opinion. To me, this is the best path to be able to say, all right, here's the new standard, guys, for these people. And Normie's handle on that is top notch, you know, so I've benefited from it. My whole business model is based off of, you know, my training through Normie through the years. And it's obviously, you know, helped me quite a bit. I'm pretty slammed. So, and thankful. So,
well, I know we talked a few minutes before we started talking here today, and you said how busy you were, and I do appreciate you taking the time to meet with me. But maybe in the future, we can get back to this and see how it's been working out for you.
Absolutely. There's actually, you know, 2 different clients right now that they're having remediation happen as we speak. I have a PRV this week that I have to do. We're implementing some of Normie's technology as part of that process, and with Best Living Systems, and we're trying to get all that implemented as part of that final process for some of these people to give them some prevention and to help buffer them after we get these protocols out of the way. And kind of that final step is to say, okay, let's see how good we can get it in this house. And so all of that's being implemented this week on a couple of different jobs. I have a PRV that I've got to do today for a highly sensitized individual, where same situation. We already had technology put in there. And so, you know, these people come to us and they are so sick and they are so, I guess, at the end of the rope so many times. When you can hold their hand through a process, build that trust, and give them some hope to say, hey, it's not that I know what I'm doing necessarily, even though you should know what you're doing. It's just collective to say, hey, we have a handle on this in the industry and we're going to follow these protocols. That's what gives you that confidence. And then you can just hand that over to these people and help their homes, give them a place of that's safe to heal in their home. So that's the idea.
Well, I'm curious in a future interview to find out how you made out with those people.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And we will talk again soon.
You got it.
Okay, everybody, and we are back here at the Experience trade show in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I am happy and privileged, actually, to be sitting next to an award winner from R&R Magazine, Lori Jones. So, Lori, I want to say hello and tell us about this award, because I was trying to read about it, and it's just more than I can explain it correctly.
It's actually the Women in Restoration, and you are nominated by colleagues, friends, family even, and they open it up for about a month. And there's usually a couple of hundred people that get nominated, and they go through a judging cycle and they read everything about everybody, and then they choose from there. And I won.
Well, you know, I was reading through the article, and let me just hold this up for everybody. Big article. That's her. That's her. You can see her. There's some pretty heady runner-ups that were in the group here.
They're amazing women.
I was reading about that, and so it's pretty impressive that you were chosen over them.
I'm very honored to be chosen. I'm very surprised. I mean,
really?
Yes, because I don't think since I'm doing something that I love to do, I don't think it's outside of the norm. So to me, it's just every day, and then to be recognized for it, it was just like, really? Thank you. Oh wow, and you just. Whenever I was saying thank you last night, I got really emotional because it just hit me how important this award was, or is, I should say.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
So tell us about the business that you're in and what you actually do, because again, I was trying to read through some of the titles, and there's a long list here of things that you're certified in and the type of work you do, forensic restoration. Let's start with that. Tell people what that actually is.
Forensic restoration. I'm actually a certified bioforensic restoration specialist. And what I can do is I clean up after crime and trauma scenes and hoarding, mass casualties, WMDs. And I'm also a trainer with my husband, Jeff. And so we teach people how to do these things too. And it's a microbial warrior. And that's basically what we do. We treat our business back home in Oklahoma as a business or as a ministry, because it's what it is to us. It's a ministry. And so we're going out to help people. So when they call us, they're not having a good day.
I understand that, and I've come across a lot of that, from my past and everything.
Yes.
But it's funny because sitting here talking to you, it's kind of like the mild-mannered reporter that rips off the mask and is now the superhero in forensic cleanup, crime scene cleanup, meth lab, stuff like that. You also do, right?
We're just now starting to dip our toes in the meth, but we were staying away from it because we wanted to specialize specifically on the forensic restoration right now, because we wanted to be able to get everything under our coats and be able to teach what we do and explain it the way it needs to be explained and train people so that they will be safe when they do it.
Well, I know that you deal with a lot of high-end equipment too. And earlier I was over by your booth talking with you and Jeff, and somehow you guys got me to put on one of the helmets and breathing kits that you have. And this thing was pretty impressive. I mean, I've done a lot of work through the medical side and through the restoration side where you're wearing N95 masks, half-face masks, all kinds of PPE, but this is like next level stuff. What is that thing I was wearing? It's a helmet and breathing apparatus all in one?
It is a Max Air unit, and what it is, it's a PAPR, and it's powered air purifying apparatus.
Resuscitator or something?
Yeah, something like that. My brain's not working right now, but it literally takes air and puts it in through the filter, and it goes over your face, so it's positive air. So you don't have to have a fit test. You can wear your glasses and you can have facial hair. So the men love it.
And I understand that because it's positive pressure, you can be in fairly contaminated environments, actually more contaminated than wearing just a regular N95 mask or even a half face mask.
Correct.
Because it's protecting your eyes and everything else.
Correct.
This is stuff that when we're talking, you said is also used in the medical community.
Yes.
See, I've never seen that, but how do they use it there?
Same way. They put them on, and if anybody were to sneeze at them, it wouldn't matter because they have a cuff over their face, and so that would protect their three holes: their eyes, ears, or eyes, nose, and mouth. So it protects your three orifices, and so you're protected. And like I said, it goes through a high efficiency filter, so it won't go through that filter.
So medical grade type filtration for all the nasty stuff that's out, even like when COVID was really a thing, it would be protective for that.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting because I know that a lot of our people through emergency services, medical services, I mean, they were wearing 2 and 3 masks at a time, trying to protect themselves. And it sounds like this is something that does it all by itself.
Yes. And plus with those masks, people were getting rashes around their faces because it would irritate their skin. You don't have to worry about that with this.
Ah, okay. Well, again, I was wearing it. I know Doug took some pictures of me. I'm afraid to see what he did with those, but I'm sure we'll find out in the near time. So what do you have planned next? You already won the Woman of the Year in Restoration Award here. What's next?
Just get more and more people trained to do their job safely. That's our goal.
And where are you located?
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Is that where you teach, or do you guys teach
No,
all
we
over?
teach pretty much everywhere that has a facility that can actually accommodate what we do, because there's some facilities we use real blood and real brains from the people that the butchers, not butchers, but the places.
Talking about animals.
Yes, animals.
Not people. You're not
No,
graves.
no, right.
Okay. Take it to a whole new level.
Right. So what we'll do is we'll put it on walls, and that's how we train. So you're actually getting in there and you're cleaning up these substances off the walls and floors or wherever we had put it. And then we test you. So
Okay.
it's real live
Is
stuff.
there a special certification for this?
For
For forensic type of cleaning and stuff?
Yeah, because there's a certified forensic operator, then there's a bioforensic or certified forensic restoration specialist, and then a certified bioforensic restoration specialist after that. And we are also doing high risk, high level decontamination specialists, where we are training how to deactivate or where you take fentanyl and just destroy it, where it will not hurt
fentanyl is such a
anybody.
big problem right
It is.
now.
It's a really big problem.
I know that's in crime scene cleanup and meth labs, fentanyl production and distribution, but also in the medical field. We were talking earlier about, patients wearing, 10, 12 fentanyl patches.
Yeah.
And just throwing them around, and now the contamination is everywhere.
Yep. Yeah. And I was talking to a relative of mine, and they were telling me that the way they get rid of their fentanyl patch, because they have issues, and we of course won't go into that. But there's a way you're supposed to fold them up and get rid of them. Of course, I didn't ask them how they did it, but if they're not disposed properly, yes, very big problem.
Yeah. And
there's people that are just going to throw them off.
Oh, absolutely. And it's absorbed through your skin. So just accidentally coming in contact with it, picking it up, you can affect a lot of people.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like you got some work cut out for you with training like the rest of everybody.
Everything we do is scientific based.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just like, we think it's going to work. We've actually talked to scientists and figured everything out with their help.
So is there a filtering program, going back to what you said earlier about who can take your classes because of the way that you teach your classes, with real blood, real debris from animals and stuff like that?
Not really. You'll learn pretty quickly whether you're going to be able to do it or not, because during presentations, we do show very graphic photographs, and we've had some people that actually got up at other room and walked out because they couldn't handle it. But usually the people that come are the ones that they think pretty much they're secure that they can do it, or if they've already done a couple of jobs and they just want to learn how to do it correctly.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk to about, or anybody online, send them a message, say hello, anything like that?
No, just I love my family.
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for being here with us. And we'll have to chat some more. I would love to take one of the classes one day.
Okay.
So
That'd be
we'll talk.
awesome. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
To come to the blind presentation after we're finished with the interview. So about 5 minutes, we're going to be doing the blind and window treatment. And if you would like a raffle ticket, find the train engineer.
Hey, everybody. We are back live from the Experience Show in Chattanooga again. And I have Michael Pinto with us. And we've talked many times on these different TV platforms that we're broadcasting on now. But he was doing a presentation today, actually following a presentation I did. So I want to bring him in to say hello and talk a little bit about what he was talking about. How you doing, Mike?
I'm blessed. Lance, thank you very much for having me in, and appreciate being here at the show. Of course, I got a Normie shirt on because I'm
there you go.
Here as a volunteer instructor for Normie and just trying to help out.
Well, I kind of felt like I was the warm-up act for you this morning because you went on right after I did. And, you had a big crowd there. You were talking about mycotoxins and such.
That's good. I don't know if I've ever had a warm up act
There you
before,
go.
so I'm impressed by that. I think I'm moving up in the world.
Well, I actually, they had me sandwiched in between Doug starting his presentation, his ended, mine went, and then, you following what I did. So it was a good group that I had. And I think I saw yours was much bigger even.
Well, and I think the rationale for what they did actually makes some sense, all kidding aside. So Doug started off this morning talking about assessment. You were then talking about how to market a mold business. And then I was talking about a more specific aspect of the mold remediation industry, which is the mycotoxin cleaning and even getting in a little bit into the sensitized individuals. And so if somebody had been on the normie track, that actually made logical sense in terms of how to proceed in that area. You start with a general assessment, then the general marketing of the business. And then if that's successful, and one of the things I was trying to explain to people is that you have to take another step to get good at the mycotoxin cleaning to help the sensitized individuals.
Oh, absolutely you do. But this just clarifies that I was wrong about that it was a rock, paper, scissors thing, getting the order set up. It was actually a rationale to it. So what did I know?
No, I thought it worked really well. But the reality of the situation is that for somebody who really wants to take on mold remediation for the mycotoxins and for the sensitized individuals, they should be good at the general remediation first. It's a tough way to do it, to come into the industry brand new and say, okay, I'm going to focus on the sensitized individuals, or I'm going to focus on mycotoxin cleaning, because there's so much, background level stuff that they need to know to then add on to get there.
Well, it kind of would be like somebody going to become a specialist in medicine before they became a doctor.
Exactly right. Yeah.
You
You don't
need the
want-
basic skills first.
Yeah. You don't want somebody who doesn't know the pinky from the toe to, be a specialist. You've got to work your way up through all that. So
Yeah.
good analogy. I'll be using that in one of my classes, I'm sure.
That's okay. I'll send you an invoice. We'll
Yeah,
do it.
that's fine. Like
Yeah.
that's ever going to get paid, but go ahead, send it to me.
Yeah. Just as somebody that cares. I know how that works.
Right. That's right. Love you too. Right.
Yeah, there you go. So another experience show, you've been to many of them. We have, this is their smaller event, but we know that the one coming up in the fall, late summer, early fall, that's their big event out in Las Vegas.
Correct.
Which they're already selling. And I think they told me more than a third of it's already sold. So it's going to be a big show.
Well, and it's interesting. I've been at enough of these things. I don't necessarily ever downgrade just because it's a smaller number of attendees. What that means sometimes is that you've got a little bit more time to talk to people, and you can do a bit more education, whether it's here in the booth or whether it's in the sessions. I was blessed this morning because my session ran right up until lunchtime, and that allowed people to stay another 20-25 minutes and ask questions.
Yeah.
And you know what? My feeling was, if the experience thinks I'm an expert enough to be there as a speaker, I'm going to stay there as long as people want to ask me questions.
Absolutely. The one thing I noticed here, and this is they're smaller of the two shows, is you get a show like this, you have more time to talk to people, like you said, and the people that are here are the ones that are truly the followers of the industry. Not just somebody that because it was a show and a bunch of people are going, they're going to go. These are the people that are at all the shows.
Well, and I'm certainly not knocking Chattanooga or anything like that, but there isn't the hole away from the convention hall like there is in Las Vegas, where people can immediately walk over to the casinos or whatever it is. And there's just so much more bright lights and attraction. Here, you have to kind of dig for a little bit for the local attractions. And so as a consequence, I think you get people that stay in the show longer. And I thought it was really good attendance at the educational sessions this morning. I thought that,
there was,
even at Doug's at 8:30 in the morning, had a lot of people in it.
Yes. But in reality, to give it the feel of Las Vegas, we have David DeGraff here wearing his fluorescent orange suit. Which hopefully we're going to get him to stand still long enough a little bit later on to be able to talk to him also, because he's part of this industry. He provides very valuable service. He's not on the educational side, but he provides the manpower.
And also, doesn't he have something to do with the chemicals too, or no?
No. He's more of a manpower provider. You have a major job or disaster.
Okay.
You need 200-300 people. That's who you call.
Okay.
He sends the crew in to help out with that. But back to you and what you were doing, everything you talked about this morning, the people that come to these types of things are starving for. They want that information. They're hearing it from the customers about mycotoxins, endotoxins, all the types of problems like that.
So, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but one of the things that I really work hard at in these presentations is to make sure that it's not only good information and credible information, but it's digestible. So several times I noticed during the presentation today, I was talking about studies, as in medical or environmental studies that get published in peer-reviewed journals, that a lot of times the layperson just isn't going to take the time to get into that, or B, is going to get lost in it. And so being able to read those, extract the 2 or 3 core items from it, link it to core items that I've taken from other studies, and then make sense of it all. That's what the process was all about today. And it was, as a speaker and as an instructor, I think you're familiar with this as well. When you're up in front of people, whether it's in a classroom or in a presentation setting like that, you can look at their eyes and you can figure out most of the time whether they're getting it or not.
Absolutely.
And it was, to me, that was the most gratifying thing today, is I'm looking out at the people in the audience and they're getting it. And that, again, is not because I'm such a great instructor or anything, but because I'm working hard to give them factual information. And a couple of questions at the end, I had to tell them, I don't have an answer for you, and I'm not going to make one up just to sound like I'm an expert. But I will go back. I took some notes. I will go back. I'll do some research, and I'll be prepared for that question next time.
Yeah. And you know what? Again, back to the point I made earlier, the people that are here because this is their industry. They want to be here and they want the information. They want to be in front of the customers, asking them questions that they can't answer. They want to have those answers. That's why they're here. That's why they come to listen to you talk.
Well, and I think the other thing too is, particularly in mycotoxins, where it's kind of a cutting edge, newer subject matter in the industry and stuff. How do you separate the fluff from the reality? And I think that's, and hopefully they know that if it's me as a speaker or anybody from Normie, that's what they're going to get. They're not going to get the fluff. They're going to get the facts. And so I think that's one of the reasons that Normie has a whole track of sessions here. They don't just, the people who are putting on the show don't just give Normie those sessions because they like you. They give them to Normie because they know that you're going to bring people into the show and into the educational sessions, and you're not going to lie to them.
I started this morning when I was talking to the group with mine. One of the first things I said to them is, I am not going to tell you what you should be doing. I'm not going to tell you what you shouldn't be doing. And more importantly, I'm not here to try to sell you anything. And they all started laughing because they're so used to these power plays when they're in these types of events, people trying to sell them their wares. It was pure information. It was pure suggestions. And they appreciated that.
Yeah. You're giving them information rather than an infomercial.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, because of, just the presence of YouTube and TV and everything else, a lot of the information is really wrapped into infomercials. So just as a counterpoint in some respects, I was telling my group that right off the bat, I don't take any finder's fees. I don't take any commissions. If I mention a product or a company or a name or piece of equipment, it's because I think it works and because I've seen it work, or it works in this particular venue. And you know, you want to make sure that you're not pushing this stuff too far. But the fact of the matter is, when you aren't encumbered by that, I'm not a salesperson for any of these people. That gives you a lot of freedom when you're
And
doing
credibility.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I think that's
You know,
also the case.
That's a very big part of it. And people like that. You know, people are looking for the reality. They're so tired of being sold things, or, you know, the snake oil salesman telling them that things will do things that they're not capable of. We weren't doing that. It's all about, here's information. We're not telling you you need to use this. This is for you to decide what you want to do. At least that was the approach I took. And they appreciated that. You know, and then they got engaged in it and wanted to talk more about it because they had experiences like I was describing to them.
Well, and then I think the other thing is that when they're going through some of that and you're trying to explain it to them, if they know that you're not financially tied to it, they can take it from a whole different perspective. They don't have to be quite so skeptical. In addition to that, when it's, well, the reason I'm sharing this with you is because I've seen it work, and I don't go much beyond that. I mean, unless there actually has been a study done that I've seen, or something, you know, kind of a higher level in terms of information. There is still some value to saying, well, here's an experienced person in the industry who has seen this and seen it work.
Right.
That's worth something.
Well, that's why they line up, and that's why I was your warm-up act. That's all I can say. Mike, I appreciate the time, and
Lance,
joining
it's
us.
always so good to chat with you. Thank you for making this available on so many different platforms. I wish I even had a fraction of the understanding of the media
Magic.
stuff. Yeah, it is. It's magic.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Yes,
But thank
pretty
you.
much.
Thank
All
you
right.
again.
Take care. Everybody, we are back again in Chattanooga at the Experience Trade Show, and I have one of our Normie members with us, Barry Menken, and he's been around for quite some time, and he's always interesting to talk to, and he has some definite insights into this industry. So, Barry, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. We try to get to these, a couple times a year, and obviously other organizations as well, and just to stay connected to the industry so we can be on top of our game.
Well, one of the things, and I do appreciate that, I want to mention is that you guys were late this morning and missed my presentation. and I was told to point that out.
Yes. Well, my hope was that I would be able to get a copy of it later so that I could digest it properly and really get a deeper hold of it.
This is a snooze you lose event, so sorry about that. So what brings you here? This is a ride for you guys, isn't it?
A little bit of a ride, not too bad. We're actually out of Nashville, Tennessee. So, about 2.5 hours for us to come down. And basically, this event, I think, is really beneficial just because there's so many different players here that crosses different industries, but we're all trying to get things clean at the end of the day. So that whole joke in the industry is, what is clean? Well, there's several different people here trying to clean from different angles, from different, sects of that business or different industries.
Yeah.
And so to be connected to them, I think, and to understand their approaches and the products and processes, and it's really, I think, helpful for everybody to be able to play together, if you will.
And it's funny because you mentioned about getting things clean, and we've started using different terminology that you can't really get something clean, because what is clean? Well, we can make it cleaner. You know, we can show where you started. We can show at the end how much better it is, cleaner, healthier, safer. And
yeah,
and that seems to be a theme traveling through this whole thing.
absolutely. Yeah. And, you know, today we can see things that we couldn't see before. We can see past 0.1 microns, right? So we have different things that we can say, you know what, we can do better. And, you know, so much of the industry standards, I think, address the minimums. And, you know, nobody should be bragging about getting a D-, you know, like if you're just doing what code says, if you're in like the building industry, it's like, well, it passes code. Well, that doesn't make a healthy house, you know. And in our industry, it's like, let's not do the minimum. Let's find out how good we can be. And the technology now can help us do that.
Yeah, it's funny. We use more or less a joke when we talk about things with people doing testing and stuff. And to your point, you know, a doctor that graduates med school last in his class, lowest possible score, he's still called doctor.
Right.
You know, but being proud of that, yes, you're a doctor. Congratulations. I'm glad you did it. But then again, look at the people that really scored way up top. They're really engaged in the industry. They're there for the right reasons.
Yeah.
And that's what this kind of show is about.
Yeah, I would say when I come to these shows, the people that come here, especially not necessarily even the vendors, but the people that are coming, they're hungry. And if you care, you're going to show up. And those are the people that want to be excellent at what they do and learn from you guys, right?
Yeah.
So prime example. And to me, I've grown exponentially through Normie, and just being connected to all the different organizations the best way that I can, and help take the right things out of each one and try to find out what works for my business model. And it's been very helpful. So very thankful.
I give you a moment for a shameless plug. Who's the company?
So my company's name is Four Corners Environmental, the number 4. And I've got 3 companies. So basically I have a home inspection business still. So what we try to do is our take on how we deal with the environmental side of the business. We come from a water end, from the outside in. So I'm looking at the building science, not just from the inside out kind of thing. I want to look at the grading. I'm going to look at the gutters. I'm going to look at foundational issues. Then we get into HVAC issues. We dive into all of that. And we see holistically, how's this house operating? What's the moisture? How's that reacting? And how are all these systems working together? And then we're just measuring food and water at the end of the day. You know, mold needs the same things that we do to grow. We're made out of the same stuff, you know, so we're just trying to help people manage the food and the water well, especially in a humid climate like we have, where we have high relative humidity all the time.
So listening to you, how do I get you to raise your level of dedication to this industry? Because it sounds like you're in hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. I mean, I was a contractor for a long time. I've worked for different companies as I was younger, and I've worked with my hands my whole life, you know. So once I got into the inspection side after I sold that company, everything just kind of hurt. So I mean, I couldn't physically do it anymore. So, but I had all the knowledge base, and then I wanted to fill in the holes that I didn't know. And I've just been so hungry ever since then, because the more you know you can help, and the more viable you can be in your industry to have the answers for people that need healthy homes. And so Normie's been, again, a huge part of that process for me, and a practical approach for a lot of my clients. So,
well, and that's the whole idea. It's to keep it practical, to keep it doable, not make it so complicated and difficult and expensive that people can't afford to have the help that they need. So
exactly. And, you know, so many companies just come in and they just want to spout out how much they know and impress people, you know, by however many letters they have behind their name. And the letters are important. You have to know what you're talking about, but so much of this is how you communicate to your clients, not just the what, so that they can actually utilize the knowledge and start to apply those things to their home and have solutions.
So how many of these experience shows have you been at?
This is my 3rd or 4th one, I think. So,
okay.
Yeah, this particular show. Mm-hmm.
Have you been to the Las Vegas version?
Yeah, that's the one I was at last year. Or was it? Yeah, last year.
Yeah. That is their bigger show of the year. This is kind of like their warm-up show they do in the spring.
Right.
And then in the fall, they do the big show in Vegas. So looking forward to that.
Me too. Yeah.
You know, it's usually a good time out there, and exciting, big, too much walking now.
Yeah, it's good for us because we usually eat a little bit too much while we're out here. So
That is true.
all the rich
yeah.
foods and everything. So, but the walk-in's good. So,
All right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. I know you're here with a few other people. You're
Yeah.
wandering and looking at everything. So
yeah, we're
enjoy.
excited.
I appreciate you
Thank
coming
you.
by.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for stopping.
August 2005. It'll be a memory etched into the minds of those of us who lived through and survived Hurricane Katrina and Rita. As devastating as the 150 miles per hour winds were, no one could imagine the inconceivable costs in terms of loss of human life and property that the failure of the levees caused when it flooded nearly 1/3 of the city of New Orleans. With over 275,000 homes lost on the Gulf Coast as a result of the hurricane, 10 times as many as any other natural disaster in U.S. history, the city of New Orleans continues to deal with the results of homes flooded to the rooftop, unparalleled mold infestation, and potential health issues for the residents who remained to salvage what they could. Information and misinformation has been mixed together, and vulnerable property owners have been faced with the daunting task of trying to sort out the truth. And so the lessons are clear. Prepare when you can for whatever flooding might occur, not only for the potential, but for the aftermath. And whether a natural disaster or the result of someone's mistake, anyone and everyone can suffer the devastating effects of flooding. My name's Doug Hoffman, and I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. The information you're about to hear is designed to provide steps, guidance, and assistance for reacting to flood conditions in your structure. In most situations, a common reaction to a water flood event is to simply react and plan afterwards. Tunnel vision or over-focusing on the emergency can, at times, distract or omit safety concerns, and poor planning can leave you to fend for yourself after the storm is over. Caution and common sense should always be employed before any action takes place, and I hope this presentation will help you focus on the real issues both before the potential flood and consider the solutions available to you in the aftermath. Without a plan, the results of a water flood event will be worse than you've imagined, so there are several things I'm going to ask you to consider during these first few minutes we have together. The integrity of the structural systems may have been compromised depending on the nature and degree of the event. In all cases, if you are unsure of how to proceed or to create a safe environment to work in, contact a professional to assist you. A major concern in flooding situations are the utility services. Wet or submerged electrical devices, outlets, and wires can energize the area you're working in. The risk of electrical shock, burns, or even death must be eliminated before proceeding. This may require the power company to deactivate your service. And of course, natural gas and propane sources should also be protected, secured, or deactivated. This would include pilot lights, heat sources, and gas storage tanks. Depending on the severity of the water event, structural integrity should be considered in regards to the foundations. Foundation support could be weakened or damaged, allowing structural collapse. And with the utility and structural concerns addressed, the next major concern is the source of the water. Common sources of a water loss are as follows: a broken or leaking pipe from a drinkable water source, sewage or septic lines, groundwater, or a combination of those sources. And of course, you have to be concerned about the sewage and septic lines when you consider some of not only the sources, but the problems that could result after a flood. A general rule of thumb would be to consider any water that you would not drink as being contaminated. This would include water coming in contact with chemicals, human and animal waste, debris, and other unknowns. Protecting yourself is one of the important first steps post some water event. Exposing your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your nose, even your throat to contaminated water can create a wide range of health issues that may not appear for days after the exposure. I want to talk about personal protection equipment because that should be used while you're in the contaminated environment. Personal protection equipment can include a wide range of items, including boots, clothing, gloves, goggles, and even a mask. We recommend, under normal conditions, a N95 or dust mask that you can find pretty much anywhere. In some situations, the contamination levels are so high that you might even require a respirator. But each situation would require different types or combination of these types of protection. With safety and health concerns addressed, corrective action can then be taken. One of the most important things to consider with respect to corrective action is time. Time is your enemy. Once materials get wet or contaminated, damage and additional contamination growth is exponential. A clean water loss, if not corrected, can promote mold growth in as little as 24 to 48 hours. And contaminations due to sewage or unknown water sources will simply exacerbate the problem. Drying materials and surfaces in the least amount of time should be of the utmost urgency, and oftentimes power is not available, and so having a generator available will be a great source of power for some of the tools that you'll need to dry out the areas that have been flooded. Unfortunately, this may require removal and discarding of flooring materials, wallboard, and furniture. Many material and items can be salvaged depending on the contamination source, the time of exposure, the cost, treatment available, and resources. But a flood affecting a widespread area could reduce the available resources for that area. Not only do you not have electrical service, but you may not have access to floor fans or heaters or dehumidifiers or even an ozone machine that might help eliminate some of the potential contamination that you'll be dealing with after a flood. The following suggestions may not be appropriate in all situations. However, in all situations, safety must be the primary concern. Prior to or during a developing flood condition, remove any movable items, at least as many as you can, to higher ground and secure those locations if possible. Of course, the order in which those items should be removed is a personal decision, but things to consider are the cost of that item, the sentimental value, proximity to the flood, maybe the ability for it to be moved and the practicality of it. Removing items such as furniture and floor coverings prior to getting saturated will make the cleanup process, of course, much easier. Structural and decorative materials such as wallboard and carpeting are a major problem once they get wet. Most of these materials absorb moisture and can expand the damage beyond the water level. Wallboard and other materials such as pressboard or OSB oriented strand board allow water to travel in an upward direction well above the water line. An example would be wallboard in as little as 1 inch of water can wick or draw moisture upward several feet. This also creates a problem inside the wall cavity which cannot be reached or cleaned. The rule of thumb is to remove the wallboard a foot to a foot and a half above the highest identified wet area of the wall. This will allow access for drying and cleaning building materials in the wall cavities. Up to this point, we've described different conditions, causes, and precautions. In the next section, we want to describe pre-planning and corrective measures. The preparation checklist. As mentioned earlier, safety is the most important issue to consider. You know, taking the important stuff with you is, of course, a great way to prepare for what may be coming. But what can you do to plan for the aftermath of the flooding? That must be considered too. Electrical and gas services must be secured before entering a flooded area. You know, as a side note, an improperly connected generator at a neighbor's home could energize service at your home even if the utility company has cut power in the area. This type of situation could cause an unknown and unexpected risk. With the utilities secured, standing and running water should also be avoided. The health effects from unknown contaminants against your skin is a concern in addition to the power of moving water. Did you know that just 6 inches of rushing water is capable of moving a parked vehicle? Losing your footing or being struck by debris, these are risks you need to consider. Assuming that the water is receding or the water source leak has been stopped, the next phase of the process can be started. Drying is one of the most important things you can do to reduce your loss. Contacting a remediation or drying company should be your first option. Pre-planning and contacting a restoration company before an imminent flood may place you on a response list if a wide area has been affected. Other options could include contacting the local fire department to have your basement or lower levels pumped out, renting pump equipment and generators prior to the flood while they're still available, and arranging for alternate lodging in the event your building becomes uninhabitable. Remember, the larger the area that's affected by the flood, the less resources will be available to you or your contractor. Here are a few internet resources for finding qualified contractors and some definitions we think you should know to protect yourself. NormiePro.com is a great resource for you to find certified mold assessors, inspectors, remediators, and other indoor air quality specialists, and you can find those certified contractors by your zip code. ServiceMagic.com is another great resource for construction contractors throughout the United States, and you can find them by the type of work they do and by your zip code. And then, of course, EnvironmentalExpert.com. To avoid being taken advantage of by a contractor during a flood emergency, understanding the following construction terms will be helpful. Licensed. In many parts of the country, having a license to do certain types of work is not necessarily a measure of that contractor's competency. Sometimes it simply means that they have government approval to work for a fee. Certified. Certification is often offered by certifying agencies, a specific organization that recognizes the skills, training, and the ability of the contractor who is certified. Being certified does not necessarily imply that the person certified is actually licensed to do the work. Insured. A contractor stating that they are insured is a pretty general term and could simply mean that they have auto insurance. Special types of insurance are required for specific types of work. For example, general liability insurance is not appropriate as coverage for mold remediation work. Qualified. A qualified contractor has been trained to perform certain types of work. However, they may not have the required insurances or licenses, or may not even be certified to do that work. The bottom line is that you need to understand the type of work that needs to be done, the capabilities of the contractor that you intend to hire, and then for your protection, have a written quote and description of the work to be performed. Make sure that the contractor that does the work is licensed by the municipality in which he's working, that he has the proper type of insurance, and request a certificate of insurance evidencing that specific type of insurance for the work he intends to do. And make sure that he's trained, either qualified or certified, to do the work for which you're hiring him. Keep in mind, using a contractor that's not appropriate for the work being performed may preclude you from any insurance claim, and you may give up your legal protection. If you cannot obtain a contractor, your only option may be to do the work yourself. With the decision to do the work on your own, we must stress that safety must be the main focus of your efforts to clean up after a flood. So let's talk about doing it yourself. While working in a safe environment, using the proper protective tools and equipment, water removal becomes the main priority. Pumps for pooling water and wet dry vacs provide a good start to remove the majority of water. Rugs and carpeting and padding, if saturated or contaminated by an unknown water source, should be removed to allow drying of the subflooring. Sheetrock or wallboard materials and insulation that have been submerged should be removed 12 to 18 inches above the highest wet area. As a hint, removing 4 feet of wallboard is easier to replace with a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of material. It's easier to do that than to try to cut and fit in smaller pieces. Once the bulk of wet materials have been removed, air movement and turning on your air conditioner, if the power is available, should be provided. And this would include running the HVAC, heat, or forced air systems, using dehumidifiers and fans to increase air movement, and applying sanitizers like ozone machines to help prevent mold and bacteria growth. Sanitizers are extremely important when dealing with sewage and water from unknown sources. Heat drying systems can also be used by trained professionals to dry the environment. However, improper use could result in fire or permanent damage to materials by drying them too quickly. Remember that the drying process may take several days to more than a week, depending on the extent of the exposure. Secondary or collateral damage may start to occur in that time. Mold and other microbial growth may start to appear on surfaces exposed to moisture or elevated humidity levels. And if you have a situation where you start to have large areas of microbial growth, the drying process in most cases was not done adequately or fast enough. There is available at enviroscreening.com, for instance, do-it-yourself testing kits to find out if the mold that's been growing in your environment is the type of mold that might need to be removed or dealt with differently than common molds. In this case, it's recommended that you seek the assistance of a professional mold inspector, a qualified sampling technician, or a remediator. Health concerns become additionally critical as the environment conditions deteriorate. In regards to mold licensing laws, there are currently only 4 states that have mold licensing laws in place. Texas and Louisiana, of course, have their mold licensing laws in place. Florida has their licensing law in place, but it doesn't go into effect until 2010. And then just this year, the state of Maryland put in place their mold licensing law. The important thing is that you check the qualification of the indoor air quality specialist or the mold inspector or the mold remediator or assessor in your state to make sure that they are licensed, certified, and insured before they begin any work. Let's talk about some common misconceptions and myths pertaining to flood and mold and indoor air quality. Oh, bleach kills mold. How many times have you heard that? Well, bleach is an effective sanitizer, but in many cases it will not sanitize or remove mold at its root. It will bleach out the color, of course, so that it goes clear, giving the appearance that the problem's been removed, but it cannot, in many cases, get down into the microflora and destroy the mold at its root. Oh, just get rid of the water. Everything will be fine. Well, that's not always enough to protect your property. Most of the affected materials do have the ability to retain moisture, and elevated moisture levels are the main cause of much of the residual damage from flooding. Well, lots of air fresheners, that'll help. Well, that's not true. In actuality, most air fresheners only attempt to mask the odors. The odors are an indication that moisture, contamination, or growth still exist. And the chemicals in those fresheners can also be a source of indoor air quality contamination. Well, your insurance company is going to take care of the problem. Don't worry about it. Well, of course, insurance companies are not always quick to respond because of the heavy workloads, the emergency claims that bog things down and delay payments. Many homeowner insurance policies have exclusions that limit or exempt the insurance company from paying a claim. An example would be a claim to an insurance company for water damage from, say, groundwater intrusion. In most cases, the claim could not be covered unless you had flood insurance and the area that you're in was declared a disaster area by some government agency. A similar situation may occur with mold damage, and the water damage in the home may be covered by the insurance company, but the mold damage as the result of the water would not be covered. Here are several resources that may provide you with some additional assistance. Of course, the FEMA and the EPA government websites are good resources for more information about how to contact those agencies in an emergency. And also at the normie.org website, we've located a lot of resources for you, articles in regards to antimicrobials, information about mold screening kits, and other things that we feel will be helpful to you. We highly recommend that you seek professional assistance when dealing with a flood, mold, or indoor air quality issue. And please remember that the information that we have been providing to you is really for your information and not intended to replace professional training and assistance. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to listen to this overview. I am hoping that you will benefit from the resources we've made available to you, but also from the training that we offer industry professionals to help you through the process of getting things back to normal. It's my hope that you will never be faced with the issues we've discussed, but if you are, you will now be better prepared. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. how you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at Normie is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app, but make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, and there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type. A tube tent. Pliers. Tape. Compass. Matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shutoff wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe. Photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, social security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed, but if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good, good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Well, Lance, it started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another, and I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said, clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that. And then one thing led to another. And I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources, and fortunately I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
You know, we've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, you know, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor PhD, you know, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this, probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's okay. Fond memories. Yeah, but I think I officially started working in the business when I was in third grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only third grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right. Very cool. Well, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Petty John's did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen, so we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time. And he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education, there is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is, while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. So, or, many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
That's very well put.
Yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in 3rd and 4th grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March
24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Drug Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas, one of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified rug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country. And that's a real big deal. So whenever years ago, we used to go get gas and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, how do you know?" "Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization, Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, known as Normie, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality, as long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners, I've seen these guys with their trucks and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, I mean, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill, and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health. I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how or where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles. This thing right here. An amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So, well, industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
Let me toss up a softball to you guys for you guys to take a swing at using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. That changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that Oriental rug, but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly.
Absolutely. And that was the whole purpose for asking that question like that. When you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations? I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? Why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions. And
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have a couple. We're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction and not necessarily watch the whole movie. And you got some
of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
Oh, that's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean rugs? Oh.
One of the first whys is this right here.
Can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew. And clearly, oh, there's my niece. And this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, is because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor. And I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor. And while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. I know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and then at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons. But this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at, because most people exist in that area breathing wise. the children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're more exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of Oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between installed carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us in the screenshot. That is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video and see where they come from.
so before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted Oriental rug or even a machine made loose rug is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super, super dense, and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation, and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys are gonna talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the Oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Qashqai's. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. And then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. Two women, by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on the dusty road, and we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn, and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. It's those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for, those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So, one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality, what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all has been happening over the years, and to see that this. By the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Koshka-E tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC #1 certification, by the way. Ron Toney says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, as you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And while washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on this. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. And if you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip, somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is finished, it's got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you fly on, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got. There's not Pan Am no more, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. there's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug, and one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible before they. But you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's a question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanbari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanbari rugs. You can look them up. And these are, you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, what Mr. Zolanbari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the 3 factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process. Plus, they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just 1 second, you'll see in this video, it's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home and your child's going to crawl across, or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
this is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. And to be able to, and what happened was that the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put the bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned, and that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear, dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all. And these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color, or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. And they're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rug? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper. Maybe a little more expensive in the short term. Always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary, that is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned, because of the simple buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people in there who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what does the carpet cleaner, what does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military, and this is not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there?
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else? PSI, man things, that's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter & Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. and they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet or is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed and taken away. The other 20% is a roughly 10% water soluble soil and solvent soluble soil. The other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that, and hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. But if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. But look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see these the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. And, as a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house. That's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling, will go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out and give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And we put now, this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
it?
Okay.
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water, a little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets are those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
that's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back on her back porch.
Yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, that instead of washing rugs in it.
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. It would literally liquefy you if you got into it. And
10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming. When you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. And then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air and recirculate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe as needed, roll it up, put it on the wall and say, come get me. So that is our rug cleaning process. And that is how you pull particulates out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and cleaned. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now, my goodness, we can save the roads, and there's people all over across the country can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, Normi, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job. But we have a few minutes left. So is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing, and our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs. Oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay,
right now.
can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm gonna sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one too.
Okay, so let's talk about this though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of floor mat.
Yep.
And then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoe. And you see that little scratchy little green rug mat. That's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please. And we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much. But everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Petty John's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Yeah.
Okay, just handcuff me now. If you can go ahead.
Friends and family, all of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance. These cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house, or in your office, or in your car, or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an essential cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load. And we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Petty John Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Liley Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysitted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here. John Donne says, no man is an island unto himself. We're not here by ourselves, and we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie, is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are preaching this sermon over and over and over again. And it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Petty John's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with the part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care. I'd like to welcome my guest today, Keith Gongitano, who is the founder and CEO of the manufacturing of a product called Airwall. And I'm going to bring Keith in here in a second, but you'll see in the background one of the air walls, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, Keith, how about a quick hello?
Hey there. How you doing, Lance? I'm glad to be here.
And we're glad to have you. So I'm going to get right into this. And I got a few questions right off the bat, because when I see your email come to me, it says Zeppelin guys. And I'm kind of curious as to, we've always called you or associated you with the Airwall product, but the name of the company is Zeppelin. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Zeppelin. It's when we first founded the company, you got to find a name. And since it's inflatable, Zeppelin just kind of seemed like a cool name, and we went with it, and we designed a logo for it. But then the product needed a name, mainly because if it's going to have a line item on Xactimate and other things, it needs a name. And so it became Airwall, and then over time it became Airwalls by Zeppelin, which is containment from A to Z. So it's just kind of one of these things. But if you look us up, you'll find us both on Airwalls and Zeppelin.
Okay. Well, so where did this concept come from? Because in the remediation and healthcare and restoration type of industries, this is something completely new.
It is new. It evolved is what it did. It started with me helping a friend with his restoration company back in the summer of 2017. And I was in a crawl space. It was a miserable experience. I spent 3 hours trying to build a chamber so that we could get the subfloor dry. And among other things, I got bit by a spider and bruised and battered, and managed to only build marginal containment, a chamber. It was terrible. And so I invented the crawl space tool. It was just kind of one of those fully formed ideas in my head. I just knew how it had to work. Convinced a friend who's now a part of the company, and pretty much has been since the beginning, because without him, a lot of this stuff wouldn't exist, just because he's the one that knew how to build it. His name is Cole, and I convinced him to build our first prototype for crawl spaces. And one thing led to another. We started thinking, what about a doorway? I wonder if we could use this very tool in the doorway. And so I repurposed it, and it was very ugly. And we thought, well, the concept works. It's just not going to work, in the sense that it's really gross and ugly looking. So we designed something for that. And then we moved on to windows. And then we realized at some point that, because we met a fine gentleman by the name of Mark Cornelius, he's among other things, he's a member of the board on the IICRC. He's a trainer for years. He's been in the industry for almost 40 years. And he loved our product and just asked me a very simple question. That he was looking at the doorway unit, our X, and he said, so how do you get out? And I looked at him with a very kind of lost look, and he goes, how do you get out? Where's your doffing chamber? When you're doing a mold job, you got to have a doffing chamber. And it just never occurred to me. And so that's kind of what started my wheels spinning. And we went round and round and round. And the other question was always about power failure as well. What do you do about a power failure? Because the crawl space unit and the Airwall X, which is built for doorways, and the window units as well, they're all constant air kind of appliances. They require air from your air movers or your HEPA filters and things like that. And if the power goes out, well, then they deflate and they stop functioning. And so we went around for a long time before we settled on what we ended up with. And you'll actually see that behind me. You can actually see that's the full system. That's 2 Airwall Nexus on either side of me, and behind me is the front of the.
Let me interrupt you real quick, because we'll talk about all the different types of configurations and products and stuff that you've come up with, because I know your mind just works continuously on this stuff. But I mean, the simple question is, how do these work? I mean,
air.
Air. Okay.
They inflate. And you're right. I tend to get, I love my stuff and I think about it all the time, so I go fast. The 2 that I talked about first, they require constant air. You connect them to your air movers, your negative air machine, and you do what we call pre-cycle the air. You capture the air coming out of the machine directly, and then you take that air and do what you want with it, whether it's to exhaust it from the structure and create negative pressure, or to create a manifold where you're actually directing the air to a subfloor or maybe the perimeter of the building.
But these are different. This is different. That's behind you now, right?
Yeah. So this is the latest. This is very different. In fact, what you'll notice again to either side of me is the Nexus, and the Nexus consists of 5 separate inflatable air bladders. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see those little round. Those are valves. And so you inflate each of these chambers separately. The idea being that if there is a power failure, first of all, these are inflated and they don't require any more air. But if there was any kind of damage done to one of those bladders, although we did a lot to design them so that they're very durable, but if something did happen, that even the loss of an entire or even 2 chambers would still maintain your containment. So that's the design we came up with, and yeah, they're very different, but they both work on air and they both work on pressure. The whole reason that they function as negative air containment and as a chamber is because they're pushing against the surfaces of the building, up and down and then sideways, so that they seal up.
Okay, so now I did cut you short before. I just want to get back to, you were starting to talk about the different types of products.
Yeah.
I just wanted our viewers to understand at least how these things worked.
Yeah.
What else have you designed? I mean, this is for, it looks like you got a chamber behind you and a whole wall, but I know there's problems with, different heights, different types of ceilings and floors. How does that all work, or do you have special products for that?
So we wanted simplicity was the key. We didn't want a bazillion parts and things that could get lost, broken, misplaced, or just adding complexity. What you see behind me essentially is 4 things. It's a Nexus on one side, a Nexus on the other, the dust curtain that joins them, and the doffing chamber that zips to the dust curtain, in a nutshell. So it's really, really simple. If this room that we're looking at were 8 feet tall, or 9 feet tall, this is an 8-foot configuration, that were 9 or 10 feet, you would simply add a 12-inch extension to the very top of that wall. And because the air bladders inside are actually 10 feet long, then you're not doing anything else. Those air bladders simply roll out the next 12 inches and then stop. They stop because there's a piece on the top that makes them stop. And then if you had to go to 10, you would do the same thing, add another 12 inches, and then those bladders go up the next. So so it's very simple. That conversion can be done in just a couple of minutes. Very simple.
Interesting. So how about like width, or if you're dealing with different heights, like it's a slanted ceiling or something like that?
Sure. So for width, not a problem. These walls that you see to my sides are 5 feet nominally. And again, 8, 9, or 10 feet. They can be adjusted. Well, let's talk about width first. So you can put as many together as you want. You can zip these things together. They join to each other. It's all modular. Everything goes together and connects. So you can put 4 or 5 of these together, or 2. If you happen to be in a space that, again, these would be 10 feet joined. If you were in an 8-foot space, you could do a couple different things. You could just simply change the shape of the wall into a curve. Think Hoover Dam. You could do something like that. You could also run them straight across the room, and then when you get to the wall, you simply underinflate whichever bladder would be at the bend, right? And then bend the wall. That's it. And now what's touching the building may be 1 or 2 bladders as opposed to just the edge, but that's the way you shorten it. So you've got a bunch of different options on how you can do that. As far as an uneven ceiling, I'm gonna point here. Let's see, how do I do that? These right here, these little black dots, those allow you to actually put straps that also attach to the very top of the wall, and you can actually change the pitch of the wall if you need to. You can actually slope it to a certain extent, and you can also adjust it not just to 8, 9, or 10 feet, but if you were, let's say, in a drop ceiling, a T-bar, they're not standard, right? They land sometimes at 8 feet 3 inches, or just under 9 feet, whatever ceiling height. They're never really standard because they're not set by 2x4s. They're set by a contractor who puts wire, hangs them, and that's where they land. So you can actually adjust these things really, really kind of a micro adjustment, anywhere between 7 at the bottom all the way up to just over 10 feet. So yeah.
Will fit just about anywhere, it sounds like.
It will. The only thing I don't think we're ever going to really do, and that kind of brings up another one of our thought processes here. We're probably never going to do like the vaulted ceiling scenario. So in a vaulted ceiling, you're probably going to have to either commit to plastic fully, which, you know, it is our goal here to try to get as much plastic out of this industry and construction as we can, or you're going to do a hybrid. And to be clear, we really did always design this product to be, when it's necessary, hybridized, merged with the plastic that everybody's using now, because there are going to be certain environments where a vaulted ceiling or some weird cutout is going to prevent these walls from, you know, creating the appropriate seal. So you may use 90% air wall, and then that last little bit you may connect, you know, to plastic. And because these walls work well with tape, they don't come off, which is great, because you can't say that about tape and walls, right? When walls have, you know, water literally dripping down them, or years of cooking grease or whatever, they don't stick, right? That's why a lot of failure happens with traditional containment. But these walls are designed to work with tape and not leave residue. So you can tape plastic to it for as long as the job takes, and then peel it off, and you won't have to worry about it leaving stuff behind. And certainly, whenever possible, you want our walls to be, or the air walls to be, touching the surfaces of the building, because that's going to create the superior seal without the problems of you know, damage like peeling paint or whatever else that comes with using tape.
Well, I know that with some of the Normie training that we do, we've actually incorporated some of the air wall technology into some of the types of hands-on training that we do, especially like when we go to the experience trade shows, where people are able to touch and work through all the new different technologies and products. And they fit into structures that we basically build on site. So we're able to adjust them, you know, in real time to fit into these structures. And it works out very well for us, because we're able to put those up with plastic, show the differences, and, you know, how you can make changes and everything else. So it does work. And it's adjustable, like you were talking about, to whatever structure we build at the time.
Right. And it brings me joy to hear that, Lance, because, you know, I had this awakening. It was kind of late in coming. I've been doing this for 5 years, but I had this awakening about 5 days ago, where I realized, when I made my first shipment to Australia, that these things exist without me, you know, in different time zones and on different continents, and people are interacting with them, and what I spent years thinking about and designing has to work, and I can't be there to help them. I can't.
So,
you know.
So you sent your children off to school for the first time, basically.
That's what it sounds like, right? Absolutely. Yeah. That's what it felt like.
Put them on the bus to Australia.
Exactly.
So let's go a little bit further into this. As far as like vertical markets and stuff, I mean, I could see it in the remediation industry, restoration, asbestos. How about like medical, or all of the above?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually one of the most exciting things about what's behind me here, is that when this came, all of a sudden, exactly what you're talking about just changed totally. So medical, if you have someone who has who's a burn victim, or is receiving cancer treatments, or is in some other way significantly immunocompromised, positive pressure environments are how you deal with that. And a hospital environment can create that, but that's very expensive. This can do that very, very easily, very simply, and doesn't require any permanent modifications to a building. On the flip side, we're all very familiar with negative air pressure because of the pandemic that we're all emerging from now, and the need for negative airspace, which is the exact opposite of what I just described. Instead of pumping clean, fresh air into an environment with people who have no immune system, you're instead drawing air in so that the bad boogies can't get out. So that's medical. But even more so, there's really, really strict enforcement when you're in a hospital environment because of generally who's in a hospital. People are sick when they're in a hospital. So if any kind of building modifications have to take place in a hospital, they have to do things to prevent dust and everything else from getting to people who might be unwell. And so it's not even just the direct medical application, but medical facilities, and because maintenance has to happen and modifications must occur, this can actually be a very a significant improvement to what they're doing now, which is putting up plastic. It takes sometimes hours or even a day to set up the containment to move a machine from one room to another, simply because of the restrictions on a hospital and what can and can't be done without containment. So that's a big deal. And then just I've been told mining. In fact, the folks in Australia, because mining is a big part of Australia's economy, mining is one. High tech, both chip manufacturing and also in like server farms, things like that, where very sensitive equipment is very, can't be exposed to dust. So that's another big opportunity. All the construction trades could benefit from it. Basically, and then there's also, of course, the potential need for first responders and militaries, around the world. What if there's some kind of an outbreak, some kind of maybe a terrorist attack, a biological terrorist attack, and first responders and military have to show up and contain it best they can. This stuff, I mean, this what you see behind me fits into basically 3 duffel bags. So that's the kind of thing that a military could really benefit from. So yeah.
Well, while you were talking, I jotted down 3 quick questions, and you were just starting to touch on one. So let me ask it to you. But instead of 3 questions, I'll just do it as 1 question now. What I wrote down here was portable, durable, and cleanable. Yeah. Especially you started talking about mining and then, bacteria outbreaks and viruses and stuff like that. So as far as it being portable, I mean, they're pretty big. I mean, easy to move, and, cleanable. And how durable are they? All 3. You got 3 questions there.
Okay, so let's start with portable. We already started on that. Basically, it's a gym bag. One of these walls fits in a gym bag. Of course, each one comes with said gym bag, and it's very, very easy to lift. I mean, the Nexus, fully loaded Nexus, is 25 pounds. That's it, right? So it's well below the lifting weight of any of the trades. I mean, most equipment is that or a lot more. So very, very portable, small, compact, lightweight, easy to use. It looks huge right now, but it fits into an itty bitty space, right? So that's really good. As far as cleanable goes, we were very intentional on that. And in fact, along the way, we had it pointed out. In fact, a well-known person in the restoration industry, Rachel Adams, had pointed out in 21 that she thought it needed to be a little more cleanable. And so I said, okay, let's do that. So we just simply reversed the fabric that we're using so that what you see on the outside is actually a urethane. So it's much, much smoother and much easier to clean. The stuff before was also very cleanable, but it had texture. And so there was a concern that maybe some of the fibers and things like that might stick. But so we designed it to be smooth, easy to clean. They're all machine washable. They're all designed to be totally machine washable. If you really, let's say, are in a Cat 3 environment and you really want to make sure that it's clean, you can do that. All the biocides, no problem. Antimicrobials, no issues there whatsoever. You can spray away and it'll be just fine. So cleanable. And then durable. And I say durable for the end because durable, all this stuff is important, super important, but durable, because we're claiming to be better than plastic, we better deliver, right? Because this stuff isn't cheap, right? It takes 3 to 5 uses to pay off the investment in an air wall, which is really fast because they last for years. But, if I'm going to say I'm better and I cost more, then I better be better. And so durability was huge. We made sure that the outer shell, in the case of this one here, anything that's getting constant air, you could stab it with a knife and it wouldn't matter. I mean, we designed them with big open holes. So they're pumping out air all the time and they still work. Not so with this, right? If this gets a leak, there could be an issue. So the outer shell is very, very durable. It's resistant to snags and punctures and things like that, and cuts and all the rest. And then the inner bladders, we actually spent a lot of time finding the ideal material for those bladders. They had to be lightweight. They had to be inherently fire resistant because these are going into a built environment. They cannot burn. They had to be as puncture and tear and cut resistant as possible while maintaining lightweight and portability, right? I mean, you know, all those things are in direct conflict with each other, right? Lightweight usually means flimsy. So we were actually very blessed, I believe, in the discovery of this particular material that we've used, and it makes this product extremely resilient. And again, because we recognize that nothing is perfect. I mean, if you open fire on this thing, it would go down. You know, I mean, no question about it. There are things it cannot handle, but it's meant to be durable. If something does happen to it, as I mentioned before, if you lose a bladder, first of all, we've had it happen. You know, we've you know, in the early days, we had some bladders with some defects, with small leaks, and even when they have a small leak, they don't fully fail, and you can actually air them up and continue the job if you need to. We also designed them to be repairable in the field. I'm going to do this finger thing again. You see that line right there? That's an access zipper. And if you open up that zipper and remove the valve just below it, you can actually remove that air bladder, either repair it in the field, because we do provide patches just for that, or you can replace it with a new bladder. Depending on how many times you've done it, it might take you 2 minutes, it might take you 5. The point is, it can be done. It can restore your containment to full rigidity. And I make that point because restore containment, it never lost it. Even though it's lost an air bladder, it still maintains containment, which was key. Because again, if I'm going to claim to be better than plastic, you know, one of the biggest problems with plastic is that it falls down, right? You get up in the morning and, you know, or worse, your owners get up in the morning, the people living in that house, and they see this plastic crumpled on the floor, a big hole, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, all that bad stuff they told me that they're keeping behind that plastic, where is that now, right? So if my stuff doesn't do a lot better than that and not fail, then I failed. So this was a big part of our design.
I remember the first time that we used one of your air walls in our training, and again, I believe it was at one of the experience shows. You were there and gave us a training on replacing one of the bladders. Mm-hmm. And during the demonstration we were doing with the class for the hands-on, we actually opened the valve up and let it deflate, and it still held containment within the area.
You didn't tell me that.
No, you know, it was my job is to break things. So, you know, that's what we do. We try to find out things that are going to happen. Someone's going to accidentally open a valve or something. It stayed in place. You know, it did its job. So, you know, when you mentioned before about replacing plastic, you know, or poly, you know, I see the value in that. I'm just curious. I'm not holding you to it. Have you done any kind of cost analysis as to how much poly you can actually replace by one of these over the longevity of the type of system? Because I know poly is expensive.
It is expensive. You know, the closest we've gotten to that is by calculating how much tape, how much plastic, the labor that's involved with not only the initial setup, but also the tear down, the waste removal, and then the repairs that inevitably happen with most plastic containments. And we figured that it was a 3 to 5 usage to offset the initial investment in the air wall. That's as close as we've gotten. The numbers you're asking for are, I want them so bad myself. And I don't want to pull it out of thin air. I want it to be a real number. And okay. It's a difficult number to quantify. I've struggled with that because that's a number I would love to take a picture, you know, like just give you a visual of a mountain of plastic, you know, and say, this is how much plastic you would use in a year instead of, you know, this, right? That type of thing. So short answer is I don't know what that looks like. I do know that I've seen a lot of containments go up. I actually am AMRT certified. So I've been to a lot of AMRT classes. So I've seen a lot of containments just set up just for pure instructional purposes. And when we take all that plastic and we throw it in the dumpster outside the building, it takes up a quarter of the dumpster or more.
Yeah.
So I've seen it, and that's just one class, you know. So the amount of plastic and tape and everything else, I wish I had a solid number for you. And someday that the plastic industry that we hope to disrupt may come up with just that number for us, because we're going to upset them at some point. And I'm okay with that.
Well, I'll make it easier then. Longevity on the product. How long do you predict or have data on showing these things lasting in use?
Okay, so that's a question that I can only answer by extrapolating, and I do that because I'm looking at the materials we've used, not because of the product having existed long enough to go through a life cycle. We just haven't been around long enough for that to have happened. But that said, I'm going to bring up Cole again, our builder, our in-house engineer. He is, you know, this is his space. So when he sees a problem, he solves it with fabric. My history is more carpentry, so I solve my problems with wood and nails. And it's funny that, you know, we have this different perspective on things. But the point is that at one point he took some of our material and covered an outdoor sprinkler valve control or something like that on the side of his house, and that was about 5 years ago. It's outside, it's been exposed, it started life black. It's now a funky kind of a rust color because it's just been bleached by the sun. However, color gone, 5 years of direct exposure, the fabric is completely sound. So that's what this outer shell is made of. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the air bladders themselves. The manufacturer that we buy the raw materials from won't even take something off the shelf for sale unless it's been there for more than 10 years. Because at that point, it's begun to do, they have a name for it. It gets a little bit chalky on the surface. And they have a name for it. And I can't recall how they refer to it, but it's got a 10-year shelf life before the manufacturer decides that it's probably not a fresh enough product to sell. I can't get more specific because we haven't been around long enough to say, but the materials that we use the highest quality zippers, the highest quality, everything we can find. We spend the most we can because I know that the users are going to be hard on it. The environments that they exist in are brutal. And my goal is to not build in obsolescence. One of my proudest moments would be if someday I've actually filled the industry and I have nothing left to sell because all my stuff doesn't break anymore. You know, and I just don't, and I'm going to put myself out of business. That would make me happy, you know.
It's kind of like the battery industry. You know, they're made to break or run out of energy at a certain point, so you buy more. You're doing the opposite of that.
I'm doing the opposite. Yeah.
But you know what? I recently had a water loss in my house, so I personally was involved with some of the stuff here. But I understand there's something really interesting about yours. I've never been able to experience this, but I had 2 air scrubbers running at my house for, I think it was